live in fear of harassment and violence at the hands of some law enforcement officers. This is their reality. Our country's history of racism and racially motivated violence, rooted in the original sin of slavery, continues to haunt our nation. And to those who do not believe it, please look at the tragic statistics. African Americans are more than twice as likely to be shot and killed by police each year. And black men between the ages of 15 and 34 are approximately 10 times more likely to be killed by police than other Americans. This outrage is a reality we must change. Today, we examine the state of policing in America, and we look for ways to prevent racist acts of violence by police officers, to hold accountable those who commit such acts, and to strengthen the trust between law enforcement and the communities they serve. On Monday, I joined Karen Bass, the chair of the Crime Subcommittee, as well as the Congressional Black Caucus, in introducing the Justice and Policing Act, which would further that cause. The bill now has over 200 co-sponsors in the House and 36 co-sponsors in the Senate. I want to make clear at the outset that the bill is not an indictment of all police officers. We must always remember that most law enforcement officers do their jobs with dignity, selfless, and honor, and they are deserving of our respect and gratitude for all they do to keep us safe. We owe a debt that can never be paid to the too many officers killed in the line of duty every year. And it is clear that there are many officers, including some local police chiefs who marched arm in arm with their communities, who want to separate themselves from the dangerous behavior of others in the profession. But there are too many officers who abuse their authority. And we cannot be blind to the racism and injustice that pervades far too many of our law enforcement agencies. And injustice that the nation is demanding that we enact meaningful change. This is a systemic problem that requires a comprehensive solution. That is why the Justice and Policing Act takes a holistic approach that includes a variety of front-end reforms to change the culture of law enforcement while also holding bad police officers accountable to separate them from those with a true ethic to protect and serve. Among other things, the bill would make it easier for the federal government to successfully prosecute police misconduct cases. It would ban chokeholds. It would end racial and religious profiling. It would encourage prosecutions independent from local police, and it would eliminate the dubious court-made doctrine of qualified immunity for law enforcement. At the same time, the bill encourages departments to meet a gold standard in training, hiring, eliminate the dubious court-made doctrine of qualified immunity for law enforcement. At the same time, the bill encourages departments to meet a gold standard in training, hiring, de-escalation strategies, bystander duty, and use of body cameras and other best practices. It also creates a new grant program for community-based organizations to create local task forces on policing innovation that would reimagine public safety so that it is just and equitable for all Americans. The goal of this legislation is to achieve a guardian, not warrior, model of policing. The Justice and Policing Act is at once bold and transformative to meet the moment that calls out for sweeping reform, while also taking a responsible and balanced approach to the many complicated issues associated with policing. I look forward to bringing it before our committee in short order. To the activists who have been sounding the alarm for years only to be ignored or greeted with half measures, it is because of your persistence and your determination that we are here today. If there is one thing I have taken away from the tragic events of the last month, it is that the nation demands and deserves meaningful change. We can and should debate the specifics, but at the end of the day, it is the responsibility and the obligation of the House Judiciary Committee to do everything in our power to help deliver that change for the American people. I look forward to hearing from our witnesses who bring a wealth of knowledge and experience on the many issues we are examining today and who will help guide us in that process. But first, I want to address just one witness, Philonise Floyd, the brother of George Floyd. We are all very sorry for your loss, and we appreciate your being here today to discuss your brother's life. We must remember that he is not just a cause, a name to be chanted in the streets. He was a man. He had a family. He was known as a gentle giant. He had a rich life that was taken away from him far too early, and we mourn his loss. This is a very difficult time for our nation. We have lost more than 110,000 people to COVID-19, a toll that has fallen disproportionately on people of color. We have lost brave police officers and other frontline workers who risked their lives to serve their communities. And we have lost George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and the many, many other victims of excessive force by law enforcement. We must act today to honor their memory. I now recognize the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank all our witnesses for being here today and extend our sympathy to Mr. Floyd and Ms. Underwood Jacobs. We are, as the chairman said, all so sorry for your loss and for what your families have had to live through and had to endure. Mr. Floyd, the murder of your brother in the custody of the Minneapolis police is a tragedy. Never should have happened. It's as wrong can be, and your brother's killers will face justice. Ms. Underwood Jacobs, the murder of your brother by the rioters in Oakland is a tragedy. It never should have happened. It's as wrong can be, and your brother's killers will face justice. There are 330 million people in this great country, the greatest nation ever. Not perfect, but the best nation ever. And they understand, the American people understand it's time for a real discussion, real debate, real solutions about police treatment of African Americans. Americans also understand that peaceful protest, exercising their First Amendment liberties, honors George Floyd's memory, and it helps that discussion, that debate, and those solutions actually happen. The people of this great country, you know what else they understand? You know what else they get? They understand that there is a big difference between peaceful protest and rioting. There is a big difference between peaceful protest and looting. There is a big difference between peaceful protest and violence and attacking innocent people. And there is certainly a big difference between peaceful protest and killing police officers. You know what else they get? You know what else the American people fully understand? They know, as the chairman said, the vast, vast majority of law enforcement officers are responsible, hardworking, heroic first responders. They're the officers who protect the Capitol, who protect us every single day. They're the officers who rushed into the Twin Towers on 9/11. They're the officers in every one of our neighborhoods, in every one of our communities, every day, every night, every shift they work, who put their lives on the line to keep our communities safe. And guess what Americans also get? Guess what else they understand? They know it is pure insanity to defund the police. And the fact that my Democrat colleagues won't speak out against this crazy policy is just that frightening. Think about what we've heard in the last few weeks. We've heard the mayors of our two largest cities. Mayor Garcetti said he wants to defund the police. The mayor of New York says he wants to defund the police. The city council in Minneapolis, a veto-proof majority, says they want to defund the police and abolish the department. This Congress started off with the Democrats, folks on the left saying we should abolish ICE, then move to we should abolish the entire Department of Homeland Security, and now they're talking about abolishing the police. This is wrong, and the American people know it's wrong. We should honor the memory of George Floyd and work hard so that nothing like it ever happens again. And we should honor the memory of Dave Patrick Underwood and work hard so that nothing like that ever happens again. A week and a half ago, our mission was clearly stated. 11 days ago in Florida, the President of the United States clearly stated what our mission should be. President Trump said this: "I stand before you as a friend and ally to every American seeking justice and peace, and I stand before you in firm opposition to anyone exploiting tragedy to loot, rob, attack, and menace. Healing, not hatred, justice, not chaos, are the mission at hand. Well said, Mr. President. Healing, not hatred. Justice, not chaos. That is our mission. The President is right, and I appreciate his leadership. This is the House Judiciary Committee, with its storied history of defending the Constitution and the rule of law. Let's adopt that mission. Healing, not hatred. Justice, not chaos. Let's work together to make America the great place, to continue to make America the greatest nation ever. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. I now recognize the chair of the Subcommittee on Crime, Terrorism, and Homeland Security, the gentlelady from California, Ms. Bass, for her opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank you for your years of leadership on this issue. I know you've been involved for many years supporting police reform, and I want to thank you for convening this hearing today. What we saw in Minnesota, the slow, torturous murder of George Floyd by a uniformed officer, was an outrage and a tragedy. What we have seen since then, millions of Americans marching in the street to demand justice and call for reforms, it has been an inspiration. And minus a few days of violence, it has been peaceful, and it has been in the American tradition. And what we have here today is a hearing in the U.S. Congress to examine policing practices in America and paths to reform. And so we have an opportunity. What we have seen since then is an opportunity to rethink the nature of policing, an opportunity for meaningful accountability in policing, and it is an opportunity to show the nation and the world that we are listening and that we will act. Too often this debate is framed in terms of citizens versus the police, us versus them, but this is really about the kind of America we all want to see. We all want to be safe in our communities. We all want the police to come to our rescue when we're in trouble. We all want to support the brave men and women who put their lives on the line for us every day. And when we interact with police, we all want to be treated with respect, not suspicion. Nobody should be subjected to harassment or excessive force just because of the color of their skin, and no one should suffer the indignities of racial profiling or be on the end of a deadly chokehold. We should all want for ourselves and for our children and for our neighbors the same. On Monday, I introduced, along with Chairman Nadler and more than 200 members of Congress, H.R. 7120, the Justice and Policing Act. This bold, transformative legislation would help reimagine the culture of policing while holding accountable those officers who fail to uphold the ethic of serving and protecting their communities. I know later, when we do a markup, we will entertain an amendment to change the name of the legislation in honor of George Floyd. If this had been a law last year, George Floyd would be alive because chokeholds would be banned. Breonna Taylor would be alive because no-knock warrants for drugs would be banned. Tamir Rice would have graduated high school this May because the officer that killed him, had been fired from a nearby department, and he lied on his application. But this legislation calls for a national registry, so that would not have happened, and Tamir Rice would have graduated high school. I understand that change is difficult, but I am certain that police officers are professionals who risk their lives every day, and they're just as interested in building a strong relationship with the communities that they serve based on mutual trust and respect as those who rely on their protection are. They want to increase and upgrade the profession, and so having national standards, it should never be that you can do a chokehold in one city and not in another. There should be basic standards, there should be basic accreditation, there should be continuing education, just as there are in so many other professions. When I was at the service yesterday, and when I was there, I looked up at the picture of George Floyd, and I saw the year that he was born. He was born in 1973. And that was an important year in my life because that was the year in Los Angeles that I joined an organization called the Coalition Against Police Abuse. That was 47 years ago. Our police chief at the time, we were suffering from a number of victims who had died because of chokeholds. Our police chief held a press conference where he told Los Angeles that the reason why black people died of chokeholds was because our neck veins were different. They didn't open up as rapidly as normal people. That's where we were 47 years ago. The question remains for us, though. It was 29 years ago that we saw the Rodney King beating. And as an activist at the time, I was sad at the tragedy. It was horrific to see him beat like that. But most of the activists said, finally, finally, we know we'll have justice. There's no way these police officers are going to get off, because the whole world saw what happened. In the civil rights movement, what led to the great change in the end of legal segregation, aside from the tens of thousands of people that protested, it was the fact that there were cameras there. The beatings, the treatment of black people in the South had gone on for, frankly, hundreds of years, but it wasn't until those cameras exposed that then things began to change. And so what has happened in the 29 years since Rodney King, with the advent of cell phone cameras? We have seen example after example after example. 29 years since Rodney King, 20 years since Amadou Diallo, 6 years since Eric Gardner, just weeks since the death of George Floyd. His death cannot be in vain. I told his brother that his name will live on in history because the tragedy that he suffered has been the catalyst for what I believe will be profound change. And not just change that helps to professionalize police departments, not just change that prevents further abuse and deaths, but an opportunity for communities through receiving grants to take a look at their community and say, well, there's all of these issues that we face. Why should police officers have to address homelessness and mental illness? Police officers complain all the time. They're not social workers. That's right. So with these grants, maybe communities can take an opportunity to re-envision what public safety is and come up with models, better models to work with police, better models to reduce the problems that wind up needing a police officer. So that's what we have an opportunity to do in this Congress with this piece of legislation. And I hope that we work for passage of this legislation in the House, it gets through the Senate, the President signs it, and in the year 2020, we never, ever, ever see again what we saw a few weeks ago. It wasn't just a tragedy for our country and our nation, but it really was an embarrassment of our nation in front of the entire world. While we hold up human rights in the world, we obviously have to hold them up in our country. And with that, I yield.
Thank you. Since Mr. Ratcliffe, the former ranking member of the Crime Subcommittee, has left the committee to serve as Director of National Intelligence, I now recognize the ranking member of the Subcommittee on the Constitution, Civil Rights, and Civil Liberties, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to join all my colleagues today in thanking all of our witnesses sincerely for being here, and especially Mr. Floyd and Ms. Underwood Jacobs for making the trip in the midst of such tragedy and difficult circumstances to share your experiences with us. It's very valuable to us, and we're grateful. Of course, you have our condolences and our profound sadness for your losses. And I and my family and the community of faith that I represent have been praying for you and will continue to do that. We're going to talk about policing practices and reforms today, and that's a really important topic. But since this is the first full committee hearing that we've had in Judiciary since the tragic death of Mr. Floyd, I think it's also important for us to acknowledge here in the beginning what's believed by so many to be a root cause of the persistent challenges we face together as a country, and that is the need for authentic reconciliation in our communities. Everyone here understands the plain and simple truth that racism in any form violates the most fundamental principles of our great nation and the rules of our Creator. The central idea of America, let's not forget, is the idea that we boldly declare the self-evident truth that all men are created equal and that they're thus endowed by God with the same inalienable rights. Because each of us is made in the image of God, there are very serious implications that come from that. Among them is the idea that every single person has inestimable dignity and value. And our value is not related in any way to the color of our skin or what zip code we live in or what we can contribute to society or anything else. Our value is inherent because it comes to us by our Creator. Any fool who contends he has some sort of natural right of supremacy over his neighbor violates not only the foundational creed of America, but the greatest commandments of the God who made him. And if we can ever learn to see one another as God does, I think it'll solve a lot of our problems. This unspeakable act of cruelty that America witnessed in Minneapolis has opened an important new dialogue on reform. And while policing has always been regarded as an inherently local function, We do agree that Congress has a key role to play in ensuring that abuses are not tolerated and can never happen again. Justice has to be swift, and bad police officers have to be held accountable for their actions. But at the same time, we want to be careful to recognize, as all my colleagues have this morning, that officers like the ones involved in the death of George Floyd are not representative of the vast majority of America's law enforcement officers. Most are faithful, self-sacrificing public servants who put their lives on the line every single day to protect and serve our communities. We need to honor that, and we need to recognize and empower those law enforcement officers, which is precisely the opposite of the radical, dangerous proposals we're seeing right now to defund them. A government of, by, and for the people must be a nation of law and order, and public safety, of course, is the key to maintaining our republic. Without that, things like the rioting, looting, and violence that has led to the destruction of cities and minority-owned businesses, ironically, would prevail over the valuable, peaceful protests that are intended to bring about meaningful change. There's a consensus among every member of this committee, Democrat and Republican, that there are solutions we can work towards that will restore faith in our institutions and build trust in our communities. From where we sit right now, we believe the most actionable reforms must focus around three core concepts to simplify it: transparency, training, and termination of those rare bad apples in law enforcement who violate the law and the legitimacy that upholds the character of our legal system. This common ground is key if we're going to accomplish the goal of keeping our communities safe, upholding the civil liberties of individuals, and protecting the legitimacy of law enforcement. None of these goals that I've outlined today are mutually exclusive, of course. We can and should clearly condemn the senseless violence we've seen and all causes of it, from a few bad apples wearing a badge to the bad actors and anarchists sparking riots and destruction in our streets. At the same time, we can work together on meaningful reforms and real results while upholding the respect and appreciation that is due to every American patriot who faithfully serves us on the thin blue line. I have faith that we can work together as a committee. This is a bipartisan concern, and we'll have bipartisan solutions, I hope. For the future of our country and for generations of Americans to come, we have to do that. I urge my colleagues in this moment, all of us, to hear and to listen to our witnesses and work with each other as friends and fellow Americans to understand the need in our communities and foster our discussions on a foundation of civility and mutual respect. We've started that, and I hope we can continue it. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. We have an unusually large panel today, but given the broad range of issues that we will be discussing, we have invited a broad range of witnesses. As is customary, the minority was given the opportunity to invite witnesses as well, and they have selected Mr. Bongino, Pastor Scott, and Ms. Underwood Jacobs. We welcome everyone and thank them for their participation. Now, if the witnesses would please rise, I will begin by swearing you in. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God? Let the record show that the witnesses answered in the affirmative. Thank you, and please be seated. Please note that each of your written statements will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, I ask that you summarize your testimony in 5 minutes. To help you stay within that time, for those witnesses testifying in person, there is a timing light on your table. When the light switches from green to yellow, you have 1 minute to conclude your testimony. When the light turns red, it signals your 5 minutes have expired. For our remote participants, there is a timer on your screen to help you keep track of time. Given the large number of witnesses, I will introduce each witness and then invite him or her to give his or her testimony before introducing the next witness. We will begin with Mr. Floyd. Philonise Floyd is the brother of George Floyd, who was killed by Minneapolis police officers on May 25th. Mr. Floyd has spoken eloquently about his brother's life, and we appreciate his being with us today, having flown to Washington to testify before us today directly from his brother's funeral in Houston yesterday. We are all so sorry for your loss. Mr. Floyd, you may begin.
Chairman Gerald Nadler and members of the committee, thank you for the invitation here today to talk about my big brother, George. The world knows him as George, but I called him Perry. Yesterday, we laid him to rest. It was the hardest thing I ever had to do. I'm the big brother now, so it's my job to comfort my brothers and my sisters, Perry's kids, and everyone who loved him. And that's a lot of people. I have to be the strong one now because George is gone. And me being the big brother now is why I'm here today, to do what Perry always would have done, to take care of the family and others. I couldn't take care of George that day he was killed, but maybe by speaking with you today, I can make sure that his death would not be in vain. To make sure that he is more than another face on a t-shirt, more than another name on a list that won't stop growing. George always made sacrifices for our family, and he made sacrifices for complete strangers. He gave the little that he had to help others. He was our gentle giant. I was reminded of that when I watched the video of his murder. He called all the officers sir. He was mild-mannered. He didn't fight back. He listened to all the officers. The man who took his life, who suffocated him for 8 minutes and 46 seconds, he still called them sir as he begged for his life. I can't tell you the kind of pain you feel when you watch something like that. When you watch your big brother, who you looked up to your whole entire life, die begging for his mom, I'm tired. I'm tired of pain. Pain you feel when you watch something like that. When you watch your big brother, who you looked up to for your whole life, die begging for his mom, I'm here to ask you to make it stop. Stop the pain. Stop us from being tired. George called for help, and he was ignored. Please listen to the call I'm making to you now, to the calls of our family and the calls ringing out the streets across the world. People of all backgrounds, genders, and races have come together to demand change. Honor them, honor George, and make the necessary changes that make law enforcement the solution and not the problem. Hold them accountable when they do something wrong. Teach them what it means to treat people with empathy and respect. Teach them what necessary force is. Teach them that deadly force should be used rarely and only when life is at risk. George wasn't hurting anyone that day. He didn't deserve to die over $20. I'm asking you, is that what a black man is worth? $20? This is 2020. Enough is enough. The people marching in the streets are telling you enough is enough. By the leaders that in our country, the world needs the right thing. The people elected you to speak for them, to make positive change. George's name means something. You have the opportunity here today to make your names mean something too. If his death ends up changing the world for the better, and I think it will, then he died as he lived. It is on you to make sure his death is not in vain. I didn't get the chance to say goodbye to Perry while he was here. I was robbed of that. But I know he's looking down at us now. Perry, look up at what you did. Big brother, you changed the world. Thank you for everything, for taking care of us when on earth, for taking care of us now. I hope you found Mama and you can rest in peace with power. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Floyd. Vanita Gupta is the president and CEO of the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights. Ms. Gupta previously served as an acting Assistant Attorney General at the Department of Justice and led the department's Civil Rights Division. She received her JD from New York University School of Law and her BA from Yale University. Ms. Gupta, you may begin.
Thank you, Chairman Nadler. Mr. Floyd, thank you for being here today and for those incredibly powerful words, and we are so sorry. Chairman Nadler, Ranking Member Collins, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. And thank you, Chairman Nadler, for calling this hearing on policing practices and the need for transformative policies that promote accountability, begin to reimagine public safety, and respect the dignity of all people. While the recent murder of George Floyd at the hands of 4 Minneapolis police officers put the issue of police brutality in the national spotlight, the outpouring of pain and anger is anything but a reaction to one isolated incident or the misconduct of a few bad apples. Instead, the outcry is a response to the long cycle of stolen lives and violence with impunity toward Black people in our nation. We are now at a turning point. There is no returning to normal. We have to create a new way forward, one that does more than tinker at the edges, that promotes data and training. We need something that truly transforms policing and leads to more accountability for communities. It is imperative that we get this right, and that Congress's response in this moment appropriately reflects and acknowledges the important work of Black Lives Matter, the movement for Black Lives, and so many people that are bringing us to this tipping point. My tenure as head of the Justice Department Civil Rights Division began 2 months after 18-year-old Michael Brown was killed by a police officer in Ferguson. The Justice Department was hardly perfect, but we understood our mandate to promote accountability and constitutional policing in order to build community trust. During the Obama administration, we opened 25 pattern of practice investigations to help realize greater structural and community-centered change, often at the request of police chiefs and mayors who needed federal leadership. After making findings, we negotiated consent decrees with extensive engagement and input from community advocates who not only identified unjust and unlawful policing practices, but also helped develop sustainable mechanisms for accountability and systemic change. That is not the Justice Department that we have today. Under both Attorneys General Jeff Sessions and Bill Barr, the department has abdicated its responsibility and abandoned the use of tools like pattern and practice investigations and consent decrees. Instead, it is focused on dismantling police accountability efforts and halting any new investigations. The disruption of crucial work in the Civil Rights Division and throughout the Department of Justice to bring forth accountability and transparency in policing is deeply concerning. In the absence of federal leadership, the Leadership Conference Education Fund launched the New Era of Public Safety Initiative, a comprehensive guide and toolkit outlining proposals to build trust between communities and police departments, restore confidence, and imagine a new paradigm of public safety. While much of these changes must happen at the state and local level, success is going to require the leadership, support, and commitment of the federal government, including Congress. Last week, the Leadership Conference and more than 400 civil rights organizations sent a letter to Congress to move us forward on a path of true accountability. The recommendations included the following. 1, create a national necessary standard on the use of force. 2, prohibit racial profiling, including robust data collection. 3, ban the use of chokeholds and other restraint maneuvers. 4, end the militarization of policing. 5, prohibit the use of no-knock warrants, especially in drug cases. 6, strengthen federal accountability systems and increase the Justice Department's authority to prosecute officers that engage in misconduct. 7, create a national police misconduct registry. And 8, end qualified immunity. The Leadership Conference was pleased to learn that the Justice and Policing Act, introduced Monday by both members of the House of Representatives and the Senate, reflects much of this accountability framework. This is Congress's most comprehensive effort in decades to substantially address police misconduct by taking on critical issues affecting Black and brown communities. And as the bill advances toward passage, we will continue to work on it and to ensure that real change is achieved. But let me just say in closing that policing reform alone is not going to solve the crisis that we're in today. This moment of reckoning requires leaders, together with communities, to envision a new paradigm of public safety that respects the human rights of all people. That means not just changing policing practices and culture, but ultimately shrinking the footprint of the criminal legal system in Black and brown people's lives. And it means shifting our approach to public safety from exclusively focusing on criminalization and policing towards investments in economic opportunity, education, healthcare, and other public benefits. Police chiefs and officers talk about the same thing. This approach will not only further equity, but also constitute effective policy. When we stop using criminal justice policy as social policy, we will make communities safer and more prosperous. Now is the time for Congress to pass lasting accountability measures, and we look forward to working with you until the day that these reforms are signed into law. George Floyd's death has impacted the world, and now it is on us to change it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Without objection, at the request of the ranking member, I will now recognize the distinguished Minority Leader of the House for a brief introduction of his constituent, our next witness, Angela Underwood Jacobs.
Thank you, Chairman Nadler and Ranking Member Jordan, for convening this very important hearing. Mr. Floyd, thank you for your powerful words. I'll make one promise to you: your brother will not have died in vain. I'm here to introduce Angela Underwood Jacobs, her husband Michael, and her daughter Trinity. More importantly, I'm here to listen to them and all of you. Now, I know Angela, and I'm proud to call her a friend. She is a mother, a businesswoman, and the first Black woman to become a city council member in Lancaster, California. Angela is here to testify because her brother, Dave Patrick Underwood, he was tragically and senselessly murdered in the line of duty 2 weeks ago in Oakland. We mourn and pray for Angela and the entire Underwood and Floyd family. As a member of the Federal Protective Service, Pat was guarding a federal courthouse, a symbol of equal justice and the rule of law, during the riots in Oakland on the night of his death. It appears his death was part of a targeted attack on federal law enforcement. We pray that justice comes swiftly and completely for Pat, for George Floyd, and all victims of violence. Pat Underwood should be alive today. George Floyd should be alive today. David Dern should be alive today. And so should countless others. And though we cannot bring them back, we can learn from their lives and deliver the justice and change they deserve. I hope that every member of this committee will listen closely and carefully to what Angela has to say. Our nation must listen, and it must heal. Like Dr. King, we must reconcile our differences with a renewed sense of love and compassion. Like President Lincoln, we must remember that we are not enemies, but we are friends. Friends that have a responsibility to rise above, to make sure we become the more perfect union we strive to be. And I hope at this moment in time, we rise to the occasion. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McCarthy. Ms. Underwood Jacobs, you may begin.
Thank you very much, and I truly appreciate the opportunity to be here today. As a nation, as a people, we must come together to defeat fear, hate, prejudice, and violence. I want to ensure the memory of my brother, Patrick, is as a catalyst against injustice, intolerance, and violence of any kind. I want to honor my brother, Dave Patrick Underwood, and our family, and help our nation think about how to navigate the righteous path to equality, freedom, and nonviolent systemic change. I want to extend my sympathies and condolences to George Floyd's family. Mr. Floyd's murder was just not cruel and reprehensible, but criminal. The officers involved should be brought to justice and held accountable for their actions or as well as their inaction. I wish that same justice for my brother Patrick, who served with distinction and honor as a federal officer for the Department of Homeland Security, until he was murdered anonymously by blind violence on the steps of the federal courthouse in Oakland, California. As he took his last breath on the cold, hard cement after being shot multiple times, he died. Fear, hatred, ignorance, and blind violence snatched the life of my brother Patrick from all of us. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. preached, "Always avoid violence. If you succumb to the temptation of using violence in your struggle, unborn generations will be recipients of a long and desolate night of bitterness. And your chief legacy to the future will be an endless reign of meaningless chaos." I have spoken to many people across this country, in fact, across the world, regarding what is going on in America. America is in pain, and she is crying. Can you hear her? I am here to seek justice through the chaos for my brother Patrick, for George Floyd, for citizens of all colors, for communities across America, and for the police officers that protect those communities and their citizens every day. The actions of a few are dividing us as a nation. At a time when we should be coming together and uniting for the well-being of all people. We will never solve generational systemic injustice with looting, burning, destruction of property, and killing in the name of justice. We must find lawful, peaceful solutions that uplift and benefit everyone. And this is greater than a black, white, or blue issue. It is a humanity issue. When those in a position of authority choose to abuse their power, that is the very definition of oppression. And when innocent people are harmed in the name of justice, no one prevails, we all lose. Everyone deserves the opportunity to feel heard, be seen, and feel safe. Police brutality of any kind must not be condoned. However, it is blatantly wrong to create an excuse out of discrimination and disparity to loot and burn our communities, to kill our officers of the law. It is a ridiculous solution to proclaim that defunding police departments is a solution to police brutality and discrimination, because it's not a solution. It gets us nowhere as a nation and removes the safety net of protection that every citizen deserves from their community's elected officials. There is a path to achieving what we desire and deserve as a nation and as a people: equality, fairness, justice, peace, and freedom from oppression. It is the same path we started on during the Civil Rights Movement. The solution to our nation's ills are straightforward. Education. We need to actually invest in education again and make it our nation's top priority. Through education comes knowledge, through knowledge comes understanding, and through understanding comes opportunity and freedom. Jobs. If there isn't any chance of making a decent living, there isn't any chance of having a decent, just society. We need to create more jobs that in turn will create more economic justice for all Americans. Housing. There is no way to live a decent life if you can't find, or in America's case, afford shelter. We need to listen and learn from each other. It's time for everyone to open their ears and listen to what each other has to say. America is the world's melting pot because we have so many people, cultures, beliefs, and points of view. And somehow we've become siloed. As a single voice in this chambers, attempting to honor my brother and family, I hope I can make a difference today. I want America to make a change. I want you as our representatives in Congress to make a change so that no one ever has to wake up to the phone call that I received telling me that my brother was shot dead and murdered. How my brother died was wrong, and I'm praying that we learn something about how he lived. Patrick was the type of man that when our mother fell to the ground as she was dying, he picked her lifeless body up as her spirit was leaving to place her upon her bed because that's where she wanted to die. My question is, who will pick up Patrick and carry his legacy? I believe this is a responsibility for all of us. Please do not let my brother Patrick's name go in vain. Patrick was a good man who only wanted to help others and keep his community safe. He had an infectious laugh and a corny sense of humor. He would go out of his way to help family, friends, and strangers. He did not deserve to die in such a horrendously inhumane way. No one does. Now, my family is in a state of hollow disarray. We all feel the anxiety of wondering what tomorrow may bring or may not bring, which has struck fear in our hearts. Nevertheless, I wholeheartedly urge us all Americans, not to give in to hate and anger, but to resolve conflict with kindness and love, to lead with a sense of purpose and renewed energy to create positive change, as I have outlined here through education, jobs, housing, and listening. Pat didn't tell anyone how to live, but he lived. And what an amazing life it was. I will never forget the way my brother smiled and the way that he loved his family with every piece of his heart. My wish is for us to live and live without fear and discrimination. Do not simply tolerate your neighbor, but strive to understand one another. And we will be a better, more just society for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next witness is Art Acevedo, who serves as the chief of the Houston Police Department and also serves as president of the Major Cities Chiefs Association. Chief Acevedo received his BS in Public Administration from the University of Laverne. Chief Acevedo, you may begin.
Thank you, Chairman. Ms. Underwood, Mr. Floyd, all of us at our condolences know that we're lifting you in our prayers. Chairman Nadler, Ranking Member Jordan, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to participate virtually in today's hearing. It's good to be with all of you, and especially my Congresswoman Sheila Jackson-Lee and Congresswoman Garcia. I want to thank Congresswoman Sheila Jackson-Lee and Congresswoman Bass for their leadership. As the Major City Chiefs Association reviews the Justice and Policing Act, please know that we support the intent and look forward to working with the committee. I appear before you today as the Chief of Police in Houston, Texas, and it is also my privilege to testify on behalf of the Major City Chiefs Association as their president. No matter the circumstance, every time a life is taken, a loved one is taken. George Floyd was a child of God and raised in Houston. His death was deeply disturbing and a shock to the conscience. Over the past few days, I've had the opportunity to meet with the Floyd family, and I will continue to lift them in prayer. Mr. Floyd, thank you to you and your family for allowing us to join you on your brother's journey home. There is no denying that changes in policing must be made. Out of crisis comes opportunity, and this is an opportunity for all of us to have some tough conversations, to listen, to learn, and to enact meaningful reform that is long overdue. As a profession, we must learn what is being shared with us. That includes being honest about our history. We must acknowledge that law enforcement's past contains institutional racism, injustices, and brutality. We must acknowledge that policing has had a disparate treatment and impact on disenfranchised communities, especially communities of color and poor communities. Several topics have risen to the forefront, and all reforms must be vetted and ensure that they are sustainable, effective, and have no unintended consequences. Several topics law enforcement plays an important role. No two calls for service are the same, and in Houston, we respond to an average of 1.2 million calls for service annually. Those calls disproportionately originate from communities of color. If we are going to talk about better policing, we also need to talk about the root causes behind the need for those calls for service. Some think defunding the police is the answer. I'm here to tell you on behalf of our mayor and other mayors across the country and police chiefs across this country and the diverse communities that we serve, this is simply not the answer. Defunding the police without addressing the social economic reality faced by poor communities and the disenfranchised and how they are riddled with missteps which would increase the need for police services. History has shown that underfunding the police can have disastrous consequences and hurt those most in need of our services. Appropriate police funding is critical to ensure agencies have resources to invest in technology like body-worn cameras, recruit qualified police officers who are service-minded, and train in implicit bias, train in cultural competency, train in de-escalation, and other critical training. The overwhelming majority of cops are good people. This cannot be lost. They are faithful public servants who put their uniform on every day, willing to make the ultimate sacrifice. We can't let, again, the actions of bad cops let us lose sight of the fact that most cops are good. We must all judge each other through the prism and content of our individual hearts and actions, and not through the prism of color and the uniform that we wear. While there is no national use of force standard and previous efforts at establishing one were met with disagreement, several components are ubiquitous throughout the U.S. Prioritization of the sanctity of life, duty to intervene, and the use of de-escalation tactics and techniques is a must. Let me be clear. The actions of the 4 officers involved in the death of Mr. Floyd are inconsistent, unjustified, and repulsive. They are contrary to the protocols of the policing profession, and they sabotage the law enforcement community's tireless efforts to build trust. Moving our profession forward begins with a sustained commitment to accountability. From the start of academy training, recruits must understand that they have an absolute duty to put public safety, service, and security first. In the Houston Police Department, we instill in our men and women the certainty that policy violations regarding truthfulness will lead to termination, or as we put it, if you lie, you die. It is important to note that every chief's administrative authorities are different across the nation, and that not everyone has the legal authority to take immediate action like Chief Arredondo did. I am encouraged while there have been eras in America's history when police have found it difficult to speak up. We are speaking up today. But let that be clear, for many years, officers have consistently been holding one another accountable, and complaints about police misconduct overwhelmingly originate from within agencies, not from members of the community. Communities have an absolute responsibility as well. We ask citizens to report police misconduct without fail. This will afford us the opportunity to investigate, track, and report those complaints. We must also address the issue of officers who have been terminated with cause only to get rehired by another department. Many of us refer to these individuals as gypsy cops. Many gypsy cops have exhibited troubling behavior, and that in turn undermines efforts to build trust with the public and efforts in terms of internal department accountability. Transparency breeds trust, and trust breeds respect. Mutual trust and respect between law enforcement and the public is crucial to good policing. The civil unrest occurring throughout our nation and throughout this entire country is a sobering reminder of how quickly we will lose public trust and the consequences of that fact. Ensuring the department looks more like the communities we serve helps build trust and confidence. Unique perspectives and insights help a department lead and serve the communities of color. I'm happy to report that the Major City Chiefs Association has several departments now that are minority majority, like the City of Houston and the Houston Police Department, and are reflective of the communities that we serve. On behalf of the Major City Chiefs, I want America to know that we hear you. We will continue to do everything in our power to facilitate your right to peacefully protest. The MCCA will not shy away from this challenge and will continue to be a leader and voice in the national discourse and race relations, policing, and reform. To the Floyd family and to the activists across the nation, our commitment is to be your voice, to join you, and to make sure that Mr. Floyd's death was not in vain. I yield the remainder of my time and look forward to any questions the committee may have.
Thank you, Chief. Our next witness is Ms. Sherilyn Ifill. Ms. Sherilyn Ifill is the President and Director Counsel of the NAACP Legal Defense and Educational Fund. She received her JD from New York University School of Law and her BA from Vassar College. Ms. Ifill, you may begin.
Good morning. My name is Sherilyn Ifill. I'm the President and Director Counsel of the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, the nation's oldest civil rights legal organization formed in 1940 by Thurgood Marshall. I want to thank Chairman Nadler, Ranking Member Jordan. I want to salute the leadership of Representative Bass and the Congressional Black Caucus on this issue. And I want to extend, on behalf of the Legal Defense Fund, my deepest condolences to the Floyd family and thank them for their courage and their voice at this important moment. We welcome the Justice in Policing Act as a first step in addressing the decades-long call and demand for policing reform. The legislation includes reforms that LDF's Policing Reform Campaign has advocated for years to ensure greater accountability for police officers who engage in misconduct and brutality. Members of Congress incorporated a number of our proposals in the Act, which is a step in the right direction toward ensuring police accountability nationwide. I want to first focus this committee's attention on the significance of this moment and the importance of the federal government's role in addressing this crisis. You are in a civil rights moment. In 1964, 1965, 66, and 67, cities all over the North in this country were gripped by urban unrest. In Watts and Detroit, Harlem, Minneapolis, and scores of other cities, Black people took to the streets to protest police brutality. It was during that period of unrest that Dr. Martin Luther King said, "Riots are the language of the unheard." The 1968 Kerner Commission was created to study the source of that unrest. And much of the report's findings and recommendations focused on law enforcement presence and conduct in Black communities. This period overlapped with the years that most people think of as the core civil rights movement, when Black people in the South petitioned, protested, marched, and demanded federal legislation to address segregation, voter suppression, and economic injustice. The result were core civil rights statutes, the Civil Rights Act of 1964, the Voting Rights Act of 1965, and the Fair Housing Act of 1968. But despite the unrest in northern cities, in over 100 cities during that decade, there was no legislation to address the issue of police brutality in African American communities. And as a result, very little has changed since that period as it relates to this issue. Therefore, too many officers know that they can commit the most heinous acts against African Americans without fear of accountability. Ranking Member Jordan said that the killers of George Floyd will face justice. But we also know that those who killed Philando Castile, Eric Garner, Terrence Crutcher, Eleanor Bumpers, Michael Stewart, Clifford Glover, Sean Bell, Amadou Diallo, and countless others never were held accountable for the crimes they committed. That snapshot of former Officer Derek Chauvin kneeling on the neck of George Floyd with his hands in his pockets, looking out with no fear of being videotaped, should shame every member of this body, every judge, every lawyer, everyone who has participated in the perpetuation of a system that calls itself a justice system, but routinely allows officers of the state to take innocent life with impunity. You have the chance now to change that. One of the key parts of the system of impunity has been qualified immunity, a defense that shields officials from the unforeseeable consequences of their act, but has been interpreted by courts so expansively that it now provides near immunity for police officers who engage in unconstitutional acts of violence. LDF has litigated a number of these cases. For example, in 2018, we filed a petition in the United States Supreme Court appealing a decision of the United States Court of Appeals for the 11th Circuit that affirmed summary judgment in favor of a law enforcement officer who tased our client, Carrie Illich, 19 times to death. The U.S. Supreme Court denied the petition, and this case was not a one-off. Every year, cert petitions are filed in the court seeking review of cases in which law enforcement officers have successfully eluded accountability for the most violent forms of brutality by raising the qualified immunity defense. The Justice in Policing Act seeks to address qualified immunity by amending the civil rights statute used most in police excessive use of force cases, 42 U.S.C. Section 1983, and we welcome this amendment. We want it to apply to all civil suits that are pending or filed after enactment of the Act, and we'll continue to work towards the elimination of qualified immunity. There's bipartisan support for ending qualified immunity, and so I'll close my remarks by quoting from a federal circuit court judge in a decision issued just this week in the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals. It was written by a judge appointed first to the bench by George W. Bush, and he said in Jones versus City of Martinsburg, Judge Henry Floyd said, Wayne Jones was killed just 1 year before the Ferguson, Missouri shooting of Michael Brown would once again draw national scrutiny to police shootings of Black people in the United States. 7 years later, we're asked to decide whether it was clearly established that 5 officers could not shoot a man 22 times as he lay motionless on the ground. Before the ink dried on this opinion, the FBI opened an investigation into the death of yet another Black man at the hands of police, this time George Floyd in Minneapolis. This has to stop. To award qualified immunity at the summary judgment stage in this case would signal absolute immunity for fear-based use of force, which we cannot accept. This decision represents a minority of cases, and so we need Congress to act. You are required by history to meet this civil rights moment. It is a moment in which we have a chance to transform our approach to public safety, to recognize that most community conflicts do not require the intervention of an armed officer, and to speak our values through federal and state budgets that prioritize our commitment to anti-discrimination, to public health, and to true public safety for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next witness is Darrell Scott, who is the founder and senior pastor of the New Spirit Revival Center, a non-denominational church in Cleveland Heights, Ohio. Pastor Scott is also the author of the book, Nothing to Lose, Unlikely Allies in the Struggle for a Better Black America. Pastor Scott, you may begin.
Chairman Nadler, members of committee, Ranking Member Jordan, thank you for inviting me to participate in these very serious hearings today. I want to begin by stating that the prospect of defunding and or dismantling police forces across the country is one of the most unwise, irresponsible proposals by American politicians in our nation's history and makes absolutely no sense at all, at least to me. I believe it is nothing short of the politicizing of current social events in an effort to garner votes during this election season. I also believe that it's a reactionary measure that can and will result in short and long-term damage to American society, particularly in our inner city and urban communities. Now, I recognize the fact that the elimination of excessive force and physical retaliation by officers of the law against American citizens is paramount today. I recognize the fact that racial profiling and the harsh treatment of minorities is a very real reality that must be eliminated immediately. I myself can testify of times in my life when I felt racially profiled by police. I can testify of times in my life when I was pulled over for driving while Black. I can testify of giving my grandson, who is now of driving age, the talk of how to properly behave if pulled over by police because he had the question of a very real fear of the possibility of death at the hands of police. In fact, my very first interaction with police when I was 13 years old resulted in me being roughed up. I could very easily have been George Floyd. George Floyd could have very easily been me, my brothers, my friends, or any number of any other Black men in America. However, I do not recommend throwing the baby out with the bathwater by labeling all police officers as bad cops simply because of the bad actions of a rogue segment of those whose job is supposed to be to protect and to serve American citizens. In fact, in certain inner city communities across America, increased funding for police and increased police presence is actually necessary in order to enforce the law and to guarantee the safety and the security of law-abiding members of those communities. As one who was formerly in that street life years ago, I might be a pastor, but I didn't come down from heaven. I came up out of hell with the rest of everybody else. I was formerly in that street life. I know very much about the criminal element, and I can state definitively that the criminal element in and of society would enjoy nothing better than a reduction in police presence and police power. It would allow those with criminal intentions and criminal actions to flourish virtually unchallenged in the communities of America. The law-abiding members of society would be directly threatened by the absence of police or the inability of police to respond to criminal activities, and in many cases would endeavor to take the law into their own hands to ensure their safety and well-being, as evidenced by the response of some who decided to defend themselves and their property from vandalism. An absence of police presence could potentially give rise to acts of domestic terrorism, mob rule, gang rule, neighborhood intimidation, oppression, and vigilantism. Defunding of police departments has already happened in a number of American cities, and rather than remedying problems, has actually made conditions much worse. The city of Cleveland, my hometown, is a prime example of the results of police defunding. In 2004, the city of Cleveland laid off 285 officers. The entire police budget was slashed by 31%. To cover basic services, the following units were either disbanded or cut forever. The district strike force units, the narcotics unit was completely cut. SWAT was downsized. The fugitive unit was disbanded. The auto theft unit was disbanded. The intelligence unit was cut to bare bones. The mounted unit was cut 85%. The aviation unit was down completely for 3 years and is now only utilized during special events. The harbor unit was disabled. The boat sits rotting in a dry dock. The scientific investigation unit was cut 80%. All the lab techs were let go. All evidence collection is now done by priority. The DARE problem, the Drug Abuse Resistance Education Program, was cut. Community policing was cut 45%. Cleveland went through a decade-long downsizing, which saw the department reduced from 1,900 officers to 1,500 officers on average. Zone car coverage, which directly affects citizens, has been cut. Police presence in any given district or in any given shift has been cut in half. 1- and 2-man units have been cut in half. Response time is dramatically longer if the police show up at all. The murder rates have climbed. The property crime is at record levels. Aggravated robbery statistics are higher. Drug sales, drug use, drug abuse is higher. Drug and alcohol-related motor vehicle accidents are the highest they've ever been. Cleveland has went from a relatively safe city per capita to an unbelievably unsafe city. Calls for service have increased even though the population has dropped significantly over the last 20 years. Once safe areas of the city are now unsafe. Once nice neighborhoods in the city are now not nice. Homicides are up 55% in Cleveland from this time last year, and Cleveland now has a higher murder rate per 100,000 residents than Chicago does. I believe that police departments are only as effective as politicians and their appointees allow them to be. Consequently, politicians and appointees are directly responsible for the state of their police departments. Law-abiding citizens, and I've spoken to a great deal of them, overwhelmingly think that defunding or disbanding police departments is a horrible idea. Community policing is a very viable option to address the needs of inner city communities. Having police in the communities to actually get to know the residents is the best way to obtain the results that we all want. When I was growing up, the residents and the business owners knew the police officers that were assigned to our neighborhoods, and their presence was a deterrent to criminal activity. So in short, defunding of police departments in America has already happened, and it is proven to be an epic fail. We cannot allow that paradigm to continue if we want the neighborhoods of America to be safe to live in, the streets of America to be safe for residents to walk on, and the communities of America conducive for businesses to thrive in. So I recommend and I agree with the fact that police reform, or better yet, police revision should be enacted. But it has to be one that is sensitive to the stress, tension, pressure, and paranoia that policing produces. The fact that on any given day, any given call, any given stop can result in an officer's death can be very challenging mentally, while also being sensitive to the citizens of America who are supposed to be protected by the police and not be enemies of the police, whether in the suburbs or in the inner cities, whether we're black, white, red, yellow, or brown. I really believe that most police officers, most cops began their careers, most bad cops began their careers as good cops, but they allowed the rigors of their job to affect their perspectives and their social interaction with those they are supposed to protect, and they began perceiving those that they are supposed to protect as those they themselves need to be protected from. I'm in agreement. I endorse police reform, but it has to be sensitive to both sides of that issue. Thank you for allowing me. God bless you.
Thank you. Before I call the next witness, I just remind witnesses to turn off their mics when you're not speaking. Turn them on when you're speaking, turn them off when you're not speaking, please. Our next witness is Mr. Paul Butler. He's the Albert Brick Professor at Georgetown University Law Center, where he specializes in criminal law and race relations. Professor Butler is also the author of the book, Let's Get Free, A Hip-Hop Theory of Justice and Chokehold, Policing of Black Men. Mr. Butler received his JD from Harvard Law School and his BA from Yale University. Mr. Butler, you may begin.
Chairman Nadler, Ranking Member Jordan, honorable members of the committee, thank you for this opportunity to testify. Mr. Floyd and Ms. Underwood Jacobs, I'm so sorry for your loss. May the memory of your brothers, the memory of the other martyrs, be a blessing to the people all over the country, all over the world who are rising up in what Martin Luther King called the beautiful struggle for equal justice. There has never, not for 1 minute in American history, been peace between black people and the police. And nothing since slavery has sparked the level of outrage among African Americans as when they feel under violent attack by the police. Black people have endured Jim Crow segregation, being shut out of Social Security and the GI Bill, massive resistance to school desegregation, nonstop efforts to prevent us from voting, and poison water. But the rare times black people have set aside traditional civil rights strategies and instead have risen in the streets, destroyed property, and resisted symbols of the state has been because of something that the police have done. Watts in '65, Newark in '67, Miami 1980, LA 1992, Ferguson 2015, Baltimore 2016, Minneapolis in 2020. All of those cities went up in flames because the police killed another black man. Unlawful violence is never acceptable, either as a misguided approach of a few or as an abuse of the power and trust we place in law enforcement officers. The main problem is not bad apple cops. Officers have difficult jobs and many serve with honor and valor. Still, almost every objective investigation of a police department finds that police as policy treat African Americans with contempt. The police kill, wound, pepper spray, beat up, detain, frisk, handcuffs, and use dogs against black people in circumstances in which they do not do the same to white people. When armed agents of the state are harming American citizens in our name, we the people must ask why. In the past 2 weeks, we've seen acts of grace and bravery by police officers. Cops in New York took a knee. In Houston, Chief Acevedo arranged for an honor guard to accompany Mr. Floyd's body when he came home. Unfortunately, we have also witnessed these past 2 weeks police officers commit deplorable acts of violence against the citizens they've sworn to serve and protect. In New York, officers drove 2 large police vehicles into a crowd of protesters. In Atlanta, officers broke the window of a car, dragged out 2 college students, and shot them with a stun gun. In Buffalo, a police officer knocked a 75-year-old man to the ground, but what happened next was just as bad. When 2 officers were disciplined for that criminal conduct, 57 other officers quit the squad in protest. President Obama's task force on policing decried the warrior mentality present among too many law enforcement officers. In Buffalo, the nation saw warriors on steroids. African American and Hispanic people disproportionately bear the cost. Blacks are about 20% of the population of Minneapolis, but 60% of the people who cops use violence against. The result is that there are more black people in the criminal legal system today than there were slaves in 1850. When I mentioned to a young man I mentor that if he attended protests, he should wear a mask, he said he certainly would try, but he wanted me to know that as a young black man, he has a greater risk of dying from police violence than from the coronavirus. According to the National Academy of Science, 1 in 1,000 African American men and boys will be killed by the police. What African Americans need to realize equal justice under the law is for selective enforcement and police brutality to end. We need the police to stop killing us, to stop beating us up, to stop arresting us in situations in which they would not do those things to white people. The Justice in Policing Act is a common sense reform. Among other things, it requires cops to be trained on understanding racial bias. In Minneapolis, as 3 officers crushed the life out of Mr. Floyd and another served as a lookout, somebody in the crowd said to the cops, "He's human, bro." But these 4 officers did not treat Mr. Floyd like a human being. Too often, police work seems to enforce the dehumanization of people of color. Understanding the history and reality of racism in the United States will make our men and women in blue more effective officers. In the end, this hearing is about the legitimacy and sustainability of our democracy. No justice, no peace is not a threat. It is simply a description of how the world works. The multiracial, multi-generational demonstrations that have risen up all over the United States reflect the wonderful diversity of our great nation and the potential of ordinary citizens to make our country live up to its highest ideals. The Justice and Policing Act of 2020 heralds the urgency of transformation and the promise for all Americans of equal justice under the law.
Thank you, Mr. Butler. Our next witness is Benjamin Crump. Benjamin Crump is the founder and principal owner of Ben Crump Law. He is also currently representing George Floyd's family. Mr. Crump received his JD and BA from Florida State University. Mr. Crump, you may begin.
Thank you, Chairman Nadler and distinguished members of the committee. I know all the speakers have 5 minutes to speak, but I wish it was 8 minutes and 46 seconds, not as a symbolic gesture, but as an actual exact time reference of how long George Floyd literally begged. He literally narrated a documentary of his death, begging for his life, saying, "I can't breathe," and calling for his mama. The death of George Floyd has galvanized the world and mobilized Americans to demand a more just system of policing, because it's become painfully obvious that what we have right now are 2 systems of justice, one for white Americans and another for Black Americans. George is one in a long line of Black Americans who unjustly are killed at the hands of police or, in George's case, at the knee of the police, including Breonna Taylor, Pamela Turner, Botham Jean, Michael Brown, Stephon Clark, Eric Gardner, Tamir Rice, Philando Castile, Terrence Crutcher, Laquan McDonald, just to name a few. And the list goes on and on. But it is important, Mr. Chairman, that we remember their names. It's way past time that we revise the role of police to become peacekeepers and community partners. Of course, they must be prepared to protect themselves and the public in direct, life-threatening situations. But these should be the exception and not the rule. What we are witnessing throughout our country is not that. Americans are being tear gassed in the streets, hit with rubber bullets, shoved violently to the ground, cracking their skulls against the pavement, beaten bloody with batons. And for what? For demanding justice for Black Americans. Our constitutional rights are under attack, and not in the shadows, but in the broad daylight. Changing the behavior of police and their relationships with people of color starts at the top. We need a national standard for policing behavior built on transparency and accountability. The only reason we know what happened to George Floyd is because it was captured on video. The advent of video evidence is bringing into the light what long was hidden. It's revealing what Black Americans have known for a long, long time, that it is dangerous for a Black person to have an encounter with a police officer. Given the incidents that have led to this moment in time, it should be mandatory for police officers to wear body cams and should be considered obstruction of justice to turn them off. Like a black box data recorder in an airplane, body cams replace competing narratives with a single narrative, the truth, with what we see with our own eyes. Second, insist that police officers only use the level of force needed based on the level of threat actually posed by the circumstances. We've seen way too many Black people shot in the back, or unarmed Black people shot and killed, or a handcuffed Black man face down on the pavement, asphyxiated by a knee on his neck for 8 minutes and 46 seconds, though he posed no threat at all. Neck restraints were used by Minnesota police more than 200 times, resulting in suspects losing consciousness at least 44 times. Lethal restraints like chokeholds and strangleholds should be outlawed. Finally, reform how qualified immunity applies to police officers. If officers know they have immunity, they act with impunity. If officers know they can unjustly take the life of a Black person with no accountability, they will continue to do so. That's what you saw in the eyes of Derek Chauvin with his hand casually tucked in his pocket as he extinguished the life of George Floyd. Accountability requires that officers face public consequences for unjustly taking a life or brutalizing a fellow American that they are sworn to protect and serve. Too often, many officers are silent in the face of evil because of the blue shield, the Brotherhood of Police Officers, which fosters systematic racism and abuse. But there's a higher brotherhood that God calls us to honor, the brotherhood of mankind, black and white. That's what we're witnessing in the diversity of the protesters filling our streets, even today. And that's the brotherhood our police officers must honor above all. The Founding Fathers knew they had not built an infallible system, a faultless union, but they did task us with the perpetual duty to aim for it, a more perfect union of justice, liberty, resilience, hope, and compassion. We have to do better, and we must strive to live up to those American ideals. We are better than this. Chairman, members of the committee, you have the power to make this moment in history the tipping point so many of us have been waiting for, fighting for, and praying for, that Americans are marching for. You have the power to make sure that George Floyd's death is not in vain. I've been asking for us to take a breath. Number one, the breath that George Floyd was denied. Secondly, take a breath to consider how we use police in our society and how we hold them accountable for the tremendous power we place in their hands. Thirdly, to take a breath to consider how we create a more perfect union that extends equal protection and equal justice to people of color. And finally, to take a breath for George Floyd, because his life mattered and Black lives matter. I thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Crump. Ron Davis is the Legislative Affairs Chair of the National Organization of Black Law Enforcement Executives, or NOBLE. From 2013 to 2017, Mr. Davis directed the Office of Community-Oriented Policing Services at the U.S. Department of Justice. In 2014, he was appointed Executive Director of the President's Task Force on 21st Century Policing. Mr. Davis received his BA from Southern Illinois University and completed the Senior Executives in State and Local Government program at Harvard University Kennedy School of Government. Mr. Davis, you may begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Collins. I want to thank you for hosting this hearing, and I come to you today on behalf of NOBLE and on behalf of our President, Police Chief C.J. Davis, the Executive Board. We want to again thank you for allowing us to testify today. As you mentioned before, serving as a director of the cops office, I also served close to 30 years as a police officer, 20 years in Oakland, and about 9 years as the police chief in the city of East Palo Alto. I do want to say NOBLE joins the nation in condemning the heinous killing of Mr. Floyd, and we offer our heartfelt condolences and prayers to the Floyd family. And I want to thank Mr. Floyd this morning for his powerful testimony and strong recommendations. Yet, Mr. Chairman, we know that the date George Floyd is just one in a long list of tragedies. We also know that the vast majority, as the Reverend had mentioned, of police officers in this country are decent, honorable, committed men and women to service. But we know that the core problem of policing are not just about a few bad apples. I think too often we focus on the bad apples, and we need to acknowledge, Mr. Chairman, that the problem of policing today is continued use of draconian policing systems that still suffer from structural racism and severe institutional deficiencies. Under these systems, even good cops have bad outcomes, and bad cops and racist cops can operate with impunity. Most of the systems that we are talking about were determined why we police, how we police, where we police, were constructed in the 40s, 50s, and 60s, and they were actually constructed to enforce Jim Crow and other discriminatory practices. In other words, this committee should acknowledge, the nation needs to acknowledge that our policing systems are in fact not broken. They are doing what they were actually designed to do. To understand this hard truth is to recognize that this system cannot be reformed, it must be reconstructed. It also means that the demand for policing reform should not require an indictment against all police. In fact, it is our hope that our brothers and sisters who wear the badge will not only embrace this moment, but will join this movement and become a part of the change that is needed. We've seen police chiefs and officers walk with crowds and take a knee, and that is great. We now need them to take a stance and stand with the community as we reconstruct this unjust system. The first step in reconstructing a new system is to strengthen police accountability and trust with our communities. This, in fact, was the core charge that President Obama gave the task force on 21st century policing. And in 2015, the task force provided recommendations for police agencies and their communities to advance this. Unfortunately, the Trump administration not only tossed this report away, it has actually retreated backwards to the so-called law and order days in which the mass arrest of men of color was this nation's crime strategy. We need to abandon that dangerous rhetoric. We need to abandon the idea of law and order, and we need to embrace a peace and justice mantra that enhances public safety and ensures justice for all. Mr. Chairman, we need the support of the federal government to further advance the recommendations from President Obama's task force. We also need to make some immediate actions. In the interest of time, I will say that we support the 8 bullets that Benita Gupta outlined with the Leadership Conference of Civil Rights, and I won't go over those 8 bullets since it's already in the testimony. We also believe that we need to immediately rescind the Sessions memo so that the Department's Civil Rights Division, Department of Justice Civil Rights Division, can immediately restore the use of consent decrees where appropriate. We believe that we should restore programs within the COPS office that allows police departments to do voluntary reviews so that they can identify deficiencies in their operating systems and structural programs. And we believe that all police agencies should obtain some type of accreditation before receiving federal funds. We also need the federal government's help in supporting local and state efforts. In the absence of this DOJ, it's been the states that have been stepping up. So for example, the state of California and Governor Gavin Newsom passed Assembly Bill 392, the most comprehensive use of force reform bill in the nation. Last week, Governor Newsom also ordered the state to stop teaching the carotid hold or carotid restraints or chokehold and made clear that he would support any legislation that prohibit those techniques. In Illinois, former Attorney General Lisa Madigan and current Attorney General Kwame Raoul used their office to negotiate with the city of Chicago to adopt the most comprehensive consent decree in the nation's history. And in California, Attorney General Becerra used his office to conduct pattern and practice investigations, provide organizational assessments, and use of force reviews. And most recently in Minnesota, Attorney General Keith Ellison worked with Department of Safety Commissioner John Harrington and used their office to convene a task force, a working group of diverse people to address the issue of police deadly encounters. Now, unfortunately, the group released their report just weeks after Mr. Floyd was killed, so it was too late to unpack that tragedy, but it does provide a roadmap for Minnesota as it moves forward. These are all activities that the Trump administration has
Thank you,
walked away
Mr.
from.
Davis.
And these are all activities that are sorely needed if we're going to address police reform. In some, the recommendations that have been outlined, the ones I just mentioned, the ones that Ms. Gupta outlined, the ones that you've heard today, are all contained in the Justice and Policing Act. And we appreciate Congresswoman Bass, yourself, Mr. Nadler, and all the co-sponsors for introducing this comprehensive bill. And Noble looks forward to working with this body as you move the bill forward. As we proceed, there are immediate steps that I believe police leaders and departments can take. And I want to basically quickly go over 5 points that I would ask my colleagues, police chiefs and police leaders to follow. And that these are the steps that we can do to start the racial reconciliation that was mentioned earlier that we have yet to do, and to start the reimagining policing process. The first step is to publicly acknowledge the historical and current, too often we just say historical, but the historical and current police abuses that occur and its impacts on communities of color. The more police chiefs acknowledge this, do so publicly, the more we can start our reconciliation. Second, the acceptance of responsibility to change our policing system and its culture. 3, I think it is time for all police officers to reaffirm their oath of office to the Constitution and to the core principles of our democracy. And I say that because we need to be reminded that the oath is to the Constitution, not to each other, not to the police department, not to the police union, but to the Constitution and our democracy. 4, collaborate with community to redefine and reimagine policing, including the development of reinvestment strategy that rely less on police or more community-based safety programs. As we debate funding about the departments, I think we can have some core agreement that we definitely we need to invest in the social programs, the community-based programs that go more to the core problems of crime and justice systems.
Mr. Davis, your time has expired. Mr. Davis, thank you for your testimony. Your time has expired. Our next witness is Daniel Bongino. Daniel Bongino has served with both the New York Police Department and the United States Secret Service. He's also a best-selling author and host of the Dan Bongino Show podcast. Mr. Bongino has an MBA from Penn State University and both an MA and BA from the City University of New York. Mr. Bongino, you may begin.
Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Jordan, I deeply appreciate the opportunity to speak on this critical issue. Ms. Underwood Brooks, Mr. Floyd, deeply sorry for your loss. I can only hope you take some solace in the justice that we all pray is to come. I mean that. That was a tough video to watch for all of us. Police Officer Dan O'Sullivan, he was a friend of mine. We went through the police academy together. Sadly, we lost touch when we graduated, so we were both assigned to separate precincts, different areas of the city of New York. Dan and I were briefly reunited in 1998, but it was no joyous occasion. I was reunited with Dan in a hospital in Queens, where he was hospitalized with devastating injuries after pulling over off duty to assist a driver in a critical emergency situation. He was hurt badly. Dan was the very essence of a public servant. Dan always put himself last while putting his commitment to the safety and security of the public he pledged to serve always first. That was the Dan I knew. During my employment with both the NYPD and the United States Secret Service, I had the honor and profound privilege of working with agents and police officers who had committed themselves to a higher cause. Just like Dan, I met so many of these committed public servants that sadly I can't even recall all their names anymore. These are good men and women. Yes, as with any profession, there are officers, no question, who aren't suited for the job. Some will cause trouble, sometimes worse. We've seen that. But in my experience, this is rare and becoming rare. The special agents I work with and remain friends with to this day in the Secret Service joined members of the NYPD and New York City Fire Department on that tragic day of September 11, 2001. You know what they did? They sprinted into those burning buildings and personally escorted people out. As we all know, those buildings collapsed, taking many of those brave NYPD and FDNY souls with them. Those brave souls were running into the buildings. Everyone else was evacuating. These are the types of people I was honored and deeply privileged to work with. Public safety came first. Everything else came second. Sometimes even their own families. The defund the police movement will target these heroes. They are the police, these people. It's not some amorphous mass that will be affected. It's real heroes in real time, right now. Removing these heroes from your communities and my community will do nothing but ensure chaos and destruction. Police officers are the front lines, putting themselves between the evildoers among us and the honest, hardworking Americans, just yearning for some security and prosperity in a small slice of Americana. We can and should commit to police accountability, there's no question about that, but we can do it without shredding the thin wall between civilization and chaos. There are few jobs in the country as stressful as policing. I receive an email or a text a few times a year notifying me about the death or injury of a police officer I knew, worked with, or knew someone I worked with. Imagine if that was happening at your job. Think about that just for a minute. God forbid you found out a coworker of yours was killed or injured in the line of duty in the course of doing their job. You didn't just get the text, you got this text a couple times a year. That's policing. That's what they do. They risked their own lives for yours. I'll say in closing, I spoke at an event for police officers years ago, and a spouse of one of these heroes said this. She said, the most wonderful sound in the world for the spouse of a police officer is the sound of Velcro at night. Maybe saying, why Velcro? Because it's how a police officer's body armor is secured to their bodies. And when that body armor comes off and that sound echoes in their ears, the families of these heroes know that they're finally home safely. I ask you, please, with the greatest of respect and humility, please stop this defund the police abomination before someone gets hurt. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Bongino. Our next witness is Philip Goff. Philip Goff is the co-founder and president of the Center for Policing Equity. He also serves as the inaugural Franklin A. Thomas Professor in Policing Equity at John Jay College of Criminal Justice. Dr. Goff received his PhD and MA from Stanford University and the AB from Harvard University. Dr. Goff, you may begin.
Thank you, Chairman Nadler, Ranking Member Jordan, members of the House Judiciary Committee. I want to say that we mourn with you. And to Mr. Floyd, I want to thank you especially for your powerful witness in front of this body and the entire country. I offer my deepest condolences for the circumstances that made your presence here necessary. I want to say that your words have moved a nation that was already mourning with you. To everyone gathered, it is my honor to be back before the committee to provide testimony on policing practices and law enforcement accountability. My background and training are in behavioral science. I am the inaugural Franklin A. Thomas Professor in Policing Equity. I was a witness for the President's Task Force in 21st Century Policing, a member of the National Academies of Sciences Committee that issued a consensus report on proactive policing, and was one of the 3 leads on the recently concluded Department of Justice-funded National Initiative for Building Community Trust and Justice. But I am likely best known for my work with the Center for Policing Equity, the leading research and action organization focused on equity and policing, and my testimony today is in that capacity. CPE maintains the National Science Foundation-funded National Justice Database, which we understand is the largest collection of police behavioral data in the world. Our work focuses on combining police behavioral data, psychological survey data, and data from the U.S. Census to estimate not just racial disparities in police outcomes, such as stops and use of force, but the portion of those disparities for which law enforcement are actually responsible and can do something about. I have to say that what we have seen in the streets of the United States over the past 2 weeks nearly defies description. Some have called it massive protest, others have called it a riot, others have called it a revolution. What I am confident is that what we have seen has been larger than the incident that sparked collective outrage and is still tearing at the fabric of our democracy. What has spilled out onto the streets of this nation is even larger than our grief at the brutal extinction of George Floyd's life and the light of the 1,000 citizens per year killed by police, a number that has not changed significantly since newspapers began cataloging those numbers in 2015. What we're seeing on the streets of the United States is a past due notice for the unpaid debts owed to Black people for 400 plus years. If the responses to this moment are not proportional to that debt, I fear we will continue to pay it with interest again and again and again. Turning to the complex issue of police reform, I applaud the work of Chairman Nadler and Congresswoman Bass for putting forth a comprehensive proposal to rethink how we best hold law enforcement accountable to the ideal of equality. The Justice and Policing Act of 2020 contains a number of critical reforms, including banning neck restraints and creating a national registry of police misconduct. In my capacity at CPE, however, I want to spend a moment focusing on what science says about bias in policing. I feel it's important to set a baseline, especially with all of the false information circulating in media, given the general vacuum in the ecosystem on evidence in this area. First, there is no doubt that Black, Native, and Latinx people in this country have more contact with law enforcement than do white people. There's also relative agreement that where there are fewer public services, so fewer drug treatment, mental health, job training programs, law enforcement has more contact with residents. There is evidence of racial bias in who was contacted by police and who was targeted for force. However, it is also the case that clearly not all the disparities we see are from police policy or behavior. It is some, but not all. Given this understanding of bias in policing, what are we to do? As we've already heard today, the most recent debate is between institutional reform and defunding the police. While there is no quantitative research literature on abolishing policing, there are reasons to believe that many within Black communities are not fully aligned with this vision. Historical and polling research reveal that Black communities support less biased and less deadly law enforcement more than eliminating it. With the mood of the nation changing so quickly, so too may these attitudes. And still, to the degree that a path forward involves using police budgets to invest in Black communities, the process must be led by evidence. Evidence about what programs work, both in policing and in communities, and evidence about where cities can safely receive a higher return on their investment in community empowerment. And regardless, there is no need to wait for a decision on police budgets to invest in our most vulnerable communities. Wherever the country lands on police budgets, we can all agree that communities that have the resources to solve their own problems and do not need to call the police in the first place are safer communities that are better equipped to realize the American dream. There is no reason to avoid this obvious truth, and there is no reason not to act on it now. As I previously mentioned, the Justice and Policing Act of 2020 contains the best federal police reform package of the bills I have seen before this Congress, and CPE supports its passage. Many of our partners in law enforcement, the chiefs, who are experts on public safety, support many of its provisions, especially the federal ban on neck restraints and the implementation of a national registry of police officers who have been fired for misconduct. These reforms are long overdue, and such common sense reforms should be enacted immediately.
Thank you very
More specifically and briefly, I want to emphasize the need for a national registry of police officers who have been fired for misconduct is a reform that will increase transparency and the public's trust in law enforcement agencies. Doctors and lawyers, those tasked with protecting life and liberty, as officers have to do both on their jobs every day, those, along with many other professions, are required to be licensed, and their employment data are shared across state lines by appropriate entities and in appropriate ways. Without such a registry for law enforcement,
Dr. Goff. Your 5 minutes have expired. Our next witness is Mark Morial. Mark Morial is the president and CEO of the National Urban League. Mr. Morial also served as mayor of New Orleans from 1994 to 2002. He received his JD from Georgetown Law School and his BA from the University of Pennsylvania. Mr. Morial, you may begin.
Thank you very much, Chair Nadler and Ranking Member Jordan, members of the committee. To Representative Bass, thank you for your incredible leadership on this issue. First, we at the National Urban League strongly support the passage of the Justice in Policing Act. And to Mr. Floyd and Ms. Underwood Jacobs, I join in sharing our thoughts and our prayers with you on your losses. Your courage is admirable. Thank you very much. Between 1882 and 1968, that's an 86-year period, 4,742 people, mostly black, were lynched in the United States. These murders were turned into public spectacles, with people being tortured, mutilated, and burned in front of hundreds of spectators, mocking their deaths. In 1922, the United States House of Representatives had the courage to pass a bill to make lynching a federal crime. However, white supremacists in the United States Senate filibustered that bill and blocked 200 attempts to pass that bill, a blockage which continues to this day in the United States Senate. Imagine if in 1922, the Congress of the United States had demonstrated the courage to make lynching a federal crime, how many of those 4,742 people would not have died? Today, we look at most recent history, and we see from 1954 to 1965, dozens of civil rights activists were murdered including the 4 little girls at that Birmingham church in 1963. But this Congress, in 1964 and 1965, this Congress with bipartisan majorities and the courage of a Southern president who had previously supported segregation, demonstrated the courage and the conviction to pass the 1964 Civil Rights Act, the 1965 Voting Rights Act, and the 1968 Fair Housing Act. Since 2013, when Trayvon Martin was killed in Florida, 1,291 black people have been shot and killed by the police. Over 100 of them were unarmed. And now, in 2020, as we stand just 6 years away from the 250th anniversary of this nation, before the eyes of the world, George Floyd was lynched on the streets of Minneapolis, Minnesota. And the world, from Hungary to New Zealand to Australia to Paris to London to big cities, small towns, every village, every hamlet, every neighborhood in this nation have risen up in mainly peaceful protests to simply say enough is enough. Enough is enough, and Black Lives Matter. This Justice in Policing Act represents a bold and clear step forward, but an opportunity. An opportunity at a historic time in American history as to whether this nation's elected representatives will hear the pain, hear the cries, hear the suffering, hear the outrage, and realize this is not the time for a de minimis, backroom, Washington political compromise. That this is a moment for bold and courageous action. And the type of action where 20, 40, 60 years hence, history will ask, your children will ask, your grandchildren will ask, where did you stand? Where did you stand? This is a moment not of politics. This is not a moment of black or white. This is a moment of morality. It's a moment of human decency. This act does a number of things. It bans some practices that we all know have to be banned. Chokeholds, no-knock warrants, racial profiling. It creates a multi-tiered accountability system, some through the system of the courts in both civil and criminal proceedings, and strengthens the hands of the Justice Department so that it can do its job. It also suggests
Thank you, Mayor Morial.
an accreditation program. So let me just say one last thing, Mr. Chairman, if you'll indulge me, and I'll go back to what I said earlier. I'm asking this Congress, this body, and the United States Senate to recognize the gravity of this moment and the importance of this time, and to stand with the people of this nation to say enough is enough, Black Lives Matter.
Thank you, Mayor Morial. We've now heard from all the witnesses before the committee. The committee will now stand in recess for 45 minutes for lunch. As a matter of safety, there will be no eating in this room. The committee will reconvene in 45 minutes. The committee is in recess.
When they come back, are we supposed to be for questions? Let's find out. Well, Benita, are we supposed to stay for the second?
No, we're going to go eat somewhere.
But I mean, are we supposed to be here when they reconvene?
We are.
Oh, we are.
45 minutes, because
We're
we're
supposed
going to do the questions. We're all seated back in our
Oh,
seats.
okay, all right, okay. I can't.
You can't stay?
No, I
And again, we are now asking all of our witnesses to turn on your videos. You can keep yourselves muted, but we need those videos on from here on out. Thank you.
If everyone will get seated, please, we'll reconvene. The committee will be in order. We will now proceed under the 5-minute rule with questions. I will begin by recognizing myself for 5 minutes. On May 25th, in the twilight of Memorial Day, Derek Chauvin of the Minneapolis Police Department held his knee to George Floyd's motionless neck and pressed his face to the pavement for 8 minutes and 46 seconds as Mr. Floyd pleaded for relief, repeating the words, "I can't breathe." Mr. Floyd, I'm sure you've seen the video. Can you think of any reason why Officer Chauvin would need to hold his knee on your brother's neck for over 8 minutes?
No, sir. I don't really know why he did it, but personally, I think it was personal because they worked at the same place. So for him to do something like that, it had to be premeditated, and he wanted to do that.
And intentional.
Yes, sir.
Now, we've learned since then that Officer Chauvin faced at least 17 misconduct complaints during his career on the Minneapolis police force. He was named in a brutality lawsuit. He shot and critically wounded a man after a brief and nonviolent confrontation. Mr. Floyd, how did you feel when you learned about Officer Chauvin's history of misconduct?
He should have been off the force. Any officer committing an act like that shouldn't be able to get a job in any county after they get fired. The guy, they had enough evidence to sit there and fire them, but they didn't have enough evidence to arrest them. I'm not understanding that.
Ms. Gupta, does this make any sense? Should we keep police officers with long histories of misconduct complaints on patrol?
No, we shouldn't. It is why the Leadership Conference has pushed for the establishment of a national police misconduct registry. It's a national registry of all federal, state, and local law enforcement officials that would be created containing information on misconduct complaints, discipline, and termination records, and records of certification. I will tell you there's actually significant law enforcement support for this kind of registry, and prosecutors around the country have asked for this kind of registry, but chiefs in particular have said that this is a real problem when they don't have this kind of information when they're making hiring decisions.
And that's why we have the registry provision in the Policing and Justice bill that we're considering.
That's correct.
Thank you. Now, Chief Acevedo, you manage a large urban police force. Are repeated misconduct complaints a red flag?
Yes, they are, Mr.
And what do you think we can do about that?
Well, we make it real clear to our officers that and our employees that none of them are cats, that you don't get 9 lives. And quite frankly, we use the tenets of progressive discipline. Sometimes labor will argue, why are you firing somebody if you believe in progressive discipline? And the answer is simple. If the crime or the policy violation supports termination, indefinite suspension, that's what we do, whether it's the first offense or the third offense. But a pattern of misconduct cannot be tolerated, should not be tolerated, and that's why it's important to also use the pattern of complaints, whether they're sustained or not sustained or unfounded, to look for any type of patterns of conduct to see if there's any commonality, to see if we need to take a deeper look at our employees.
And so you would think it a good idea to have a national registry so that one police department knew about the misconduct of an officer in a different police department before they hired him?
Well, you know, I can tell you on my individual capacity, Mr. Chairman, that I do support that concept. We've been, as an organization, very busy operationally in the last 2 weeks, and we're going to start having our deliberations on all these measures hopefully Friday, and we will come back with an official position. But I can tell you the individual chiefs that I know that I've spoken with absolutely support it. Having said that, even absent a national registry, it is incumbent upon hiring agencies to do thorough backgrounds. The internal affairs packages, complaint histories, everything's available at the previous employing histories, departments, pardon me. And so due diligence is important with or without a registry, but personally, I do support that concept.
Thank you. My time has expired. Mr. Gate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Floyd, I don't know that the cameras picked it up or saw it, but when Angela talked about her brother dying, I saw a physical reaction from you. I saw you lean over in your chair. I thought I noticed your body even tremble with empathy and care for Angela and her brother, Pat, who passed away. If you could say anything to the people who killed Pat, what would it be?
Life is precious. Everybody should be able to live and be able to walk this earth in a journey that they want to. Nobody should have to be filled with hatred and so much animosity that they want to kill somebody. Dr. King said a long time ago, he wanted everybody around the world to be able to join hands together. And I think right now, if he was here right now, he would understand that the world is united right now, and we all are coming together.
That is so powerful, and I deeply thank you for that. And I want to test that sense of unity. And Mr. Chairman, if we could get the witnesses who are joining remotely to be on the screen so we could see them. I have a question I would like to ask everyone, and I apologize for the crude nature in which I have to ask this, but there's just so many witnesses. If you believe that we should defund the police, will you please raise your hand? And yes, is there anyone on the, okay. So that's unifying and wonderful that here we are gathered.
Can you please tell me, excuse me.
I'm sorry.
I actually have an answer to that
Well,
question.
I'm sure someone will be able to ask you that question, but I've limited time here. I didn't see anyone raise their hand to defund the police. I certainly didn't see any of the Republican witnesses do that. And so I'm going to now go through and see where that sentiment may have been reflected. Here's a tweet from two of our congressional colleagues supporting this group, Black Visions Minnesota. And then next, please. And then here's that group, that same group, Black Visions Minnesota, that my congressional colleagues are raising money for, saying that we should end the police. And can we go to the next one? And then here's that same organization retweeting rebel scum, abolish the police. And then here's the same group saying that instead of police, we need therapists, doctors, and street medics, not cops. Mr. Bongino, in your experience, every time someone calls 911, would a therapist or a medic be sufficient, or sometimes do people need cops?
I'm quite unclear how a medic is going to help with an armed subject who's assaulting his wife in a domestic violence situation or elsewhere. I'm not sure how that's going to be of any value.
And here again is that same group saying that we need lasers to disorient surveillance cameras, and we need water balloons filled with milk to throw at people. Again, this is the organization that my congressional colleagues are raising money to support. If we could go to the next one. And then here again, that same organization that multiple members of Congress are supporting, saying it's not enough to only abolish police or prisons. We need to abolish race, abolish ICE, abolish the military, abolish the state, abolish the borders. And again, this is what our colleagues are raising money for, and it's not just any member of Congress, it's actually one of our treasured colleagues on the Judiciary Committee, the gentlelady from Washington, raising money for this very same organization. Ms. Underwood-Jacobs, your brother is someone who was part of this law enforcement community when he gave his life. when you learn that my colleagues in Congress are raising money for an organization that promotes defunding the police, destroying our borders, defunding our military, and taking apart the state altogether, how does that make you feel?
Actually, I find that conduct to be deplorable. And we elect officials to represent everyone. And the idea to have our communities without protection and safety is wrong. So my response to that would be for people to get out and vote and get the right person in office to ensure that we feel protected and our children feel protected for generations to come.
I appreciate that greatly. Mr. Floyd, again, I appreciate your calls, not only today, but in the direct aftermath of your brother's killing. You showed grace and care for your fellow Americans. And I don't know if everyone is religious, but I do believe God is working through you to try to call us together. And finally, I wanted to thank Ms. Bass for the legislation she's introduced and that constellation of ideas. While I think that we can fine-tune elements to ensure that we don't defund the police, that we don't make our communities less safe, I do think there is not a legitimate defense of chokeholds or lynching or bad cops that get shuttled around, and you will be able to count on Republican cooperation as we hone these ideas and hopefully pass them and get them to the President's desk. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Ms. Lofgren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, let me say what a transformational few weeks this has been since the murder of Mr. Floyd. I am grateful to my constituents and those around the country who have marched peacefully to raise the issue of justice in our country. I am grateful to Karen Bass and the Congressional Black Caucus, as well as you, Mr. Chairman, for your work in putting this bill together. I think it's important to state at the outset what this hearing is about and what it isn't about. It's really about this bill and how we can improve the state of policing in the United States. I've heard several people talk about funding for law enforcement. We did that when we passed the HEROES Act. We provided funds for local governments to address issues in their communities, whether it's health or public safety. And we all know that it is the local communities that organize their public safety response, not the federal government. However, when there are police, we want to make sure that those police operate in a legal way that doesn't use violence against people who pose no violent threat. And that's why I would like to ask Ms. Eiffel if she could address these two questions. First, we've incorporated the Peace Act into this bill, which basically outlines when the use of deadly force is appropriate. That, coupled with the new standard for unwillfulness that would provide accountability, is my question to you. Will those two measures help prevent violence against people who are not posing a violent threat?
Thank you very much, Representative Lofgren. And I, at some point, would love to and welcome the opportunity to talk about the funding issue, but let me answer the question that you asked. One of the principal problems that we have found in this long-standing systemic issue of police violence against unarmed African Americans is the inability to hold officers who engage in this conduct accountable. Now, this is not just about the individual officer who some refer to as a bad apple. This is about a system of accountability that must exist if police officers are to understand that they cannot engage in certain kinds of conduct without impunity. And unfortunately, all of the legal tools that are available to us to hold officers accountable have been weakened or lack the sufficient strength and language to allow us to do so. So strengthening the language of the federal criminal statute that will not hold us to such a high standard in proving intent of the officer's conduct is critical. And so adding a recklessness provision into that language that will allow us to get at some of this officer conduct is vitally important. What I suggested earlier, qualified immunity on the civil side, is vitally important to removing that defense, to ensuring that we can hold officers accountable. I've spoken to many police officers about the culture of impunity around these killings and around these acts of brutality. And they know, just as anyone who is in a system knows, whether they are lawyers, whether they are doctors, whether they are police officers, that accountability is critical to influencing behavior. And unfortunately, our legal system has failed in providing that accountability. And what this bill tries to do is to go into those statutes where the language either isn't sufficiently strong or where courts have interpreted the language in such a way as to remove the power of the statute, to put the tools back into the hands of the Department of Justice, but also private attorneys and civil rights attorneys.
Thank you,
so
Ms.
that they
Eichel.
can use the law to hold officers accountable.
Thank you very much. My time is just about expired. I just like to note that for many years, African Americans have been mistreated in many cases, in many communities by law enforcement. And the multi-ethnic, broad, peaceful protests that have arisen around our country that have been met also with violence, I think have opened the eyes of Americans across the United States about the need for reform. I think this is an important step forward, and I'm grateful to be a part of it. And I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Mr. Sensenbrenner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. When I turned the TV on the day after Memorial Day and saw the brutal murder of George Floyd, it made me sick. And the depravity that was exhibited there, really burned in my soul. And I would like to say, Mr. Floyd, that, not only am I personally sad and express my condolences to you and your family, but the pain of your brother, I think, has become the pain of America. And it's up to us to constructively deal with this so that we can do more than just have a press release and make a difference. After your brother died, there were a lot of people who legitimately exercised their constitutional rights to peacefully protest. There were some who came in that didn't want to peacefully protest, and as a result, we had riots and arson and burning, and people, both protesters as well as police, became injured as a result of that. And that, in my opinion, ended up attempting to destroy the legacy of your brother. And the people who did decide to raise mayhem are going to have to account for that, sooner or later, whether it's in a court of law, or elsewhere. But I think we have to recognize one thing, and we've heard about this from some of the witnesses as well as in the news media, and that is that they're good cops and they're bad cops. And if the police end up being defunded, which I think would be a horrible idea, let's look at what the consequence will be. First of all, the consequence would be if there are no police, there'll be vigilantism. And I would submit to you that there will probably be more racism if people take the law into their own hands than if they relied on the police to investigate crimes and to protect the public. But the second thing is that it would hurt the good cops. 99% of the people who serve in law enforcement and put their lives on the line every day of the year are good cops. They want to enforce the law. They don't want to harm anybody, and they know that their job is to protect the public. And these are the cops, if money were taken away, that would end up either losing their job or not getting pay raises or maybe even getting pay cuts. And that would be a travesty of justice, in my opinion. Now, having said that, I want to turn to my Democratic colleagues. A lot of the police union activity that we have seen has been to protect bad cops. And the police unions in this country, and my Democratic colleagues, you know, have more friends in those unions than we Republicans do, are going to have to step up to the plate and to be cooperative with communities in getting rid of the bad cops. You know, I heard that George Floyd's assailant had 16 allegations of misconduct against him. Why was he still on the force? That was just, you know, an invitation to more misconduct. And unfortunately, Mr. Floyd, your brother, ended up being the victim of that. So I would hope that as this debate goes on, we have speedier resolutions of getting rid of bad cops. I see nothing wrong with having, you know, a bad cop database. But having a database isn't going to get somebody fired who ought to be fired. And the sooner we get the bad cops off the force, the sooner there will no longer be any bad apples to spoil the whole barrel. You know, I look forward with working with all of you, but you guys over on the other side of the aisle and gals are going to have to be very proactive in telling police unions that it is in their interest and in the interest of the vast majority of their membership to get rid of bad cops. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Ms. Jackson-Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the leadership and the leadership of this entire committee, and of course the Congressional Black Caucus that we are privileged to work with. My very deep sympathy, Ms. Jacobs, to you. No one should die on the streets of this nation, and we thank you for your brother's service. Let me speak to my family and constituent from Houston to let you know that George Floyd, your brother, your big brother, should not have died on the streets of Minneapolis. He did not deserve to die. He was an innocent person. And the 8 minutes and 46 seconds which we knelt to reflect was so painfully long that the stain and the impact will be seared in our souls forever. You have to carry this in your heart. And so today, I think the good news is that the George Floyd Law Enforcement Trust and Integrity Bill, already named, is incorporated in this bill. The Justice and Policing Act is a legislative reconstruct to do what you've asked us to do what those who are on the streets, who are young and black and brown, white and Asian, who are crying out. And we need to hear them. And I want to say that I have heard them. So, Mr. Floyd, if you would, there are many things that you've said, and I believe in harmony. But do you believe that race impacted what happened to your brother?
I believe, yes, ma'am, I believe that. Because George, wherever he goes, he impacts a place. He talks to a lot of people. He's just a gentle giant. So at that club, and Mr. Chauvin worked there, I know that he knew him. Everybody knew him. The mayor knew him. Killed my brother just because he didn't like him, and it has to be racist. It has to be something to do with racism.
We must get rid of the stain of race. In this legislation is an emphasis on discerning what excessive force is, accreditation. Chief Acevedo, if you can emphasize the importance of having standards and accreditation of the huge numbers of police departments very quickly for us, please. Chief Acevedo, thank you for your leadership.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Thank you for your leadership and for your advocacy in Washington. We have 18,000 police departments in this nation with 18,000 sets of rules, policies, regulations, and 18,000 levels of accountability and training. We really believe, I believe, and I can tell you that I believe once we discussed this as a group with the major city chiefs, that we absolutely have to have national standards, realistic critical policies, training regimens, and oversight. And so we are prepared to be part of that conversation. Look forward to the conversation.
Thank you. Mr. Crump, you have seen a lot of these cases. You might very briefly for me indicate race, but holding police accountable, taking away this barrier of qualified immunity, but additionally getting back to consent decrees. If you could quickly respond to that. I have a question for Mr. Butler, but you, and let me thank you for being there from the litany of names, including Eric Garner and Trayvon Martin. We have been together, and there's a long list that I am not ignoring. Michael Brown, but thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am, Congresswoman, and thank you for your leadership. To answer your question directly, immunity breeds impunity for these police. If they have this qualified immunity, we see no accountability. It allows for all those names, all those Black Lives Matter names to keep adding up, adding up, adding up. So we need that there. We need the registry. We need to attack this like it's an epidemic on Black people, because that's what we see happening in our communities.
This is about misconduct, Professor Butler. I'm glad to be able to say that we know there are good police officers, but help us understand, Mr. Morial gave us a history of slavery and the stain of it. How much of that stain permeates into policing when they go into the African-American community and deal with African-American men? The mic.
Far too often, Congresswoman, officers view themselves as warriors, and it's almost as though the communities they serve experience them as occupying forces. You know, there's been so much attention to the pandemic and how we're going to find a treatment. For this epidemic of police violence, we already have a treatment. President Obama's Commission on 21st Century Policing recommended common sense reforms, many of which are contained in the Justice Act of 2020. So we don't have to reinvent anything. We know exactly what to do now to make police departments more accountable and transparent. The question is, will your colleagues have the will to implement these common sense measures?
Well, I believe we can change the policing, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
And I look forward to changing the bill's name to George Floyd.
Mr. Gomer.
Bill. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, and appreciate all of you being here. No, it is very difficult, especially for those of you that have lost loved ones. You have our deepest sympathy, as do all of those families that have lost loved ones in the aftermath. This is a serious issue, and Mr. Floyd, it's a comfort to a lot of us, especially those of us who are Christians, to see the way in which you've carried yourself. You've asked for people to refrain from violence. We don't need it to lead to worse violence, but that was atrocious. It's just hard to watch the video and not feel great sympathy for your brother and great sympathy for you and your family. So it's nice when we get together and talk about potential solutions. Hopefully the majority will allow more input than the zero input we've had on the bill so far. But it also is important to look at different proposals. We've heard some say, you know, on television, let's get rid of or defund the police, get rid of them. Some are saying, let's get rid of the qualified immunity that police have so they don't get sued by every single person they come in contact with. As a judge, I had judicial immunity, and the thing is, it's a qualified immunity, and it's not there if you're violating the law, and that's as it should be. But as we look at solutions, and it's been brought up by others, but the the police unions have defended bad apples. And if you talk to police, if you know police, heard Dan Bongino talk about it, they know who the bad apples are. And most of them don't want to have anything to do with them. They don't want to be on patrol with them. They don't want to work with them. So how do we get rid of them? I personally have seen where you have a bad apple at the top, and some righteous whistleblower has retaliation against them, and the unions have come in and appropriately defended them. But when it comes to eliminating qualified immunity, I've seen what happened with teachers. I had a bill to eliminate or to create qualified immunity for teachers, educational immunity, and the teachers group never had got on board. I was told it was because they make so much money selling liability insurance to their members. And I'm afraid it might be a cash cow for the unions, but that's not what this needs to be about. Let me just ask you, Mr. Floyd, if somebody conspires to lynch somebody else, do you think a 10-year maximum sentence would be appropriate? Well, you're shaking your head. Thank you.
No.
Okay.
No.
Yeah. Well, I agree with you. Bobby Rush, he's a fine man, a just wonderful heart, good-hearted man. He had a bill that would make a life sentence if you conspire to participate. And I said, Bobby, it should be a life sentence. Why is it now 10-year max? And he said, well, you know, I had it at life maximum sentence, but I was told if it was going to pass the House, it had to be brought down to 10 years. Well, I think that's an insult. And I know the Emmett Till bill is part of this overall bill, but I would hope we would come together and say 10 years for conspiring to lynch is not an adequate maximum punishment. Maybe it needs to be lower in a given case, but let's have life in there as a penalty, and I would hope to see that. I know Chuck Colson once said, our hope in America will not arrive on Air Force One. And Pastor Scott, you know, I have eminent respect for you. Where is your hope for America?
My hope for America is the Lord Jesus Christ. I believe that our country was founded on Christian principles, that we've invoked the name of God and the presence of God, and I believe the hand of God was upon this nation in its founding. Let me say this, when I saw the video of George Floyd—
Remember, the time of the member has expired. Mr.
Can he finish his answer?
Mr. Cohen.
I guess we'll have to have you do by video, and then you can just keep going.
Your mic.
Thank you. H.R. 7120 contains in it a change in qualified immunity, basically an elimination of qualified immunity, and that's important and it's good. Mr. Mosh got out front on that, and Mr. Nadler, Mr. Butterfield, and I had a bill on it too, and others. It's an important part of civil rights litigation, but the employer has to be made responsible as well, and because of that, I'm going to propose a bill to have respondeat superior relationship with the employer and make part of that reform that respondeat superior will apply to 1983 civil rights actions. Mr. Crump, your experience with civil rights actions, and I know you've got a lot, would having a respondeat superior relationship with the employer be effective in seeing that conduct that was improper was changed?
Absolutely. And also, I think qualified immunity, as I've said earlier, allows for police to act with impunity. I think there's a reason we see black men mostly, but also black women being killed by police over and over again, and nobody ever being held accountable, in either criminal or civil. And this qualified immunity, almost as if we're condoning it, almost as if black lives don't matter. And that's why, hopefully with this moment, we can do something to change that.
Thank you, sir. Mayor Morial, part of this bill is a different forum for judging police misconduct, an independent prosecutor to determine if a law enforcement officer may have violated the law in using deadly force or force at all. You've been a mayor of a major city. You helped clean up the New Orleans Police Department when you were there, and that was a tough thing to do. How do you feel a provision which we've got in this bill and which Ms. Gupta had in her recommendations to have an independent prosecutor would help restore confidence in the public?
I think it's an essential element. The working relationship between the normal prosecutor, whether it's a state's attorney, a district attorney, at the local level, and the police department is a hand-in-glove relationship. And therefore, the friendships are developed, a working relationship is developed, and it becomes difficult sometimes for local prosecutors to indeed investigate and bring charges against police departments or police officers. In the federal system, you'll find sometimes the same thing, right? Where United States attorneys may work very closely with FBI, may work very closely with local law enforcement on joint task forces and strike forces to ferret out crime. So independent prosecutors, I also think it would allow for there to be expertise, teams of investigators that understand these sorts of cases. It's just an idea whose time has come. The record, unfortunately, has been, whether it's in Ferguson with prosecutor McCullough, whether it's been in the Eric Garner case with the Staten Island district attorney, and you could cite numerous examples of just instances where many times these local prosecutors cannot bring themselves to bring charges even when the evidence is clear. So I think this is a reform whose time has come. I think it's a reform that it should not be difficult for people to agree to, and I think it would be a vast improvement over the status quo.
Thank you, sir. With the local prosecutor, you also have, the police unions make endorsements, as do the Deputy Sheriff's Association, and they endorse the DA or they don't endorse the DA, and they make contributions as well. So while there's the hand-in-glove relationship and of them being witnesses, and a lot of former officers end up being investigators for the DA, they also have that political problem.
You're absolutely right, Congressman Cohen, and that working relationship is so close and so substantial.
This bill also, that was another bill I had that I worked with Lacey Clay on, and it's part of this bill, is a requirement of a reportage of deadly force incidents. It would help me now. I tried to do some research myself, and maybe y'all can help me. The most egregious civil rights cases I know of are ones where white officers killed black citizens unlawfully. Garner, Floyd, next, shootings, whatever. Other than St. Paul, Minnesota, I didn't see any instances where black officers were alleged to have done the same type of thing. Is it because we don't have statistics to know it, or is there something that says about a systemic racism?
I will say this, just, we had instances in New Orleans where black officers killed black citizens. I can't think of an instance where a black officer killed one instance where a black officer killed a white citizen. There may be aberrations.
But were those lawful? Was lawful actions?
No, not lawful at all. No, they were acts of misconduct and acts of brutality. But I think, there's a great database that the Washington Post has that pretty much over the last 5 years can give you pretty much chapter and verse on all killings of citizens by police.
Thank you, and I appreciate the balance of my time.
The member yields back. Mr. Shabbat.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Floyd and Ms. Jacobs, it took tremendous courage for both of you to come here today when you're still grieving the loss of your brothers. I hope we can honor their memory by enacting meaningful reforms that prevent future senseless acts of violence and begin a healing process that makes us a stronger, more unified nation. I also want to thank the other witnesses for appearing today and helping us to determine what changes ought to be made. We must enact reforms that ensure accountability for police misconduct, not defund or dismantle police departments. I represent the 1st Congressional District of Ohio, which includes most of the city of Cincinnati. Nearly 2 decades ago, in 2001, an African-American young man named Timothy Thomas was fatally shot by a police officer in the Over-the-Rhine neighborhood in Cincinnati. Following protests and civil unrest, unfortunately including rioting, police representatives, community leaders, and city and federal officials entered into something called the Collaborative Agreement, with the goal of building a positive, constructive relationship between the Cincinnati Police Department and the neighborhoods that they serve. Reaching the agreement required everyone involved putting aside their political agendas and working together. What did the Collaborative Agreement do? Well, it addressed use of force situations, called for de-escalation training for the police, body cameras, and formed a citizen complaint authority, among other things. Once the framework of the agreement was in place, then Senator Mike DeWine, who's now our governor, then Congressman Rob Portman, who's now in the Senate, and I worked closely together to help secure the federal funding needed to implement its provisions. The results haven't been perfect, but we've seen a dramatic improvement in Cincinnati police-community relations. Trust and goodwill have been restored. Arrests and serious crimes have decreased in Cincinnati. Excessive use of force by police officers has also decreased, as has violence against police officers. Perhaps most importantly, when problems do arise, they're handled in a predominantly civil, respectful manner due to years of cooperation and direct, honest communication between the police and our communities. Given the success we've had in Cincinnati, perhaps the Collaborative Agreement could be the starting point for other cities across the country who need to repair police-community relations. The process required to craft such an agreement can lead to better communication, understanding, and if undertaken seriously, greater respect between all parties involved. Mr. Bongino, I'll start with you if I can. Is this the direction that you think perhaps American cities ought to move towards if they want to improve police-community relations?
I think it's a terrific idea. I can tell you the sheriff in Martin County, where I live and reside now, has made a concerted effort to do outreach before there's a problem. Now, having said that, those collaborations can and do work. The problem I see during my experience as a police officer, or saw, as I should say, back in the late 90s, is you can develop all the relationships you want, and they can be very productive and friendly, and but if they become omnidirectional, one way, not omnidirectional, but one way instead of bidirectional, you're not going to get anywhere. What I mean by that is if people are afraid to go to those contacts in the police department that they've made and established relationships with, because the local drug dealer basically has them under constant threat and effectively house arrest, you're going to get nothing out of that. Again, let me just be crystal clear. It's a terrific idea. There is nothing but positive externalities to be generated from that. But if you can't establish a framework of safety and security, it's not going to be a bidirectional relationship, and it'll be useless. Citizens have to be able to come forward to the contacts they made knowing they're not going to be attacked or criminalized later on or retaliated against. That security comes first.
Thank you very much. And let me just conclude with this. We need to find a better way to interact as a society, to work with each other and have the police and the communities that they work with actually work together and talk. We need to put aside our differences and listen to each other and focus on those things that unite us rather than divide us. And finally, we owe it to our children and our grandchildren, to the future of this nation, to dedicate ourselves to the principle that all men and all women are created equal. And again, I want to particularly thank Ms. Underwood Jacobs and Mr. Floyd for being here today, and really all the witnesses. Hopefully, we can have both parties working together to actually accomplish something here and not just point fingers and blame the other side. So let's hope we can do that. And you've helped to bring that together today. So thank you very much. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Let me simply note that if members ask questions of remote witnesses, you should mute your mic while the witness answers the question remotely. Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this incredibly important hearing.
Use your mic.
Thank you for holding this hearing, and I thank the witnesses for being here to help us forge a new path forward. a path to a place where black men and women cannot be murdered in the streets with impunity by those sworn to protect them. Mr. Floyd, know that we grieve with you and your family on the loss of your brother, and my heartfelt condolences go out to you and to your entire family. And Ms. Underwood Jacobs, I offer my sincere condolences to you and your family on the loss of your dear brother. Mayor Morial, throughout recent times, we've seen repeated instances where black people, often unarmed, have been killed by a police officer, and if the death results in a use of force investigation, that investigation most often is conducted by the law enforcement agency that employs the officer who used the deadly force. Isn't that correct?
That's traditionally the way it works.
And Professor Butler, we've also witnessed these use of force investigations being overseen by the local district attorney, who works hand in hand, day after day, year after year, with the same officer and with the agency that employs the officer who used the deadly force in the case that's under investigation. Isn't that correct? Yes. And Attorney Crump, we've seen time and time again that the investigation becomes long and drawn out, and at some point, months or even years later, the local prosecutor takes that case before a secret grand jury, and out of that grand jury usually comes what's called a no bill, which is a refusal to indict the officer who committed the homicide. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir, Congressman Johnson.
And Professor Butler, because grand jury proceedings are secret, the public never learns exactly what the prosecutor presented to the grand jury. Isn't that correct?
Just like the grand jury proceeding in Staten Island with Eric Garner, who was placed in an illegal chokehold, we have no idea why that grand jury didn't indict that officer for murder.
It becomes just another justified killing of a black person by the police in America. Wouldn't it be fairer if the homicide investigation were undertaken by an independent police agency, Attorney Gupta?
I think it would. It would also give the community members much more faith in their legal system if there was an independent investigator in these kinds of cases.
And Attorney Eiffel, wouldn't it be better for the use of force investigation to be overseen by an independent prosecutor?
Without question.
And Professor Butler, wouldn't it inspire public confidence and trust if the law required transparency in the investigation, and that the results of the independent investigation be made available to the citizenry within a reasonable period of time, but not 2 years later, like in the Michael Brown case in Ferguson?
Yes, Congressman. When an officer dishonors her badge by committing a crime, she should receive the same process as any other criminal.
Attorney Eiffel, do you believe that the Justice in Policing Act should require the withholding of federal grant funding to police agencies when the states in which they operate do not require independent deadly force investigations overseen by an independent prosecutor and police agency in police use of force, deadly use of force investigations?
I believe there needs to be an entire overhaul of the funding that goes from the federal government through the Department of Justice to local police departments to ensure that they comply with Title VI of the Civil Rights Act in 1964, which prohibits the federal government from giving money to local programs that engage in discrimination. And one way to ensure that this is not discriminatory is to ensure that there are independent investigations of police killings of unarmed Americans, and particularly unarmed African Americans.
Thank you. Last, Attorney Gupta, many police officers are protected from being questioned in use of force investigations because of so-called cooling off periods mandated under state law like in Minnesota, or under labor contracts negotiated by police unions like the Fraternal Order of Police. Cooling off periods prohibit investigators from interviewing an accused officer for a period ranging from, say, 48 hours to sometimes as long as 10 days after an incident. They give police officers a chance to learn the facts uncovered in the investigation, and also to create their storylines, get their storylines straight. Cooling off periods for police officers can undermine the integrity of investigations into police misconduct. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Is it time for the federal law to mandate restrictions on cooling off periods, as has been mandated by Department of Justice consent decrees with police departments in Los Angeles, Seattle, New Orleans, Albuquerque, and also Portland?
Yes, the Justice Department specifically put those kinds of provisions into consent decrees because they were a real problem, not only in individual investigations, but frankly undermined the community's faith in the independence and fairness of an investigation with setting up two different sets of rules for people.
The gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And coming together today, I'm reminded of something this committee has done before, and it goes back to Old Testament scripture. It says, "Come now, let us reason together." And what the scripture's telling us is that we've been confronted with the problem, and the question is for us is how do we deal with it? We've been confronted with the issue. The question is how do we deal with it? And what's concerning, and as I see this today, and from Mr. Floyd and Mr. Jacobs, the loss and the realness in your body language, in your eyes, and in your voice, is the pain of a nation right now coming to grips with conflicting issues and values in their head, wanting a safe and civil society in which all of us get along and in a way that should, in a society that we know doesn't. When you see your loved one murdered, when you find out your loved one murdered, in a time in which we're just all struggling. But it is not surprising to this committee. But it's unfortunate for this committee because in the previous Congress, we actually had a police working group in which we went to Houston. Chief Acevedo was there. We worked and we had a good couple of days of meetings. We went to Detroit. We went to Atlanta. We also had meetings here. And we were beginning these conversations, but we didn't continue. When this new Congress set in, we didn't do anything. And now we're here again, faced with a crisis of the moment. And Congress, unfortunately, lives by this seeming decree. Put it off until we have to have a hearing like this, and we mourn the loss of the things most precious to us. My question is really, what can we do? And Ms. Jacobs, you said something earlier. It's talking about communities and jobs. It's about putting our communities together, the policing issue, and someone who is a son of a law enforcement officer. My father was a state trooper. I sympathize with this. I watched it. And one of the most grievous days in my father's ever memory is I remember when one of his own did something horribly wrong and they took him to prison. And it said, and the reason is he come home and I remember him being down and he looked at me and he said, the problem is, he said, everybody thinks I did it. He said, we got to get rid of that. But what have we done? There are things that we can do to help our communities. This committee came together on the First Step Act, on criminal justice reform, sentencing reform, working with the Senate to actually make a difference in our communities, to actually take the president who signed that, who made it a pillar of what he wants to do and sign it. That's what a committee together can do. We've not done that here. We've actually I worked with the late Elijah Cummings, chairman, on the Fair Chance Act. We talk about jobs. Then the Fair Chance Act was giving those with the criminal records a fair shot at applying for jobs because we unchecked the box where they wouldn't have to go through a screening beforehand. Let's see if they can actually set on their own and try a new chance in life. It's about making our communities whole again. And yet there are things in this bill that we can all agree on, but there's things in this bill that I wish we would take a little more time with. That we would just sit back and say, what is this going to happen? We've had task force set up with the Justice Action Network, COVID-19 Emergency Justice Task Force that looked at how we deal with our prison populations. A solicitor from my hometown, Stephanie Woodard, was a part of that. Others have been a part. This is a time for conversations to find good answers without unintended consequences. Ms. Bongino, I have a question for you, and it's been sort of intimated. Are there things about this that concern you? Not that they're not ideas that need to be discussed, but when you look at some of the issues around qualified immunity, some of the micromanagement in this bill, what concerns you when you see this from a law enforcement perspective?
Well, as the great Thomas Sowell says often, it's not what you do, it's asking and then what? Mm-hmm. Listen, I get it. There are serious issues with qualified immunity. Nobody on the panel's wrong, or on the witnesses either, bringing them up. There's no question about that. We're in full agreement. The problem is if you were to repeal qualified immunity, have you considered and then what? Have you considered the fact that police officers' legal bills, some who may in fact deserve it for doing an awful job, but some who may not, will be so oppressive that you won't have police officers? Have you considered the fact that some of these police officers, out of fear of a rather litigious society we live in now, unfortunately, will now be afraid in the street to go and do their jobs and be proactive in communities that need it most? I mean, has anybody asked that question? Or are we just gaffing that off to create an interesting soundbite? The then what matters here, folks. Qualified immunity has issues. You can work around the edges, but the margins matter here.
And I think what we're bringing up here is not an issue that we don't need to discuss. And when we were discussing this through our police working group, we went to these communities, and I appreciate what you said, that it has to be it has to go both ways. The community and the police have to have these conversations both ways. I'm concerned here, and I appreciate that concern, because this is heading to where I know it always heads here. This is the hearing. Next week we mark up a bill. Next week it goes to the floor. Then we hope the Senate does something, and then we sort of go back and forth and hope that it gets right. My hope is that, Mr. Chairman, we get this right. We did it before. Let's make it happen again and take the comments of these committees on both sides. Mr. Crump and everybody, Mr. Crump, we can work on this. I've done it before. This committee has a history of working together. Let's do this, and let's get with the President and the Senate and make a difference so that lives are valued.
Time of the gentleman has expired. Mr. Deutsch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to all of our witnesses for being here today. Ms. Underwood Jacobs, I'm sorry for your loss. Mr. Floyd, I'm sorry for your loss. We're here today because of the long and growing list of Black Americans whose lives were taken from us prematurely at the hands of police. That's why we're here. George Floyd is the latest. Breonna Taylor, Sandra Bland, Philando Castile, Michael Brown, Tamir Rice, Eric Garner, and far, far too many others. We're here today to keep this list from getting even one name longer. In this moment, we must dedicate and rededicate ourselves to working toward a more just and inclusive country. The violence and disregard for human life is what people were sickened by when they saw that awful video, Mr. Floyd. The fact that so many have marched representing the true diversity of our country, led by young people, all in the face of a pandemic, to speak out for others, shows just how tired our nation, our entire nation, all of us are, of seeing black person after black person killed by the police. The thousands and thousands of peaceful protesters across this nation deserve our attention. They deserve action, and the Justice in Policing Act is comprehensive reform that tackles the scourge of police brutality that has plagued communities of color year after year. Brutality that undermines and tarnishes the invaluable contributions of the honorable law enforcement officers who are just as heartsick as the rest of us at this problem. What we saw in the video of George Floyd's murder was the complete indifference to pain. Mr. Floyd was experiencing pain, and it was indifference to that human suffering, indifference to a death that was taking place in plain view. The indifference was cultivated by a culture without consequences. That's why we must provide accountability. We need better data collection on police misconduct and use of force. We need fair and thorough investigations by DOJ's Civil Rights Division that starts by giving them subpoena power to investigate allegations of police misconduct. And we need to know that police officers who violate the civil rights of Black Americans can be held accountable for their actions in a court of law. For Breonna Taylor, who was shot in her own home while the actual suspects the police were looking for were in police custody, we need to end the practice of no-knock warrants. For Sandra Bland, who was found dead in a jail cell 3 days after being stopped for a minor traffic violation, and for Philando Castile, who was shot 5 times while seated in his car during a traffic stop, we need to require police officers to wear body cameras and require police vehicles to use dashboard cameras. For Tamir Rice, a child who was shot by police while playing in a park with a toy gun, we need to help communities reform public safety and change the culture of law enforcement. And for Eric Garner, and yes, Philonise, for your brother George, we need to outlaw chokeholds. The Justice in Policing Act does all of this. It will provide accountability, it will provide transparency. And for our witnesses, I'd like to focus on what happens when troubled officers leave or are fired by one agency, then move to another, a system where police officers evade sanctions simply by moving jobs. We don't accept this for doctors who care for us. We don't accept this for lawyers who defend us. and we shouldn't accept this for officers who protect us. So the question I have with respect to Tamir Rice's killing by an officer who, as we heard earlier, lost his previous job as a police officer in a nearby suburb of Cleveland, was deemed emotionally unstable, an unstable recruit and unfit for duty. Ms. Gupta, what would a newly imagined registry that would require the law enforcement agency to report their finding of the officer's fitness for duty look like in that scenario?
Well, if there was a registry of the kind that the Justice and Policing Act it recommends, you'd have a national registry of all federal, state, and local law enforcement agents that would record misconduct complaints, discipline termination records, records of certification. It would be conditioned law enforcement agencies would need to put those inputs in order to get some federal funding. And the registry has to be public. And in the case of Tamir Rice, I will tell you, not just in Tamir Rice's case, but in many of the cases, I remember Justice Department civil rights prosecutors upset that they didn't have access to that kind of information in order not only for prosecutions, but also police chiefs. And Chief Acevedo just spoke to this earlier about the importance for chiefs to also have that kind of information available in making hiring decisions and the like. It protects the community.
Mr. Chairman, this is our civil rights moment. I pray that our committee and this body will rise to meet that moment.
We all agree. Time of the gentleman has expired. Mr. Buck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. George Floyd's death was senseless and tragic. I grieve for the Floyd family and look forward to justice being served. My heart also goes out to the family of Patrick Underwood, and I thank both of you for being here under these difficult circumstances. Yes, there are a few officers who are attracted to the uniform for the wrong reasons, who want the authority of carrying a badge and a gun but can't handle the responsibility. Some have anger issues, some mental health issues. But the bad cops are an extremely small percentage of the police officers in this country. And there's another side of the story. For 25 years, I prosecuted criminals working closely with great police officers and federal agents. Yes, I prosecuted and convicted some officers. But I also was at the bedside of officers after they had been shot trying to help someone. I've attended funerals for officers killed because they had the courage to wear the badge and do their job. I've been in the hospital trying to comfort one of my employees who learned just moments before of the death of her husband, a sheriff's deputy killed in the line of duty. Don't blame the police. It takes a special kind of courage to protect those who can't protect themselves, who care so much for their community they are willing to risk their lives to save others. When there is gunfire, violence, conflict, a few brave men and women wearing blue uniforms run toward the danger while others run away. Don't blame the police because they didn't create the policies that cause crime. And we all know the root causes of crime. Some don't like to admit their role in the breakdown of our society, but the people watching this hearing know. We commit a grave injustice to those who have died at the hands of police and those who have died at the hands of violent criminals if we don't deal with the root causes of crime. A comprehensive bill, as was discussed earlier, must recognize the societal impact of single-parent families, of substance abuse, of mental health issues, of a failed education system, and of transnational gangs. Defunding the police or otherwise handcuffing the police has its consequences. After the death of Freddie Gray in Baltimore, the police were severely restricted by the mayor and the Obama Department of Justice. In May 2015 alone, the month after 6 officers were charged for crimes a jury found that they did not commit, Baltimore saw 43 homicides, the city's deadliest month in 40 years. A New York Times investigation found that Baltimore ended 2015 with 342 homicides, a 62% increase from 2014. Let me repeat that. After Baltimore police were prevented from doing their jobs, the city suffered a 62% increase in homicides. There are also indirect consequences to restricting police enforcement. In 2017, Baltimore had 692 opioid deaths to go along with the 342 homicides. Chicago recently saw its most violent day in 6 decades. 18 people were killed on May 31st. While police were responding to riots downtown, residents of Chicago saw firsthand what happens when police are absent from the neighborhoods. To achieve justice for all, we should support investing in police protection in our most vulnerable neighborhoods, and we need to change the policies destroying our cities. Let's agree to empower good police officers to continue to protect and serve. Everyone deserves to be safe and secure in their home, on their way to work, walking to school, or throwing a ball in the park. Don't blame the police for our breakdown in society. They are doing their best to clean up the mess caused by politicians. Mr. Bongino, your thoughts about the causes of crime and the role of our police in this country.
You know, I read an interesting op-ed about 4 or 5 years ago, and in the opinion piece, they compared and contrasted two different areas of the country, one that voted largely for Mitt Romney in the election versus Barack Obama, one that voted largely for Barack Obama. It was an inner city in one case and an Appalachian region in the other case. Both considered failed by many measures: high crime, poor economy, poor healthcare outcomes. And what's interesting is it wasn't the voting patterns, it was the deeper patterns you're talking about there: broken families, drug use, lax law enforcement. If we ignore that, and believe me, I am not in any way suggesting accountability for police and reforms are not necessarily, I wouldn't be here if I didn't believe that. But if we're going to ignore the societal problems and broken families and all of the degradation of the culture and all of that and just scapegoat the police, you will get nothing out of this hearing. You won't see one act of real change. You may get some sound bites, you may get some votes, but you're not going to see a darn thing change.
What I hear you saying is it'll be counterproductive.
It will absolutely be counterproductive. You will see nothing.
The time of the gentleman has expired. Ms. Bass.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's a couple things I wanted to say before I start my questions. It was said in the opening statement that the mayor of Los Angeles defunded the police department. I just wanted to make note that he absolutely did not defund the police department. He did reduce the budget, and he shifted the funds to deal with some of the real issues that police officers always complain about. Because how do they address some of society's problems like homelessness and mental illness? So he shifted the funding for that reason. I also wanted to follow up with Mr. Morial, who was describing a history of lynching. I just wanted to point out that one of the reasons, although you didn't say this, I would believe that one of the reasons you were talking about lynching is because in many of those cases, law enforcement officers were involved in the direct lynching, either getting the person, killing the person, et cetera. That was the relationship there. I wanted to also talk about qualified immunity and wanted to ask Mr. Crump if he would respond to that, because I believe one of my colleagues was mentioning what is the issue, since it is qualified. It's not absolute. So why do we need to do anything? Why would we need to change that?
Too often, what we have seen in courtrooms, especially when police have killed African Americans, especially black men, that the courts have interpreted this qualified immunity to almost give complete impunity to the police officers. That's why nobody's ever held accountable when you think about that long list of Black Lives Matters names that we often recite to make sure that people know their life mattered. But if there's no accountability, Congresswoman Bass, it will keep happening. And we pray that George Floyd is the last one, but if this great body doesn't act, it's going to happen again, and I predict it's going to happen in the next 30 days.
Wow. What about some of the other professions that have this? Is it the same thing? You know, people have raised, a concern about child welfare workers or other people that have qualified immunity.
It only seems to be the police that has this great authority, this power that we've given them, and it goes unchecked. Every other profession, you're kept in check by the laws that govern this, but the courts have, I believe, unconstitutionally in many ways, given police this absolute blanket immunity, especially when it comes to black and brown people being killed by police. I mean, it's almost, you can count on one hand the people who actually go to jail for killing black people. Out of all those Thousands of people since, Mark Morrell said, since Trayvon Martin was killed. I think it was over almost 1,300. You can literally count specifically the number of times police have actually went to jail, and it is horrific, Madam Congresswoman.
Mr. Mariel, having served as a mayor, I have often heard you say that you're one of the few folks around that have actually been involved in addressing this issue with the police department that you managed. Could you point out some of the specific things?
You know, we had I orchestrated a highly successful reform of a very broken police department, a city that had 500 murders a year, a city that led the nation in the number of civil rights complaints, a city that has 2 police officers on death row.
Oh.
We had to completely rebuild the department. And I said at the time that we were going to tear it down brick by brick, and we were going to rebuild it brick by brick. And at the end, we had a nationally accredited department. We took the murder rate down by 60%. We brought the civil rights complaints down to an infinitesimal number. We instituted community-oriented policing. And so the idea is obnoxious to me. And that somehow that if you hold police accountable, you're tying their hands from fighting crime.
Maybe Ms. Gupta could conclude on that to continue that response. Do we tie police hands by instituting these reforms?
I actually appreciate this question very much because just a few weeks ago, Richard Rosenfeld and Joel Wallman did a long study that they released in May of 2020, found no evidence for a Ferguson effect linking police killings of Black citizens to the homicide spike in places like Baltimore and other places via depolicing. There's been a lot of statements about that were very concerning in the aftermath of Freddie Gray's death in Baltimore. And there had been no data that had been actually collected and put out. And this study, I think, is a really important offering that belies actually that notion. And this notion that somehow when you protest racial injustice, that increases homicide rates in cities, this evidence actually says that's not true.
The gentlelady's time has expired. Ms. Roby.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are no adequate words I can say to take away the pain of those suffering across our country. Now is the time for understanding, and I am committed to listening and learning. First, Mr. Floyd and the entire Floyd family and loved ones, I am deeply sorry for the loss of your brother, family member, and friend. No actions or words I can say here today will ever make you whole again, but please know how grateful I am for your presence here today, and I offer you my deepest condolences. And Mrs. Underwood Jacobs, your brother Pat was proudly protecting the community he loved, and I am deeply sorry for your loss as well. I hope you both will accept my heartfelt grief for you and your entire family. And to all of the families, like the Floyds and the Underwoods, who have had to suffer the tragedy and sorrow of losing a loved one due to needless violence, I also want to add my deep condolences. Today is a day to set our politics aside and focus on sound policies for our country. To all the witnesses, I have reviewed your written testimony. I have heard your verbal testimony, and I've listened to you answer questions from my colleagues. I want you to know that I am listening and I am learning and I hear you. I stand ready and I am hopeful. I am hopeful we can find bipartisan solutions and policies. Mr. Floyd and Mrs. Underwood Jacobs, I would like to give each of you the remainder of my time to address the committee.
just sitting here, coming to try to tell you all about how I want justice for my brother. I just think about that video over and over again. Felt like 8 hours and 46 minutes. Hurt seeing my brother plead for his life, watching that officer just put his knee on his neck. Just every day just looking at it, being like anywhere, that's all people talk about the rest of my life. That's all I ever see. Somebody looking at the video. Kids had to watch the video. His kids had to watch the video. It just hurt. It's a lot of people with a lot of pain. My family, they just cry and cry every day and just ask why. Why? He pleaded for his life. He said he couldn't breathe. Nobody cared. Nobody. People pleaded for him. They still didn't care. Justice has to be served. Those officers, they have to be convicted. Anybody with a heart, they know that's wrong. You don't do that to a human being. You don't even do that to an animal. His life mattered. All our lives matter. Black lives matter. I just wish I can get them back. Those officers, they get to live.
Mr. Floyd, we grieve with you, and we appreciate very much your courage to be here with us today. My time has expired, but may Mrs. Underwood Jacobs address the committee as well?
By all means.
Thank you, Mr. Floyd.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and Congresswoman Roby. I have to say that I'm heartbroken. I didn't get a chance to say goodbye to my brother either before he was killed. I am also heartbroken for all of the other people that are in this country living every single day and feel unsafe just to drive to the store. I also have had the talk with my son. We sit here today at somewhat opposite ends of the spectrum to a certain degree, but yet there is so much commonality amongst both of us. And the heartbreak and the grief is inexplainable because it's very, very hard to articulate when your entire world has been turned upside down. I do want to know, though, when I think about all of this, is that my brother wore a uniform, and he wore that uniform proudly. I'm wondering, where is the outrage for a fallen officer that also happens to be African American? So as I'm sitting here and I'm listening to all of you and us, I truly hope that you take your positions, your offices so seriously that you want to go back and really work together and collaborate. Because if you can't get it right, there's no hope for the rest of us. So when you go back and you convene and you talk through everything that's going on, I hope that we're just not people on paper, but the fact that you could be able to see our faces and feel our pain and feel it enough that you want to make change for all the citizens of the United States of America.
Again, we grieve with you both, and we thank you very much for your courage to be with us here today. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Mr. Richmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very rarely I'm at a loss of words or know where to start. And I want to start with you, Miss Angela Underwood Jacobs, and just say that you have my condolences, my sympathy, and my prayers. And unfortunately, this was the hearing you were invited to. You were not invited to the hearings where in Homeland Security we talk about the threat to our law enforcement officers that put on blue and black every day. The fact that we tried to get more vests for police officers and the other side fought it. The fact that we wanted to fight sovereign citizens that's killed more police officers in this country than anybody else and the other side fought it. But they invited you to this hearing, and I just want you to know that we have fought for increased survivor benefits for the families of officers, and we respect those who serve our communities. And then, Mr. Floyd, Pholonis, let me just tell you that when I met with you in Houston and your family, the remarkable thing is you all asked for two things, neither of which was for you. Justice for George and a just society. And that's why we're here today. And the unfortunate part is, in this process, we speak and we leave. But there's one thing that I want to address. Mr. Buck came and said that it was politicians that has messed up the family unit in America. That could somewhat be true. But for him, how do you ignore the white man's knee on the neck of black people for 401 years and act like that has nothing to do with where we are? But part of the reason why I am so encouraged today is more people are recognizing that now, and the systematic racism and oppression that has existed, that we're now coming together to fight and establish a solution. It was Dr. King in his letter from a Birmingham jail that he actually responded to his critics for the first time, because he said that he would assume they were people of goodwill with sincere concerns. Over my better judgment, I will assume the other side is people of goodwill and sincere concern in some of these arguments why we can't or shouldn't pass this bill. But the other part I want you all to understand is the outrage that I have. Because it was 1988 at 91, when the movie Boys in the Hood came out. And the last line in the movie said either they don't know, they don't show, or they don't care what happens in the hood. Well, if you didn't know, now you know. Because the protesters, the peaceful protesters out there are showing you what's happening. Video footage is showing us what's happening. So then you go to the last line, and the real question is, do we care? And I believe that this piece of legislation is a good piece of legislation that moves the ball forward. It is very easy to sit on the other side and let perfection be the enemy of the good, or just sit back with inertia and we never move the ball forward. We have an obligation to the next generation of kids, to men and women walking the streets now, to make sure we move the ball forward. You know, every once in a while, we've tried it the other way all this time. We're just asking you to try it our way this time. Let's pass some legislation. Let's hold the bad police officers accountable. And we always say bad apples. Well, the saying is enough bad apples spoil a bunch. So let's make sure that we're talking about it. Mr. Mayor, in 30 seconds, and I know I used up all the time, I was a beneficiary of your reforms. And what you did was you moved some resources from a constitutional police department that you created to after-school funding and things that the community can do better than police. 20 seconds. Can you explain that? And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
the disinvestment in those types of programs over the last 20 years, and some of it's happened in this Congress. The elimination of a summer youth employment program, the elimination of supports for children. Baltimore City, no extracurricular activities in any of the schools. So we can fix policing with this, and we need to do some other things to address those other systemic issues. And you're right, I moved $1 million the first 30 days I was in office from police overtime to create a summer jobs program because there was no money. And the summer jobs program and the camps for kids and the outdoor camps for inner city kids that didn't cost a dime, that gave kids, a person like you, a chance to work at LSU Dental School. Those made great differences. And part of this conversation about, quote unquote, don't want to open a Pandora's box, defunding police is really not about defunding police. It's about funding other things that have been ignored and forgotten, investing in young people and youth. You're a middle-class parent in America today. Your kid wants to go to dance class, you pay. Karate, pay. Little League Baseball, pay. Inner city kid, no opportunity if it's not provided by the public dollars. You go back to 1950s and 60s in America when immigrants made up the vast majority, European immigrants made up the vast majority of major American cities, and you had free recreation programs and free summer camps. And on our watch, as these cities have changed, somehow, some way, a lot of that has gone away. So we're there trying to patch together dollars and patch together work. So it's important to understand this bill is about reforming policing, which is a pillar. There's a separate discussion and an additional discussion that needs to be had about how we do all the other things. And I want to work with you all on that, but don't confuse the two. I mean, that's the thing. People want to confuse the two. And just I'll say respectfully, bad family situation didn't kill George Floyd. That's right. Sir, that's an outrage. It's an absolute outrage to think that a bad family, I am tired of trying to change the issue when we have police brutality and police misconduct to this rhetoric about bad family situations. It's an insult, and it needs to stop. It needs to stop. I sit, I take it, I listen, but not at this moment. Not at this time. Let's fix policing in America. Let's focus on that. There's ample time to do other things. As I said earlier, it's a moral moment. It's time for that. We're called to act. Yes, figure out a way to do it in a bipartisan way. But go back and look. On the other side of this Capitol, there are 2 office buildings named for United States senators, both of whom have a legacy of what we're talking about today. One is Richard B. Russell, a man who led the filibuster against the anti-lynching law for decades. The other, Everett McKinley Dirksen, a Republican from Illinois who provided the courage to help President Johnson pass the Civil Rights Act of 1964. That's the moment we're in.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm struck today by a lot of the testimony and that we're hearing some of the same recurring themes. And it is a moral moment. Ms. Morial, my friend from Louisiana, as you said, one of the recurring themes that we've heard many times this morning from members and witnesses is about the need to rebuild relationships. You know, one of the founders, I think, I can't remember who it was, said there are thousands hacking at the branches of evil to one who's striking at the root. And one of those root problems in this moral moment we face is that we don't know each other anymore. You know, that's kind of how society and culture have evolved. And we all agree on the objective, I think, obviously, by the comments this morning of rebuilding relationships. But I think we need to drill down a little bit. Public policy is one thing, but this is a hard issue, as we all agree. And to determine what the best, most effective methods are to achieve that objective that we all agree on. So I just wanted to ask a couple of our witnesses, beginning with Mr. Crump. I appreciate what you said this morning. We had a little sidebar over here, and I'm I like the heart that you bring to this issue. And I wanted to ask your opinion on that, because you mentioned that in your remarks about the need to build relationships. And so from your experiences and everything you've been doing, what do you think are some ways we can do that between members of our communities and law enforcement officials?
Certainly. Thank you, Representative Johnson. I do think we have to work together. At the crux of the matter, it's a lack of trust, I believe, between communities of color and law enforcement, because we have to have transparency, which we haven't had in the police killings of black people. As one of the witnesses said, you go to a secret grand jury proceeding like Eric Gardner or any other cases, Michael Brown, Tamir Rice, and they come back after the secret grand jury and say, no indictment. We didn't find evidence, even though we all saw it with our eyes. And so you have to have transparency, and then you have to have accountability, and that's how you get to trust. I think you said something that I agree with. It's about transparency, it's about training, and then termination. And we gotta terminate police. We don't do it. I mean, we just don't do it. We don't send them to jail. We don't even fire them when they kill black people. And so, as Philona said, we got to care. As Representative Richmond said, do we care? Because our actions don't construe that. And so first we got to just get to the core. It's transparency, accountability, and then maybe we can get the trust, because we do see it from the other side that black people, the prison industrial complex, school to prison pipeline, you see it all the time. You're going to jail, but then when we're the victim, you don't see convictions like Eric Gardner or any of these other cases.
I appreciate those comments, and I think that it goes even more fundamental than that, in that it's the relationships even in the communities. Before you can get to building trust, with law enforcement, it's with our neighbors too, right? I was on the phone last night with the local director of our YMCA, and he had this idea to use the YMCA facilities in my community as a neutral forum where he would have these events, an activities night, Saturday night or maybe Sunday nights, and he'd invite one black church and one white church, right? Just put everybody together in the same facility and let them get to know each other and have fun together. And just simple things like that I think we ought to foster and try to encourage. And it doesn't have anything to do with the law, really, or public policy. It's about being good Americans and good neighbors, and I hope we can get back to that. And maybe this is a flashpoint to do it. If Mr. Davis is still with us, I know he was with us remotely. I'm really interested in his experience at DOJ and the community-oriented policing services, and I know that's a big function of this as well. I wonder if he could speak to that issue, if he's still with us on the idea of building those relationships and community policing as an important function of that.
Yes, Congressman, I am still here, and thank you very much for the question. And I would say with the COPS office, it has a great opportunity to actually do that, to facilitate community policing. And that's really his charge. It's his charge to be able to identify the best practices of community policing, how to engage through our grant program, to incentivize best practices through our grant programs, our hiring process. We are hiring in the spirit of service. And so I think it does help out a lot. If I could say one thing, Congressman, the key to that is there are over 16,000 individual police agencies in the country. Most of them are 25 officers or fewer. So without the help of the COPS office or the federal government, it is hard to infuse those types of training and information and best practices. And so the COPS office is a key as a linchpin to make sure that whether it's 2 officers or 4,000, that they have the opportunity for best practices. But that was our goal, was to advance community policing. That still probably should be the goal today. I do say we have stepped away from that from a lot of the programs that we were offering at one time.
Thank you. I'm out of time. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Jeffries.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The chokehold and other police tactics, such as a knee to the neck, are inherently dangerous and present an unreasonable risk of serious bodily injury or death. That is why the Justice in Policing Act will make such strangulation tactics unlawful pursuant to our nation's civil rights laws. President Davis, the National Organization of Black Law Enforcement Executives, supports criminalizing chokeholds and other strangulation tactics as a matter of law. Is that correct?
This is for Ron Davis. Yes, sir, it is.
Ms. Gupta, does the civil rights community support criminalizing chokeholds and other strangulation tactics as a matter of federal law?
We do, and in fact, there are departments around the country that have already banned them, and so this is about making that the national standard.
Professor Butler, is it fair to say that the neck should be off limits during police encounters?
Use your mic, Mr. Butler, please.
Thank you, sir. When the police use pain compliance techniques like neck restraints, it prevents blood and oxygen from going to the lungs and brain. There's a great risk of death.
Black Lives Matter, yet month after month, year after year, decade after decade, the list of tragedy continues to grow. Amadou Diallo, dead. Sean Bell, dead. Eric Garner, dead. Tamir Rice, dead. Walter Scott, dead. Oscar Grant, dead. Yvette Smith, dead. Stephon Clark, dead. Breonna Taylor, dead. George Floyd, dead. But Mr. Bongino, the police are at times able to show restraint under very difficult circumstances. Is that correct?
Of course.
Let's review a few examples. In 2012, James Holmes entered a movie theater in Aurora, Colorado, and opened fire on an audience, killing 12 people and injuring 70. Mr. Holmes was heavily armed with an AR-15, 12-gauge shotgun, and .40 caliber handgun. Yet he was taken into police custody outside of that very same movie theater without incident. Mr. Bongino, James Holmes is white. Is that correct?
I'm not sure of his background. I don't know James Holmes personally.
He's white. 2014, Dylan Roof massacred 9 black parishioners at Mother Emanuel AME Church in Charleston. Mr. Roof was heavily armed with a high-powered Glock, .45 caliber pistol, and 88 rounds. The police somehow arrested Dylan Roof without incident and even treated him to Burger King. Mr. Bongino, Dylan Roof is white. Is that correct?
Yeah, I don't know where you're going with this. So if he's white, that doesn't make him any better, or it was an awful thing he did, whether he was white or black. I'm not sure where you were going with this.
Dylan Roof was white. And last year,
he's awful.
In El Paso, Texas, Patrick Crucius killed 23 people and injured dozens during a shooting rampage. He used an AK-47 and was heavily armed. Yet somehow he was arrested without incident. Mr. Bongino, Patrick Crucius was white, is that correct?
Sir, I have no idea of I don't know his parentage.
He was white.
Again, I don't know why you're making a racial thing.
Reclaiming my time. Yeah. Because Black lives matter, sir.
Yeah, all lives matter, sir. Every single life matters. White, black, Asian,
Professor Butler,
else.
You have heavily armed mass murderers in places like Aurora, Charleston, and El Paso, somehow apprehended by police without incident. That's the point, sir.
I arrested those people, sir.
Innocent,
you didn't.
Innocent, unarmed African Americans are repeatedly killed in police encounter after police encounter. Is it fair to say that the difference, which seems explicable in police behavior, somehow relates, at least in part, to race?
In law and in police practices, black lives do not have the same value that white lives have.
All we simply want is for every single community, regardless of race, to be able to breathe the free air of liberty and justice for all. That's what the Justice in Policing Act is all about. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're here because we've recently suffered multiple failures of law enforcement, beginning with the killing of George Floyd. He died because a rogue cop with multiple complaints for misconduct was allowed to remain on a police force, as did one of his accomplices. This has become an intolerable pattern in big city police forces, and we need to ask how politically powerful police unions and the politicians they maintain in office protect the bullies in the system that inevitably lead to atrocities like this. The other failure was the decision to withhold police protection from their citizens by mayors and their appointed police chiefs. That failure killed Pat Underwood, killed David Dorn, and so many other innocent victims in the ensuing riots. Withdrawing police protection from our streets, abandoning police stations to rioters, turning a blind eye to looting, arson, and mayhem, all have an incendiary effect on insurrections. Without law enforcement, there is no law. And without law, there is no civilization. An accounting of the deaths and destruction caused by these acts of dereliction have yet to be tallied, but it's going to be staggering. Now, we meet today to chart a course forward, and I think we can look to no better guide than Sir Robert Peel, the father of modern policing, who set forth principles of law enforcement for a free society nearly 2 centuries ago. And when you read them, you realize how far we have drifted from these moorings. Central to our discussion is his 7th principle, quote, to maintain at all times a relationship with the public that gives reality to the historic tradition that the police are the public and that the public are the police. The police being only members of the public who are paid to give full-time attention to duties which are incumbent on every citizen in the interests of community welfare and existence, end of quote. So how do we get back to these principles? I think there are many proposals that have been raised in the House that merit support. And first is the doctrine of qualified immunity. As it's currently applied, it has no place in a nation ruled by laws. For every right, there must be a remedy. And qualified immunity prevents a remedy for those whose rights have been violated by officials holding a public trust. And this reform should apply as much to a rogue cop who targets people because of their race as it does to IRS or Justice Department officials who target people on the basis of their politics. Reforming qualified immunity simply holds public officials to the same standards as any other citizen exercising the same powers. Second, police records must be open to the public. It is a well-established principle that public servants work for the public, and the public has a right to know what they're doing with the authority the public has loaned them. And police departments should be able to dismiss bad officers without interference from the unions. By preventing the public from access to these records and preventing departments from acting on them, we destroy the very foundation of successful policing in a free society: public trust and accountability. Third, turning police departments into paramilitary organizations is antithetical to the 6th principle laid down by Peel, quote, to use only the minimum degree of physical force which is necessary on any particular occasion for achieving a police objective. Weapons that are unique to a battlefield need to be limited to a battlefield. Fourth, no-knock warrants have been proven to be lethal to citizens and to police officials for obvious reasons. The invasion of a person's home is one of the most terrifying powers the government possesses. Every person in a free society has the right to take arms against an intruder in their homes. And that means that the authority of the police must be announced before that intrusion takes place. To do otherwise places every one of us in mortal peril. So I think these 4 reforms are legitimate powers for the federal government to uphold the constitutional rights of its citizens. But it's not within our legitimate power to dictate training and procedures for every community in the country. As Peel counsels us, effective law enforcement is a community endeavor, and every community has different needs and different circumstances which require different standards. One-size-fits-all bromides are at best ineffective and at worst dangerous. And then finally, lest we forget, when faithful, dedicated, honest police officers, and that is the vast, vast majority of those who serve us, when they are attacked and degraded and disrespected and demoralized and hamstrung and withdrawn, those most at risk are the poor and the defenseless who live and work in our inner cities. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Ms. Escobar.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman and Chairwoman Bass. I'm so grateful for this piece of legislation and for your leadership. I want to thank all the panelists who are here with us today. Mrs. Underwood Jacobs, I want you to know that we hear and we feel and we see your pain, and we are praying for justice for you and your entire family as well. Our sincerest condolences. Thank you for being here. Mr. Floyd, thank you for your incredible courage. I cannot imagine the strength that it took to be here with us today, but you did it. I want you to know that for those of us who are mothers, it tore us up to hear your brother call out for your mother. We heard him and we hear you, and we are going to continue to fight for justice for as long as we can. You know, people are marching in the streets all over this country and all over the world, marching for justice, marching to force us to rise to this moment. And it is our obligation and our duty to rise to this moment. I have heard from many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle their desire to work in a bipartisan nature on this bill and to achieve an outcome worthy of the American people who have entrusted us in this moment. And so my request today of my colleagues for the remainder of this hearing, for our markup next week, and for the day that it comes to the floor, let us focus on what is in the bill, not what is not in the bill. I've heard a lot of conversations from this dais about issues that are being debated outside of this room. Those debates are important, those debates are healthy, those debates are part of American democracy, but they're not in the bill. If we truly are going to come to a bipartisan agreement and provide for this country the justice that it is seeking, let's focus on what is in the bill. Mr. Butler, Professor Butler, we have heard much about the disproportionate impact that police brutality has had on the African American community. And we have also heard much about the fact that, well, let's focus on family, well, let's focus on God. And no one disputes that as a country and as a government, we should be making investments in education, investments in healthcare, investments in community. But in terms of really fully coming to grips with what is happening in terms of race and law enforcement in this country, we know that unarmed Black Americans were 5 times as likely as unarmed white Americans to be shot and killed by a police officer. To what do you attribute that fact? And your microphone, please, sir.
A legacy, Congresswoman, of white supremacy, a legacy of slavery and Jim Crow segregation, and then an evolution from the old Jim Crow to the new Jim Crow, where the stereotypes and the biases against people of color don't go away, but they just take different forms.
That's absolutely correct. Mr. Floyd, I want to ask you, as a Black man in America, do you live in fear that you will one day be a target as well?
Yes, ma'am. Every day I walk around, I ask myself, am I next? Am I next all the time? Because I don't want to do anything wrong to make anybody think that I'm doing wrong. So just try to live life and just have faith and hope everything comes out the right way. But basically, that's it. Just a black man just trying to go to work every day and go back home safely. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Floyd. If we are truly to come to an agreement on this legislation, if we are truly to rise to this moment, we have to acknowledge the truth that is looking at us in the face every single day in America. We have to rise to this occasion. We have to do justice. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Ms. Lesko.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I start, I'd like to just point out something. When we started, Mr. Floyd spoke first, and it was very passionate. I was very moved. But then, for some reason, you didn't have Mrs. Underwood Jacobs speak about the loss of her brother, and it really surprised me, quite frankly. And I thought it was very disrespectful. I don't know if that's what you meant, but I wanted to say that. I want to thank all of you for coming here, and I'm very sorry for your loss, Mr. Floyd, and for your loss, Ms. Underwood Jacobs. You know, I have 2 black grandsons, and so, you know, I haven't experienced the discrimination that some of you have experienced, that you have told us about, but I sure don't want them to be discriminated against. So this is very important to me. But there's another thing going on here that I just want to read some tweets. This is very disturbing to me. First of all, in early June, Brian Fallon, the executive director of Demand Justice and the former press secretary to Hillary Clinton's presidential campaign and spokesman for Attorney General Eric Holder, tweeted, "Defund the police." On June 5th, Representative Ilhan Omar, who represents Minneapolis in Congress, tweeted, "The Minneapolis Police Department has proven themselves beyond reform. It's time to disband them and reimagine public safety in Minneapolis." Minneapolis City Council member Jeremiah Ellison, son of Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison, tweeted, "We are going to dismantle the Minneapolis Police Department." Lisa Bender, the president of the Minneapolis City Council, tweeted, "We are going to dismantle the Minneapolis Police Department." I read that Patrice Cullors, a co-founder of the Black Lives Matter movement, wants to see police forces abolished entirely, eventually. And Steve Fletcher, Minnesota City Council member, also stated that he and City Council President and the chair of the Public Safety are calling to disband our police department. Mr. Borgino, I am a survivor of domestic violence from a previous marriage. And I remember when my neighbors called the police. And I don't know why, but I disputed. When the police came to the door, I said, "Oh, I'm fine. Nothing happened. Everything's good here." If we disband, dismantle, defund, reduce funding in the police, what's going to happen to the woman that calls out, who's a victim of domestic violence? What's going to happen to response time? What's going to happen in that situation, do you think?
Well, I became a police officer. I wanted to be a doctor precisely because in a situation, without rendering any further embarrassment to people in my family, the police officer showed up and dissuaded a member of my family from doing something he shouldn't have been doing. And this person wasn't scared of anything. He was only scared of the police. And I don't mean that in a negative way. I mean, he didn't want to go to jail. It's the only thing, I was about 9 or 10, it's the only thing that brought peace to me that night. I knew I wanted to be a cop the moment after that. You know, this defund the police abomination will lead to a catastrophe like you've never seen. I can't emphasize that in strong enough terms. I worked in a largely minority precinct, East New York, Brooklyn, the 7-5 precinct. It's a tough place to work. I was young, I was in my 20s. The only time I was ever physically attacked by someone was in a domestic violence situation. I have nothing but the utmost respect for social workers, medics, EMTs, and firemen. I mean that. Running into a burning building is tough. Saving someone's life and catching a pulse in the last minutes, that's tough. But when I walked into that house, make no mistake, that man, and forgive me for not saying my sincere, my heartfelt empathy with you for having gone through that, having lived through it myself. I should have opened with that. I mean that. But that man in that house, I'll never forget it. He wasn't going to be stopped. There was no negotiating. This isn't a movie, folks. This is real. He wasn't going to be stopped from attacking his wife. There was a 5 or 6 year old, I don't know the age, cowering in the corner. I've told this story recently because it's so tattooed on my brain, I'll never forget it. You know what that's like? Cowering in the corner. You know, the daddy stop. The guy wasn't going to be stopped. He didn't care that we had guns. You think he's going to care if it's a social worker? Again, I'm not sure where this ridiculous absurdity of defunding the police came from, but I didn't come here with some partisan agenda, and frankly, I'm deeply offended at some who've made it so, including mischaracterizing my comments by Mr. Muriel, which was offensive to me, too. You can pound a table all you want, but that's not what I said. Black families matter to me, too. That was my point. Not that the tragic death of Mr. Floyd had anything to do with that. But what about black families that are the subject of domestic violence? The guy I stopped hit me with an ironing board, you know that? And luckily my partner was there to save me, and that woman, and that crying 5-year-old child.
Lady's time has expired.
Thank you.
Jayapal.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Floyd, please accept my deepest condolences for your brother's death. It is one too many deaths that result from centuries-old pervasive violence and anti-Blackness at the hands of the police. I promise you that we intend to honor George Floyd with the most sweeping changes to policing that this House has seen in recent memory, banning chokeholds, no-knock warrants, making lynching a federal crime, and investing in community-based models that provide community safety for all. That is all we can do. We cannot bring him back, but we can honor him with real change. I want to bring into this room the name of Charlena Lyles, a pregnant Black woman and mother of 5 in Seattle, and with her, the many Black women across the country who have lost their lives or their children. 3 years ago, the Seattle Police Department responded to a call from Ms. Lyles, who had been flagged as someone with mental health issues. The officers had received crisis intervention training, and they did know about her mental health issues. And yet, before attempting non-lethal methods of de-escalation, they fired 7 rounds, killing her in front of her children. Her 2-year-old son climbed onto her body and laid in her blood. This brutal story is one of far too many. It's not enough just to say Black Lives Matter. We have to do the work to cement this essential principle into policy and practice, and it's why we must pass as a critical first step the Justice in Policing Act. Professor Butler, I want to start with you. Is any amount of crisis training to teach officers how to interact with individuals with mental health issues sufficient in and of itself to overcome what we're calling the warrior mentality that exists within law enforcement?
Congresswoman, if the culture of police departments isn't shifted away from that warrior mentality, then no other reform would matter. Guardianship is the model that President Obama's commission recommended. If you think about it, if you're applying for a job as a warrior, you're going to have one resume and one group of skill sets. If you're applying for a job to be a guardian, to be a caretaker for your community, you have a different resume and a different set of skills. Congresswoman Lesko, thank you so much for sharing your story. I heard that story as a failure of policing. What I imagined what if responders had shown up who understand what your experience is like as a survivor. It's too often the case that survivors don't go to the police or shun the police because the police aren't going to give them the service that they need. Imagine if a guardian had shown up instead. What a difference that might have made.
Thank you, Professor Butler. Ms. Gupta, as you know, the Seattle Police Department is in its 8th year under a federal consent decree that was based upon DOJ's finding that excessive force was most often used against people of color and those who were either mentally or chemically impaired. And as you know, initially there was some wonderful positive changes that occurred. However, 8 years later, we have run into some roadblocks where reforms recommended by the Community Police Commission that were set up were ignored by city leaders and not incorporated into police union contracts. And the recent protests on the streets here in Seattle have been met by a police force that uses use of force against peaceful protesters. You have talked about a phrase, culture eats policy for lunch. Can you explain what that phrase means to you and what tools within this bill are most important and what else is needed to truly bring about justice in policing that meets the cries of the protesters on the streets?
Yeah, I mean, I think in the success of any kind of long-term reform effort or a consent decree, Congresswoman, is where there's leadership and there's an effort that is sustained over time to change the culture of policing. It is what Professor Butler was alluding to just now. And it doesn't happen overnight, but it requires sustained commitment. And I look at Justice in Policing Act and I look at the provisions in there that are seeking to ensure accountability, because when people feel like their police department can act with impunity and no accountability, when police officers feel like there is no accountability or consequences on the other side, the culture of a police department becomes very hard to change. And no matter how many policies you change, how much you overhaul in terms of the policing manual and the like, the culture piece is actually the thing that takes the longest amount of time to shift. It requires constant and persistent leadership at the top, and it requires a commitment to changing and reflecting a system of policing that is much more guardian-oriented than warrior. I will also say that I think right now there is a hunger in the streets and in communities around the country to recognize that people want other options in their communities other than to call 911 and have a police officer come at the door when people are in mental health crisis, for homelessness issues and school discipline issues. And they want to, and I've heard this from police chiefs, the International Association of Chiefs of Police issued a very powerful statement 2 days ago recognizing the systematic decades of underinvestment in the kinds of social systems in housing and homelessness and education, and how that's all been placed at the feet of police officers. And so there is this also, this needs to be a holistic evaluation of what spending priorities have been in communities that have been saturated with a criminal justice response, but underinvested with resources for education and jobs and the like.
Thank you, Ms. Gupta. Mr. Morial, let me end with you. We recognize, as Ms. Gupta was saying, that too often. Has my time expired, Mr. Chairman? I can't see the timer.
The time has expired. The time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A lot of important things have been said here today, but maybe the most important and frankly the most succinct was a statement that Mr. Floyd made earlier at the prompting of very first round of questioning from Mr. Gates when he asked Mr. Floyd to respond to something Ms. Underwood Jacobs had said during her testimony. And he said, life is precious. Life is precious. George Floyd's life was precious. Pat Underwood's life is precious. Life is precious. Our country, the greatest country ever, started on that premise. The document that launched this experiment in liberty we call America says this: we are all endowed by our Creator with certain inalienable rights. Among these are what? Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I think it's interesting to think of the order the founders placed the rights they chose to mention. Can you pursue your goals and dreams and happiness if you first don't have liberty, if you first don't have freedom? And do you ever have liberty and freedom if government won't protect your most basic right, your right to life? Because Mr. Floyd is right. Life is precious. Mr. Bongino, you agree with that statement? Life is precious?
Absolutely.
And you protect it every day in your job, your previous job. Is that right?
The best of my ability.
You were a New York City police officer. You protected life every time you put on that uniform and did your shift, did your service. Is that right?
Proudly so.
And when you were in the Secret Service, you protected life. You protected some pretty important life.
Barack Obama, President Bush.
Two presidents of our great country.
That's correct.
And when you protected that life, you actually risked another precious life. You risked your life. Is that accurate?
It's accurate.
And officers do that every single day, don't they?
8 hours a day, 5 days a week.
Every day. And that is why you have been so strong in your language about this concept of defunding the police, abolishing the police, a policy proposal that is not consistent with the statement made, the best statement made here today by George Floyd's brother, which says life is precious. I think in your testimony earlier you said, if police forces are abolished, if police forces are defunded, it's not some, I think you used the word amorphous mass, or we're talking about human beings. We're talking about officers who put on the uniform and go protect our communities. It will put their lives at risk, won't it?
There's absolutely no question.
And just as importantly, because life is precious, it will put people's life at risk in the communities those law enforcement officers serve. Is that accurate?
That is accurate, and anyone supporting this should take an oath today to go to the many funerals of the thousands of black lives, Hispanic lives, and white lives that will unquestionably be lost in the chaos that ensues in de-policed streets. You should commit today and raise your right hand to go to those funerals and listen to those crying parents watching their sons and daughters in those caskets. You want to vote for it? Then you go see the consequences of it, because the streets will be chaos, and you can't run away after that. Everyone will know what you did if you choose to go down this road.
Let's protect life. Let's recognize exactly what Mr. Floyd said. Life is precious, and let's do that. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Swalwell.
Thank you. And first, to Ms. Underwood-Jacobs and Mr. Floyd, my condolences to you. Ms. Underwood-Jacobs, the Bay Area law enforcement community grieves with you. My younger brother was working just 2 blocks around the corner from where your brother was that night when he passed, and we grieve with you, and we'll work to try and find his killers. Mr. Floyd, we know a lot about what happened to your brother because of a citizen's video, but let's say we didn't have the video, just the report, and too often that's what we're left with. And in that report, a statement issued by the Minneapolis Police Department, they said that after Mr. Floyd got out, he physically resisted officers. You've watched that painful video. Did you ever see your brother resist officers?
David, you take the chair for a couple of minutes. Yeah,
Like, I'm too emotional right now to just talk about a lot. I'd rather just have my attorney.
The officers, it also said the officers were able to get the suspect into handcuffs and noted he was suffering medical distress. Mr. Crump, did you ever see that? Other than the distress of an officer's knee on his neck, did you see what was described in the statement released by the Minneapolis Police Department?
No, sir, we did not. The video, we saw him face down in handcuffs.
It also said, at no time were weapons of any type used by anyone involved in this incident. Well, you had a highly trained and experienced police officer using his knee. You would agree that that knee, in that case, was a weapon. Is that right?
Absolutely. For
Too
8
often
minutes and 46 seconds.
A weapon used for 8 minutes and 46 seconds. And too often in our criminal justice system, the deck is stacked against persons of color because of statements that are falsely made in police statements and then put out to the public when there were no cameras, no public footage. And Ms. Gupta, do you believe that the Justice and Policing Act, by having a body camera requirement, an independent investigation into misconduct, and a national police misconduct registry could go a long way to make sure that we don't have more false statements?
I think the Justice and Policing Act contains several provisions that are really, really important to transforming the culture of policing in America, yes.
And I was consulting with an African-American member of my community last week at a church, and he told me something that you said, Mr. Floyd. It sounded identical. He said, I feel safe 2 times during the day. When I wake up in my own home, and when I come home from work to my own home. In between, I drive a nice car that I worked hard for, and people in my community think I stole it. I often see police officers pull up behind me and run my license plate and then drive off because they know I don't have any warrants. What was shocking about that statement was that was a police captain of one of our biggest law enforcement agencies in the Bay Area. If he doesn't feel safe as a police captain, how can people who don't have the resources that he has feel safe? But I want to talk about something else that you mentioned, Mr. Floyd, because we're here because individual tragedies and institutional tragedies continue to persist. And unless we do something now, they'll continue. You talked about the officers there not listening to your brother. On January 1, 2009, in Oakland, California, unarmed Oscar Grant laid on his stomach as an officer shot him in the back. And his last words before he died were, "You shot me. I have a 4-year-old daughter." On July 2014, Eric Gardner in a chokehold in Staten Island, gasping to say, "I can't breathe," before he died. No one on the scene heard him. And your brother, Mr. Floyd, on May 25, a police officer with his knee on his neck, as your brother said, "I can't breathe. I want my mama. I can't breathe." And the officers on that scene did not hear your brother. Because of this tragedy, the world is listening now. What do you want them to hear?
I want them to stop hiring corrupted police officers. I know it's no way to figure out who's good and who's bad, but we got to find a way, because your heart has to be big if you're an officer. You just can't use the badge to be able to do what you want to do when you want to do it. You're supposed to serve and you're supposed to protect. I didn't see anybody protecting and serving that day when my brother was on his front, on his chest, hands behind his back, pleading, "Please, please, I can't breathe." A grown man, 46 years of age, crying for his mom. Just hurt, just looking all the time. People try to show it to you, figuring it out. They lynched my brother. That was a modern day lynching in broad daylight. People was out there pleading, "Please, please, get off. He can't breathe, he can't breathe." People were video recording it. Nobody cared. Nobody. My brother, he lost his life before 8 minutes and 46 seconds. He went unconscious. His life was gone. They just dragged his body across that concrete, his lifeless body. Every day, I'm gonna have to live with that. My family's gonna have to live with that. His kids are gonna have to live with that. I just don't know. Right now, I'm happy that we are getting one step closer to justice, but for the time being, I still need time to grieve with my family, because I haven't had that chance yet.
Thank you. The gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Rushenthaler is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to say thank you to all the witnesses who came here to testify today. Mr. Floyd, Ms. Underwood Jacobs, it takes an incredible amount of courage to come here and talk about this after losing a loved one. So I know I speak for all my colleagues when I thank you for your willingness to come here and share your stories with this committee. And as Leader McCarthy said earlier today, George and Patrick will not be forgotten. Everyone in this room agrees that police officers who abuse their power must be held accountable for their crimes. But I hope that we can also agree that the vast majority of law enforcement officers choose their line of work because they want to protect their communities. They put themselves in harm's way every single day, and they do it to keep us and America safe. In southwestern Pennsylvania, we've seen firsthand how the selflessness of the police actually saves lives. In 2018, 11 Jewish worshipers were killed by a hateful anti-Semitic madman at the Tree of Life Synagogue. The Pittsburgh police and police from around the region ran into open gunfire, and if it were not for their heroic efforts, the tragic loss of life could have been much worse. So that's why I'm incredibly alarmed to hear calls from the left to defund our nation's police departments. And those on the left can try to minimize this, but I just heard my colleague from Arizona go through a litany of statements from those on the left that are calling for defunding and dismantling police departments. I think that if anything, the murder of George Floyd demonstrates the need to invest more in our police departments. We should focus on improving training to promote good police practices. We should also be providing mental health care, especially for those that are struggling with PTSD and other job-related stresses. Additionally, we should work to build stronger bonds between law enforcement and the communities they serve. We can start by having school resource officers in our schools. But I recognize, I'm sorry, we must recognize and we must empower good police officers while terminating bad actors. With that said, Mr. Bongino, do you think that defunding our nation's police departments is an effective way of addressing instances of police misconduct?
No, it's a disastrous policy. And I think one of the issues that hasn't been considered are the second order effects. I mean, obviously the first order effects are quite obvious. Less police on the streets means more crime. There's simply no deterrent to crime unless you trust in the goodness of every man's heart, which would be potentially disastrous. You are going to have more crime. But think about the second order effects. Has anyone on the panel considered the brain drain that would happen? You will have child abuse investigators who have a very unique ability. They've accumulated over time to look a child in the eye and know right away when they're trying to protect an abuse of a parent because they've been threatened. I've seen it. What about child sexual abuse online, where some of these people, they can look at an image and tell 6 different degrees of separation, how that person got there and who that abused child is? You're going to defund them too? What about the latent print officer that shows up at your house for a burglary that's been taking fingerprints for 20 years? You're going to teach someone that in 5 minutes in a social worker police academy? Again, God bless our social workers. That's not what they do. What about the homicide detectives I worked with? When I was a young rookie Secret Service agent, I couldn't break a guy on an interrogation. I couldn't get him to admit the crime. He didn't want to admit it. We had a guy walk in, he had experienced, he walked in, knew how to interview. Within 5 minutes, we had a full confession, admitted to everything, because he'd done it before. And he knew exactly the back and forth of interview and interrogation. These are skills that are going to be missing from our streets. You don't understand the catastrophe that would follow. And I can't emphasize in strong enough terms a disaster this would be if anyone follows through on it.
Thank you, Ms. Bongino. And I want to talk about the effect this would have on the communities that are most vulnerable. For example, affluent communities, if the police forces were dismantled and defunded, those affluent communities would just hire private police firms. In fact, there's anecdotal evidence that that's already happened in some places. But could you talk about the effect, the sad irony we would see if this happened and what it would have on the most vulnerable communities?
Yeah, think about it. With the 7-5 precinct in East New York, Brooklyn, where I worked, a couple of years before I got there, they had more homicides in that one precinct in New York City than the entire city of Baltimore had a few years ago. By the time I got there in the 90s, they had cut that down to such a point that the entire crime rate in New York City was almost equivalent to that of Baltimore City, a city multiple times the size. This will save real lives if we increase our police, not decrease our police budgets. That's insane.
Thank you, and I yield.
I now recognize Mr. Liu for his questions for 5 minutes.
I want to thank Chairman Nadler and Subcommittee Chair Bass for your excellent leadership on this outstanding legislation. We're here because Black Lives Matter. And most Republican officials have been unable to say those 3 words. The President has been unable to say it. The Attorney General hasn't said it. And the overwhelming majority of Republican senators and House members have not said it. Why does this matter? Because you can't fix the problem if you can't even identify the problem. This is not a problem of a few bad apples. This is systematic institutional racism against Black Americans. Our life is precious. Black lives are subjected to much higher risk of brutality from the police than white lives. That's what the data shows. We know, for example, that Black Americans are killed at a rate twice as high from police than white Americans. Our government murdered George Floyd and countless Black Americans. And it wasn't one rogue cop who put his knee on George Floyd's neck. There were an additional 2 police officers who had their knees on George Floyd's body, and then a 4th officer who stood as a lookout, and then a Minneapolis Police Department spokesperson who gave a completely misleading initial account of what happened. And then there were the officers and civilians at the department who knew about the 18 misconduct claims against Derek Chauvin and didn't take strong enough action. It takes a village to allow for the persistent, systematic murder of Black Americans by our government, and this has got to stop. The Justice and Policing Act takes a critical step to stopping the state-sanctioned police brutality against Black Americans. It has a lot of great provisions. First one I'd like to focus on is training. Now, is training going to stop bad cops from doing bad things? No. But it might help good cops from doing bad things. I note for the record that in terms of training hours, according to the Bureau of Justice Statistics, police recruits spend on average 840 hours in basic training and 500 hours in field training for a total of 1,340 hours. In California, to be a licensed cosmetologist requires 1,600 hours. So in other words, it takes more training hours to be a hairdresser than to be a police officer. Now, just as important as the number of hours is how we train our officers. I'm very pleased that this legislation requires training in racial bias, in racial profiling, and in procedural justice. My first question today is to Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, when you testified before this committee last September, you talked about procedural justice. Can you explain what procedural justice training is and why it's so important?
Thank you, Congressman. Yes, I can. The basic concept of procedural justice is the evidence that shows people comply with the law, not because they're afraid of the police or even going into custody. They comply with the law because they're giving a voice. They believe the law is fair and equitably applied, and that the process will be fair to them. We know this over the years when people get tickets and we survey them. How they're treated determines their view about that process more than whether or not they got the ticket. So this idea of procedural justice is a way to obtain compliance, how to get people to themselves, but to comply. And it should be trained so that officers know how to gain compliance, how to give people a voice, how to recognize how they treat people has a greater impact on how they respond to that authority than anything else.
Thank you very much. My second question is to Ms. Ifill. Recently, Attorney General Bill Barr stated that he didn't think there was systematic racism in law enforcement systems. Do you agree with him that this is just an issue of a few rogue cops rather than the systems we currently have in place?
Not only do I disagree with him, but if Attorney General Barr would consult the reports issued in his own department in pattern and practice investigations in over 24 jurisdictions throughout the country, he would learn that systemic racism actually exists in police departments around the country that has been fully investigated and found by the Department of Justice, who've sued those jurisdictions and put them under consent decree. The bad apple theory of policing reform is a failure. It looks only at individual officers instead of the system in which they operate. And if we want to change culture, if we want to change relationships, then you have to change the rules that govern that system. There's no change that happened in this country, especially culture change, that happened because of midnight basketball or that happened because we all got in a room and ate together. We didn't end racial discrimination and segregation in schools by all getting together and having a meeting. It actually required law to make it happen. We didn't end the barring of women from being hired in certain professions by having a conference. It required the law. And now we have found a systemic problem that has been with us for decades that requires law to actually change the context in which policing happens in this country. and to give us a chance to make and to look at public safety more broadly than we've done in the past, and to make police officers accountable within that system of public safety.
Thank you very much. The time of the gentleman has expired. I now recognize Mr. Klein for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Across the street from the Capitol, above the Supreme Court, is inscribed "Equal Justice Under Law." Today, I stand with my fellow Americans in condemning the brutal killing of George Floyd and so many others who have been denied that equal justice under the law. Mr. Floyd, Ms. Underwood Jacobs, we grieve with you and we mourn with you. You have our sincere condolences for your loss. Mr. Floyd's killing was an outrageous act of violence committed by a member of law enforcement with a long record of over a dozen citizen complaints. With the recent arrests of the former officers involved, I look forward to justice being served, and being served quickly. But for so many others, they will not see that justice served. In the time that has passed since Mr. Floyd's murder, many more examples of injustice across the nation have had the spotlight shown upon them, including Breonna Taylor in Louisville, who was killed by officers in her apartment when a no-knock warrant was served at her residence by officers looking for suspects. American justice should be served in a court of law, but sadly, many have been denied this right, having been killed while being brought into custody. Mr. Chairman, in my district office, I have a copy of one of Norman Rockwell's 4 freedoms, the freedom of speech, one of the freedoms given to us by our Creator and a cornerstone of American democracy. As we mourn the death of George Floyd, we're also witnessing Americans who continue to exercise their First Amendment rights to peaceably assemble, protest Mr. Floyd's death, and highlight other instances of police violence across the country and the need for significant, real reform. Congress should continue to work together to find solutions to these pervasive problems and ensure that all Americans are being afforded access to equal justice under the law. I believe there are many ways we can continue to work together rather than put forward policies that divide us. This committee has a long history of working together to find bipartisan solutions on issues facing our justice system. The First Step Act, just 2 years ago, reformed our federal criminal justice system. This act included provisions focused on reducing recidivism, reforming incarceration policy, correctional reforms, sentencing reforms, and improved oversight. Many of the policies included in Chairwoman Bass's bill are ideas that can achieve that bipartisan consensus once again. Increased data collection about officer-involved shootings, body cameras, outlawing chokeholds, making lynching a federal crime, demilitarizing our police forces are all areas where we can potentially find that bipartisan consensus. Although we may need to review certain tactics and methods used by law enforcement, we cannot continue to consider the irrational and ridiculous notion of defunding, disbanding, or eliminating our police departments. The rule of law is foundational in the United States, and we must advance solutions that provide fair access to justice while enforcing our laws. As John Adams said, we are a nation of laws, not of men. The vast majority of those who serve and protect are good people and stand firmly against the violent and hateful actions of bad officers. At the same time, we cannot ignore the need to have dialogue and understanding when confronting difficult issues like the ones before us today. We must also look at the departmental policies that are keeping bad officers in their positions. A substantial number of collective bargaining agreements among police departments limit officer interrogations after alleged misconduct, mandate the destruction of disciplinary records, ban civilian oversight, prevent anonymous civilian complaints, indemnify officers in the event of civil suits, and limit the length of internal investigations. Instead of efforts pursued by the majority to expand police unions, we should be limiting the scope of their collective bargaining and ensure that laws already on the books aren't hampered by contracts that they've negotiated, such as the Violent Crime Control and Law Enforcement Act, whose effectiveness has been diluted because DOJ's attempt to reform police departments must work around the terms of collective bargaining agreements. Mr. Floyd, you just said we might not be able to tell the good cops from the bad, but we should be able to keep the bad ones from coming back. This is a time for personal and national reflection on how we can be better neighbors and better citizens of the greatest nation on earth. I truly hope we can seize this moment in time so that Americans can come together, and I hope as legislators we can come together to craft solutions to make our community safe, strengthen the bonds that unite us, and ensure that we can live out God's direction in Micah 6, chapter 6, verse 8, to act justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with our God. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I now recognize the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Floyd, I have a brother, too, whom I love very much, and I cannot imagine your pain right now. My heart goes out to you, and I want to just say you've been a wonderful brother to your brother and a great citizen today. So thank you for sticking with us. Professor Butler, the whole point of the social contract is that we'll be safer inside of it rather than outside of it in a state of nature or state of war. That's why our Constitution protects life, liberty, and property against arbitrary deprivation by the government. Now, this legislation that we're looking at today, the Justice and Policing Act, will ban chokeholds, strangleholds, no-knock warrants, racial and ethnic profiling. It'll criminalize lynching. It will end the militarization of local police departments. It creates a national police misconduct registry. It strengthens the standards of police accountability. My question for you is, given that you're someone who studies this for a living and teaches about it, is the social contract working for African Americans today with respect to policing? And if not, will this legislation actually vindicate the value of human life that members on both sides of the aisle have spoken about?
Indeed, Congressman. I was so moved by Mr. Johnson's introduction when he talked about the dignity of every human life. And then we heard Ranking Member Jordan echo Mr. Floyd's heartfelt plea that life is precious. The Justice Act of 2020 reaffirms the sanctity of life. It establishes national standards for when the police can legally kill people and requires officers to employ de-escalation techniques. The Act states that cops can only kill people as a last resort and requires them to try to de-escalate the situation before resorting to deadly force. This is common sense, but it's not the law now.
Thank you. Ms. Gupta, do you agree with Mr. Crump that we should impose the traditional doctrine of respondeat superior, let the master answer for the employee on police departments so that they have the proper incentives to carefully train and supervise and monitor their officers?
Yes, I do.
Ms. Eiffel, Mayor Morial spoke of the history of lynching and racism and the cycles of American history, and there have been two other moments in our history when America moved aggressively to try to transcend the original curse of violent white supremacy. One was Reconstruction, which lasted 12 years after the Civil War before it was undone by racism. And the second was the modern civil rights movement, the so-called Second Reconstruction, when the blood sacrifice of Dr. King and Schwerner, Cheney, and Goodman and Medgar Evers and Bob Moses and our colleague John Lewis and many others gave us the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965. And this civil rights movement, this Second Reconstruction, also faced a violent backlash. What are our prospects for a third and enduring Reconstruction today, Ms. Eiffel? What needs to happen for us to transcend the nightmare of racist violence and injustice that we seem to have been trapped in?
Well, thank you. Well, for purposes of this hearing, every member of this body has to take responsibility for what is happening in this country and decide that they will put behind them their election prospects, their sound bites for Fox News or for any other news network. They have to decide that they want to get their hands around this problem. And that means working together to try and solve what the people in cities in every state in this country have told them over the last 2 weeks is a problem that people will not tolerate anymore. It takes courage. It is going to take a lot of work for all of you in that body to come together. But this bill has provisions that I believe you can agree on from what I've heard today. And I would encourage people to read the bill. This bill does not repeal qualified immunity, for example. It actually changes the standard that courts have distorted over time. Read the bill. There is nothing in this bill that should be objectionable to anyone who cares about public safety truly, who cares about anti-discrimination and pledges themselves to it, who cares about the rule of law and who cares about this country, and who believes, as many have said today, that they owe something to Mr. Floyd and his family, and even to Ms. Jacobs and her family, because police officers are made unsafe by the current system.
Thank you.
I would encourage people to read the bill, and I would encourage people to step up with courage, not only in this body, but in state and local governments as well, and to decide that they want to work together to solve this problem that the people have said
Thank you.
cannot wait anymore.
Thank you, Ms. Eichfeld. Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request that I would like to propose, if that's all right.
Go ahead.
A number of our colleagues have denounced several episodes of violence that have marred the beautiful and massive nonviolent protests that are transforming America today, and I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the following articles: white supremacists and other extremists exploiting this moment in the Richmond Times-Dispatch, far-right infiltrators and agitators in George Floyd protests, indicators of white supremacists in just security, and Facebook removes nearly 200 accounts tied to hate groups encouraging members to attend protests over police killings, and that is in ABC News.
Without objection, and the gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you.
Mr. Stubbe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Floyd, I would offer my personal condolence to you in the loss of your brother. I can't imagine having to watch your family member die needless and merciless passing. And I feel confident that not only justice will be served for him, but I think that significant and necessary reforms will come of this tragic incident. And I wish Ms. Underwood Jacobs was still here, but I also want to give my condolence to her. Hopefully she'll watch the video. I have a brother and a father in law enforcement. I cannot imagine the pain that you are experiencing knowing that someone intentionally targeted him simply because he was an officer. I'm very sorry for your loss, and my prayers are with you and your family and with Mr. Floyd's family. In my prayers this morning, Philippians 4:13 came to mind, so I hope that you all can reflect on that. This is a dangerous, dangerous time for law enforcement and their families. Just in the conversation I had with my brother yesterday, he said he had 2 of his deputies quit because all of the issues that they are facing: threats, targeting, being reconned on their homes, their vehicles being looted and broken into at their homes. And speaking of law enforcement officers, I also like to give condolences to the family of the retired police captain, David Dorn, who was fatally shot last week trying to prevent a pawn shop from being looted during what the left is calling a peaceful protest. His life mattered as well, and I commend his service to his community as a law enforcement officer, and wish that there was a member of his family here represented today to give their remarks in his passing. While officers like David Dorn and David Underwood have been targeted and murdered during these so-called protests, it is extremely troubling that many of my colleagues on the left have failed to condemn the violence and rioting in our cities and communities across the country. Protests are peaceful. Looting, killing, stealing, destruction, and burning some of the very cities where their leaders just weeks ago were arresting people for violating stay-at-home orders is absolute lawlessness. And the hypocrisy of these leaders arresting those violating stay-at-home orders for, say, going surfing or other activities, gathering in a synagogue with 10 or more people. The hypocrisy of these leaders arresting those individuals for violating stay-at-home orders, but sitting by while their cities burn, is outlandish to me. On one day alone, on May 31st in Chicago, one city, on one day, saw 18 people murdered due to rioting in one night. The deadliest day in Chicago in 60 years. There were over 65,000 911 calls. And can you imagine if we abolished the police department, those 65,000 people would be calling and nobody would be there to come to the rescue? That is not America. That is anarchy. And when your leaders talk about disbanding police departments, you are emboldening criminals to continue to commit crime, knowing that there will be no one to stop them. I talked to my brother yesterday, and they had an incident at a Walmart where there were 30 individuals looting the Walmart that my wife and I go to on a pretty regular basis. And they only had 3 officers respond to 30 individuals who had weapons. Well, they're not going to use 3 officers to respond to 30 individuals because of the safety risk incurred to those officers. Those 30 individuals got away. I thought that Pastor Scott had a great statement today in his opening comment. Pastor, you said the prospect of defunding or dismantling our police forces is one of the most unwise, irresponsible proposals made by American politicians. And I would agree. There are issues in this proposal that we can all agree upon. A law against lynching, which I supported in this House passed months ago. which we voted for earlier this year. Ensuring bad cops don't get rehired at different agencies. Absolutely, that's an incredible idea. Reporting use of force in an FBI database, and creating a commission on social status of black men and boys based on a Florida program that I participated in as a Florida senator in the state of Florida, and I was proud to be a part of that program. But there are proposals in this bill that are extremely dangerous for those who protect our communities. Removing qualified immunity is only a protection if officers follow their training and protocols. If they don't follow the training and protocols, they don't get to use the immunity because it's qualified. If officers don't have qualified immunity to follow their training and protocols, I don't know a single person who would want to become a law enforcement officer in today's world, knowing that they may or may not be able to use the training and protocols that they were used to be able to apprehend a suspect who is not complying with them. But maybe that's the goal of the majority, to get less and less people to join our law enforcement offices. One quick point in the little time I have left is military equipment, or as Mr. Raskin calls it, the militarization of our police departments. They use bulletproof vests and bulletproof shields to protect our officers who protect our communities. By stripping them of that ability and stripping them of their ability to use weapons to protect themselves is a dangerous, dangerous path to go down. And I don't think that our country supports that. And Mr. Floyd, I think, said it best. You said, life is precious, and I would agree with you. And I would contend that all life is precious and all deserves protection. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Ms. Demings.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and I also want to mention our subcommittee chair and thank Chairwoman Bass for her leadership. Thank you to all of the witnesses and for your endurance. It's worth it. Mr. Floyd, my family and I, along with my constituents in Florida, join you in grieving the death of your brother, George. I know that Ms. Underwood Jacobs is not here any longer, but my family and I and my constituents also join her in the death of her brother, Patrick. I have attended many law enforcement funerals, more than I care to admit, and we are outraged about both deaths. But let me say this. As law enforcement officers, we are held, they're held to a higher standard. I'm sure Ms. Underwood Jacobs' brother deserved to wear the uniform. Everybody does not. And that's why we are here today. I come before you as the mother of 3 beautiful black sons. I also come before you as a former social worker and a former police chief. Many have tried to frame this tragic event as an us versus them situation. That's not what this is. This is not about the community being against the police or the police being about the community. It's much bigger than that. This moment is about what's right, and this moment is about what's wrong. This is not a black issue or a white issue. It's not a Democratic issue or a Republican issue. This is an American issue that has turned into yet another American tragedy. We all have to get this right. Lord knows I want to get this right. While the actions of one brutally murdered took the life of your brother, Mr. Floyd, 3 other officers did nothing about it for 8 minutes and 43 seconds. I have been on the street, and I know what it feels like to be waiting for backup to come. 8 minutes and 46 seconds feels like a lifetime. That's a long time. And while one officer took the life of Mr. Floyd, 3 others stood by and did nothing for 8 minutes and 46 seconds. Chief Davis, would you talk for just a moment about an officer's duty to act in general An officer's duty to act. For example, if they received a call for service, does an officer have the ability to simply refuse to go to that call? And certainly when they see a crime in progress, a wrongdoing being perpetrated by a fellow officer, please talk about their obligation to intervene and also report to the agency that bad behavior. Chief Davis.
Thank you, Congresswoman, and I agree with you 100%. That is why one of the things I asked for earlier was the reaffirmation of the oath of office, because the officer takes the oath to the Constitution to protect and serve, and they have a duty to serve. And we say against all enemies, foreign and domestic. They have the duty to take the calls that they're sent to. They have the duties to enforce the law, and most policies require the duty to intervene. And so they were morally obligated, they were procedurally obligated, they were legally obligated to intervene with Mr. Floyd's murder. They're legally obligated to respond to the calls. We expect them to go to active shooters. We expect them to go to bank robberies, domestic violence, and we also expect them to be consistent. And so anyone that's violating the law should be held accountable, and is not a pass because you wear the badge. So as you know, as a chief, as I just spent 9 years as a chief, it should be held to a much higher standard, and that standard includes the duty to intervene, duty to report misconduct, the duty to render first aid, because those are the high standards of this profession.
Thank you so much, Chief Davis, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Mr. Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure that a at-large representative from a state that is 89% white and 100% rural is always the best person to address these issues, and I don't pretend to be. But we neighbor Minnesota. Minneapolis is a city that is far and away the closest to North Dakotans' hearts. And on May 25th, we watched in abject horror as your brother was brutally murdered. And on May 27th, our entire state mourned because Officer Cody Holte was killed trying to save another officer who had been wounded, independent of anything else that is going on in the rest of the country. And the very next Tuesday, we buried Officer Cody Holte, and it was an incredibly beautiful and incredibly tragic funeral. Yesterday, I watched your brother's funeral, and it was incredibly beautiful and incredibly tragic. But you know what I found through the whole course of all of this? None of it was binary. I agree with Congresswoman Demings. This is not enough us against them. This is not that situation. We can do reform. We've done it before. We've done it in states like North Dakota. And I hope when we go through a markup that we are willing to work through this, because I think you'll find there are a lot of people on my side of the aisle that agree with a lot of the concepts on the other side of the aisle. But I will view this bill the same way I view every other bill. How does it work at 2:30 on the side of the road in a state where where it's often one officer, and by the way, not just for the officer and the person being detained, but how does it work at 2:30 on the side of a road where backup is measured in hours and not minutes? Because my concern with these things is always, I don't pretend to know how to police in urban districts. I don't live in an urban district. But you have to recognize that as we intend to do these things, we have a high turnover rate. We have a hard time hiring law enforcement as it is in North Dakota. We have to make sure that it can work everywhere. But if it comes to holding bad cops accountable and bad departments accountable, I'm all in. Because once they wash out everywhere else, they might end up where I'm at. And we don't want that either. But after that, I think I would go with, I hope I can give some people some hope. Because regardless of how this works next week, and regardless of what we mark up, what we move forward, we shouldn't be done. We should continue to work towards other things. And those things are disparities in sentencing, disparities in pretrial release, things that we quantifiably can show exist. In 2016, and this is primarily in state court because it's about 88% of the prison population in the United States is in state court. Black prisoners serve essentially a 5-to-1 prison sentence on drug crimes than white prisoners. Now that's down from 16-to-1 in 2000, but it's pretty hard to pat yourself on the back for something that shouldn't exist in the first place. And what we found is that as we move forward, and we dealt with minimum mandatory sentencing, and minimum mandatory sentencing was supposed to be to get rid of disparity in these sentences. But what we found is blacks are almost twice as likely to be charged with a minimum mandatory offense as white. So instead of taking it out of the court's hands and the judge's hands, we've moved it into prosecutors' hands. Pretrial release, as we continue to do this, states have done this. North Dakota has done this. Working towards issues that allow for people to be released based on risk assessment, not monetary value. Those types of things work. And this matters on the street because you know if you're going to get arrested that you're not going to get out. The likelihood of you resisting, absconding, all of those different things goes up significantly. And we can do that. We should look at policies that are racially neutral on their face, but have a historically disparate racial impact. School zone enhancement for drug crimes. As we've seen this go on years after years, these enhancements have gotten larger and larger, and they also tend to be in highly urban, densely populated, poor neighborhoods that are predominantly African American. Those enhancements need reform. We need to look at those things, and those are things we can continue to do, and I will continue to do with everybody on the other side of the aisle. And my point to this is not to deflect. We've heard all of these different things today, but I want my friends on the other side of the aisle to know that we can do this, and I know we can do it because we did it in North Dakota. And if we can do it in North Dakota, we can do it absolutely anywhere. But it takes working with each other, and it takes working with each other on both sides of the aisle. So no matter how we move forward on this and continue to work, I want you all to know there are people on our side of the aisle that are committed to working on these issues that will have real positive impact for people all across this country. And it's not just about what we have going on now, it's how we continue to work in the future. So reach out, ask us, we're here to help. Thank you all.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Correa.
Thank you, Chairman Nadler and Chairwoman Bass, for holding this most important hearing. And Mr. Floyd, I want to thank you for being here today in this very difficult moment for you and your family. The murder of your brother, George Floyd, reminds us all that the relationship between public safety and those who they are sworn to protect can't be assumed to always be one that's a healthy relationship. In my district, the new Ellis Island of the United States, we're diverse and we're always changing. New Americans live side by side with the greatest generation. We have to remember that we are not a police state and we are not a police country, and that for public safety officers to do their job, trust and cooperation are essential. We've worked really hard over decades, the last few decades, to bring that trust into being, and that's why it is so sad to see again another murder, another tragedy in our streets. And this is exactly why this bill has to become law. When I was a California legislator, this issue kept popping up over and over again. In my work with the autism community, this issue again resurfaced about a decade ago. As police began to confront the tidal wave of maturing autistic children, we soon realized that police officers were not trained to deal with autistic adults. Autistic individuals not capable of following directions were considered to be uncooperative, and soon violent confrontations arose and were reported in the press. My work in this area in updating California police officer standards was soon brought to the attention of a retired police chief in the Midwest, the father of an autistic adult who was also trying to address the issue of autism in public safety. This clearly shows that police training is not a local issue, but a national issue. And again, this shows why this bill must become law. The Justice Policing Act of 2020 improves police training and practices by creating law enforcement development programs to develop policies, best practices, among others. In my legislation, H.R. 5251, Improving Community Safety Task Force, directs the Attorney General to also establish a task force seeking ways to reduce violent clashes between communities and public safety officers. And Mr. Chairman, at this point, I'd like to submit for the record a letter from Brian Marvel, President of the Peace Officers Research Association of California, discussing how they support reforms.
Without objection.
And Mayor Underwood, I want to let you know that your family's loss, your brother, will also not go forgotten. I have a question for Professor Butler. Welcome, first of all, sir, and welcome to all the witnesses.
Thank you, sir.
I'd like to take a moment to discuss arrest disparities. The ACLU has said African Americans are almost 4 times more likely to be arrested for cannabis possession. For Washington, D.C., you have stated that African Americans are about 50% of those that use cannabis, yet they account for 90% of the people who are charged with marijuana crimes. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
How do you think the legalization of cannabis will help with social justice in this nation?
We think it would help create equal justice under the law. We know that for drug crimes, African Americans don't disproportionately commit those crimes. National Institute of Health says that we don't disproportionately possess drugs. Most people report buying drugs from someone of their own race. If you go from NIH and Bethesda to the Bureau of Justice Statistics in D.C., they'll tell you 60% people locked up for drug crimes are black. About 15% of people who do the crime, 60% of people who do the time. That's unequal justice under the law.
So would you say that we're mixing criminal justice with social issues, with medical issues when it comes to our national drug policy?
The drug addiction issue is an issue of public health, as is the issue of the epidemic of violence in communities. It's a public health issue, not exclusively a criminal law issue.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Chair, I yield.
The gentleman yields back. Ms. Scanlon.
Thank you. First, of course, I want to join my colleagues in expressing our condolences to your family, Mr. Floyd. I cannot begin to imagine the pain of having to relive that video over and over again. I just want to thank you for having the strength to speak here today, to share George's story and his spirits and his words with this committee, but also with the country. And I'm sure that your brother would be proud of you. Our hearts and those of every thinking and feeling American are with you and your family, and we're committed to making the changes that we need to ensure that you, your family, and every family in this country receives the equal justice and the security that our Constitution and our most essential American values demand. We're here to listen and to confront the harsh truths about racism in our country and the law enforcement practices that for too long have allowed police violence against communities of color and especially Black individuals. The murders of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, Tony McDade, and on, have once again brought these truths to the surface, that centuries of systemic racism and inaction have resulted in a justice system that harms Black communities and policing practices that disproportionately kill Black Americans. This is unacceptable. We must change. America must change. And Americans have taken to the streets in peaceful protest all across this great nation, in big cities and small towns, to demand that change. We are witnessing a long overdue moral reckoning in our country, and each of us must examine how to be agents of that change, because we have a lot of work to do. Change must come at the local, state, and federal level. Just as cities and states are reckoning with ways to protect communities and hold law enforcement accountable, Congress must do the same. I want to thank all our witnesses for helping us understand the changes we need to make to achieve justice for all Americans, particularly which ones are uniquely crying out for federal solutions. Having worked for decades as a public interest lawyer, I'm particularly interested in some of the legal fixes that this bill provides. I know that sometimes small changes in a statute can have enormous implications for holding powerful institutions accountable, and the bill we're considering contains a few of those. Ms. Gupta, one of the ways that police officers can be held accountable is a federal law that makes it a crime to violate someone's civil rights, including by using excessive force as a police officer. But in its current form, it's very difficult to get a conviction under that law because it requires proving that the police officer willfully violated a person's civil rights. Can you explain how changing the statute to require a reckless standard instead of willfulness would improve police accountability?
Yeah, so the Justice Department currently only has one law that they can use to prosecute police misconduct. And as you said, it has the highest mens rea requirement there is in criminal law, requiring not only that prosecutors prove that the officer used unreasonable force, but actually also that the officer knew that what he or she was doing was in violation of the law and did it anyway. That is actually a very high burden. And so for years, there have been case after case that the Justice Department has been unable to reach because of how high this burden is. There are many criminal civil rights prosecutors that for years have also wanted the change that is being proposed in the Justice and Policing Act, because I think it would enhance the Justice Department's credibility in these matters to be able to hold officers who violate federal civil rights laws accountable. And so the Justice and Policing Act asks it change the mens rea standard to knowingly or with reckless disregard. It's a slightly lower standard, so more cases will be charged. It also really importantly broadens the language of the federal civil rights statute by including in its definition of a death resulting from an officer's action any act that was a substantial factor contributing to death. And I know many, many former U.S. attorneys that are eager to see this change as well.
I actually was approached by one of those former U.S. attorneys at my train station this week saying this was probably one of the key provisions. It looks like the time has expired, so I yield back. Thank you.
The gentlelady yields back. Ms. Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all the witnesses. I thank you for your patience. I know it's been a long day, but certainly the topic is worthy of that time and probably more times of discussion before we ultimately vote. To Mr. Floyd and Ms. Underwood Jacobs, we certainly accompanying your grief. I know you and I visited just a little bit at the funeral yesterday in Houston. Please know that you have my heartfelt condolences. You know, I have 5 brothers. You know, sometimes they beat up on me a little bit, and sometimes they were helpful, and sometimes they were just brothers. So I know how important that is, so I grieve with you. Mr. Chairman, I wish that we were here today under different circumstances. Instead, we're here because our nation is struggling to heal after witnessing the horrific murder of George Floyd. As a person of faith, I was taught at an early age that we are all children of God. George Floyd was not treated as a child of God during his final moments on this earth. Mr. Floyd, I stand with you and your family, and I stand with Black and brown Americans and all Americans across the country who just want to live and breathe without fear. I stand with my colleagues in the Congressional Black Caucus as we demand for America to live up to its values. We can no longer continue living in America that says during the Pledge of Allegiance, justice for all, but then not actually guarantee justice for all. We must put an end to police brutality, racial profiling, white supremacy, and racism in America. We are here today because our laws must boldly affirm that Black lives matter. I want to get to the topic of the case itself, the investigation, and what may or may not happen, because I think that the Justice and Policing Act addresses a lot of the issues that I've seen as a lawyer, a former judge, when some of these cases are handled. I also might add that I served as the first chair of the Police Independent Oversight Board in Houston. I helped Mayor Parker put that together, then she made me chair for 2 years. So I've seen some of these cases, and some of them are tough to make. And in your case, Mr. Floyd, I think that it was good that there was swift action. The police officer was arrested. It took a little time before they arrested the others. But in many cases, the Arbery case, he was out jogging 74 days before an arrest. And just recently we saw in the video that was just released in Williamson County, an incident that happened in March of 2019. The arrest was actually delayed, and the video was even more delayed. They just released it last week, although it happened in March of 2019, a year later. So sometimes it's not quick enough, and then we wonder why. So I wanted to ask first Ms. Eiffel, if she's still with us by video. In terms of investigations, are we adequately addressing the need for an independent investigation in the Justice and Policing Act?
Yes, this is one of the most important parts of the legislation. It is critical that communities feel that these killings and these abuses are investigated by someone who is independent, who is not connected with the local prosecutor's office, and who can bring fresh eyes to bear on whether there was a violation of the Constitution or a violation of criminal law. And in too many places around the country, we have seen these incidents where prosecutors have demonstrated that they are unwilling to robustly lean into an investigation, unwilling to arrest, unwilling to indict, or if they bring the case before the grand jury, we then hear later that the presentation was lackluster. Grand jury, we then hear later that the presentation was lackluster and was not the kind of presentation we would expect of a prosecutor. So we need independence.
I want to move quickly if we can.
There is a colossal lack of confidence right now in the justice system, and it is deserved. And as a lawyer, I can say it pains me because I have dedicated my life as a civil rights lawyer to using the law to affect change. But what you are seeing on the streets of this country, all over this country, is a colossal lack of confidence in the justice system. And it is incumbent upon this body in this legislation to put together the means of restoring that confidence. And that confidence only comes back if the justice system can be said to be fair, can be said to be legitimate, and can be said to produce just results. And when it comes to cases of police killing unarmed African Americans, at this point, we do not have those three.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I did have a question for Mr. Crump and Ms. Gupta, but I'll submit them in writing. I yield back my time.
The gentlelady yields back. Mr. Neguse.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Chairman Nadler. Thank you, Chairwoman Bass, members of the committee, and my fellow members of the Congressional Black Caucus for your leadership on this issue. I want to express my deepest condolences to you, Mr. Floyd, and to Ms. Underwood Jacobs as well. I know all of us will continue to keep you and your families in our prayers. What happened to your brother, Mr. Floyd, what happened to Breonna Taylor is truly an outrage. And I pray that together we can meet the moment and we can honor their memories by passing the Justice and Policing Act. And not just honor their memories, but the memories of so many others across the country. In 2016, here in Colorado, Michael Marshall, a 50-year-old, 112-pound black man, was killed by jail deputies. While enduring a psychiatric episode in jail, he was restrained in the prone position by 5 deputies for over 13 minutes, at which time he aspirated on his own vomit and went in and out of consciousness. And more recently, in August of 2019, Elijah McClain, a 23-year-old unarmed black man, died after a physical encounter with the Aurora Police Department while walking home one night. After initially not responding to police, McClain was tackled to the ground by officers, placed in a chokehold, and vomited. He was later given ketamine, suffered a heart attack on the way to the hospital, and ultimately died. And on the body camera recording, you can clearly hear Elijah say, "I can't breathe." These are the same words that we heard Eric Garner say over 6 years ago as he was put in a chokehold by an NYPD officer. They are the same words spoken by Mr. Floyd, who had a knee to his neck for 8 minutes and 46 seconds. It is past time that Congress banned chokeholds and other harmful police tactics that have led to far too many deaths. And that is why the Justice in Policing Act is so important. And I will say that I'm very encouraged by the broad base of support this legislation has received, including from the American Psychological Association. And with unanimous consent, Mr. Chairman, I'd ask to submit their statement of support into the record.
Without objection.
As you may know, or rather, I know the chairman's well aware, but as many, as I'm sure are aware also, data on policing has been particularly deficient for quite some time. And as a result, it has hindered our understanding and our ability to hold law enforcement accountable in real time. We don't know this week how many times an officer used a taser or fired their weapon, or how many times individuals were injured while they were in police custody. This is basic information, and it's critical information to ensuring that such actions are regulated. And that brings me to my first question for Ms. Gupta, which is, how does the mostly volunteer system that we currently have on data collection fail to capture these data points? And second, how does requiring state and local law enforcement to report that data improve accountability?
Thank you, Congressman. It is a real shame that in 2020 we still do not have adequate data collection on use of force in this country. We've had to rely for several years on journalists putting this stuff together at the Washington Post and at the Guardian. The FBI has started to try to more systematically collect it, but this bill, the Justice and Policing Act, actually includes a requirement for states to report use of force data to the Justice Department, including the reason that force was used. Technical assistance grants are established in this bill to assist agencies that have fewer than 100 employees with compliance. That was often the reason that police agencies were not reporting on this, but it also requires the Attorney General to collect data on traffic stops, searches, uses of deadly force by federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies, and to disaggregate that data by race, ethnicity, and gender. There should be no reason why in the United States of America in 2020 we aren't able to collect that kind of data, and these incentives are going to be really important to making sure that we have that data, can learn from it, and can improve and change the culture of policing from it as well.
Thank you, Ms. Gupta, and your testimony certainly underscores why the Justice and Policing Act is so necessary. Thank you again to each of our witnesses for being here today and for testifying. And with that, I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back. Ms. McBath.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to thank all of our witnesses that are still left. Thank you for being here for so long today. It's really vitally important that we hear from you. But most specifically, I want to say to you, Mr. Floyd, and also to Ms. Underwood Jacobs, I offer you my deepest condolences, because I know exactly how you feel. I know your pain. I can't sit here and say, I can only imagine. I know what you are going through. And Mr. Floyd, I was so grateful to be able to go to your brother's funeral in Fayetteville, North Carolina. And I am so sorry that you are here testifying over the loss of your brother. We come to this hearing today as a result of deep, morally painful wounds and events that happen in this country again and again and again. We come to remember George Floyd and Breonna Taylor and the many lives that have been lost to violence at the hands of those with a sworn duty to protect and serve us. We have lost too many of our brothers and our sisters and our mothers and our fathers under these incidences of law enforcement. We know that these recent tragedies are part of a system of racial disparities that have been harming people of color for 400 years. In Georgia, where I represent Georgia's 6th congressional district, we recently lost the life of Ahmaud Arbery, who was pursued by 3 men and chased by 2 pickup trucks and murdered in the streets just miles from his home. As Georgia investigators testified last week that Ahmaud's killer used the N-word as Ahmaud lay dying in the street. The investigator testified that the killer's father, a former police officer, carried a handgun during the pursuit, a handgun that was issued to him by his police department. A handgun that he carried as a police officer, still bearing the initials of the department. I grieve every day for these continued losses. I grieve as a mother who lost her own child to the very same violence that we're talking about today and tomorrow and next week and next month and next year. I lost my son, Jordan, by a man who called him a thug for simply playing loud music in his car. Jordan's tragedy is shockingly similar to Ahmaud Arbery's. Being black while being in your own community. I feel the pain experienced by too many families every single day, and every single day it happens. It's like a sucker punch in my heart and my gut. Because when is it going to stop? I pray every single day for our nation. I pray every single day for every family. And I pray that today we finally do something about it. I know that my time is going to be up, so I'm going to just ask one very quick question. Professor Butler, very briefly, do you think a commission that I have been working on, a commission that would study the social determinants and the effects of young black men and boys in this country, do you believe that that would be justified in creating research and data for this very legislation that we're talking about today?
I think African American boys and girls desperately need interventions that don't blame them for problems that society causes. So I think that kind of commission is key.
Thank you very, very much. And I know that my time is up, but I am begging everyone here today, I am begging you to stand in the gap. I am begging you to speak up. I am begging you to be a part of solving the problems of all the young black men and women in this country that die every single day, because if you do not, you are complicit. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. Mr. Stanton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for moving quickly to hold this necessary hearing during a time of significant pain for our nation. And I want to recognize and thank Congresswoman Bass for her leadership to heal that pain. The Justice in Policing Act is an essential first step. Mr. Floyd, I offer my deepest condolences to you and your family. I can't imagine how difficult the last 2 weeks have been, and it is courageous that you are here today. Just yesterday, you laid your brother to rest. But his murder is a tragic reminder that we cannot rest. We have work to do so that George Floyd and Eric Garner, Philando Castile, Walter Scott, Antonio Arce, and too many others will not have died in vain, and that their lives spur us to action. It's been more than 400 years since enslaved Africans were first brought to America's shores, shackled and sold. We are in the midst of a reckoning and facing a very difficult truth, that since that moment, there's not been a single day in which the maxim that our founders knew to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, has been fully recognized by our country for Black Americans. Not a single day in which equal justice under the law has been fully experienced by Black Americans. There is no greater tragedy in our history. And our generation has a choice. We can sustain America's original sin, or we can redeem her and be repairers of the breach. I recognize that the ability to end racism in our country is beyond the reach of this committee. We don't have the power to change every person's heart and mind. But what we can do is address structural racism and enact tangible measures of transparency and accountability in policing that can help make everyone safe. This is a charge that every level of government must take up, from those of us in Congress to everyone who serves on a city council. During my time as the mayor of my hometown, we started a community policing trust initiative, which earned the recognition from the Obama administration's Department of Justice. We enhanced de-escalation training for our officers. We rewrote the guidelines for interacting with our immigrant community. We started putting body-worn cameras on officers on patrol. And then, when we saw the positive results, we budgeted for every officer on the beat to wear a camera. But I'll be the first to tell you, there is more work to do in every state, in every city, in every community in America. So I want to ask our distinguished panel specifically about body-worn cameras. In 2014, research by Arizona State University found that officers wearing body cameras were more aware of their actions and sensitive to the scrutiny of the footage by their superiors. And I believe that every police officer on patrol in America ought to be wearing a body-worn camera. Professor Butler, do you believe that body-worn cameras help make members of the public and the police officers safer?
Absolutely. Without body-worn cameras, there would be 4 killer cops who remained on the police force of Minneapolis.
President Davis, how can body-worn cameras improve training for police officers?
Thank you for the question. In addition to capturing what happens, it allows the police department to go back and look at the everyday encounter, car stops, traffic stops, pedestrian stops, and evaluate the kind of conduct. There's a good study out of Oakland, what Stanford did, to show that how officers engage men and women of color is completely different than how they were engaging non-minorities. So there's a lot to be learned just by watching the day-to-day activities, in addition to capturing the critical incidents that we're talking about.
Thank you. Ms. Eiffel, one of the main challenges with body-worn cameras is that they can be expensive to implement, not just the camera itself, but capturing all the information that the cameras provide. In your view, are they a wise and worthwhile investment for law enforcement agencies?
I think body-worn cameras are vitally important, and I would caution that it is necessary to do more than just impose body-worn cameras. And that means there does need to be attention to the laws that govern who gets to look at that film. In jurisdictions where law enforcement officers get to look at the film before they have to answer questions, then the body-worn camera film is just another tool that assists law enforcement officers in impunity. I think you also have to pay attention to jurisdictions that are embedding facial recognition technology in their body-worn cameras. This presents a very serious privacy concern for communities, and particularly African-American communities. So they're important. They're not the be-all and end-all, because we've seen film. We saw film with Eric Garner. We saw film with Walter Scott, who, the officer who killed Walter Scott, who was originally acquitted, or the jury was hung. We know that film is not the be-all and end-all, but it is vital for all of the reasons that have been suggested. And I do want to flag, however, those cautions about what happens with that film is also a question that I would encourage you all to think about answering on the front end.
Thank you so much. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Ms. Dean.
Thank you, Chairman Nadler, and thank you, Chairwoman Bass, for bringing us together and for bringing forward this powerful piece of legislation at a time when our country desperately needs it. I thank all of our witnesses today. I pray that our words and our actions will be worthy of this moment. If anybody has a doubt as to systemic racism in this country, as to inequality based on race in this country, you can look no further than between me and my friend and colleague, Ms. McBath. I'm the mother of 3 white sons. I've never had to have the talk. You were the mother of beautiful Jordan Davis. You had to have the talk. If you doubt there is racism, look no further than the inequality of our life experience. And I mourn with you. My sincere sympathy to Ms. Underwood Jacobs and her family for the loss of her brother. And Mr. Floyd, it is heartbreaking, it is soul-crushing what we witnessed 2.5 weeks ago as the depraved murder of your brother. My sympathy is with you, but more my words and my actions will be with you. The world is watching. Ms. Gupta, I'd like to talk first about the issue of the National Registry. There's been some conversation about it. And I remember the horror of Tamir Rice's murder in 2014, the anger that we all felt, the dismay of a police officer who killed a beautiful little boy. That police officer had been deemed an emotionally unstable and unfit for duty by the police department he had worked at before joining the Cleveland Police. He never disclosed that information in his application. The Cleveland Police never reviewed his previous personnel file before hiring him. We must expect agents of government entrusted with the awesome responsibility of protecting and serving, but also capable of using brutal and deadly force, to be hired under rigorous standards. Do we know how pervasive this problem is of not knowing the background of police officers as they are hired?
There are some registries that associations, regional associations have created, but there is no national registry of this sort that is being proposed in this really important legislation. This is why it is high time that this provision in the Justice and Policing Act be passed. It's time to have a national registry that has this kind of information that could save lives and, frankly, also promote community trust. But this national registry would have misconduct complaints, it would have discipline and termination records, it would have records of certification. It contains conditioning for money, for funds, so that agencies actually have to put in inputs before they can access federal money. But it is high time for this to happen.
I was talking this week with my own Attorney General, Josh Shapiro of Pennsylvania, about the issue of a national registry. He too supports that, but I do know that he has also, as Attorney General, worked with and announced that he wishes to establish and have the legislature in Pennsylvania establish a state registry. I think it's important that my home state is considering that. Should the tracking of disciplinary and performance records of law enforcement be left to the states alone? Is that sufficient, or does it mean that we should do both?
If you just have a patchwork of states that do this, and it's good that states are standing up, because right now is a moment where people are demanding change, and so states are beginning to take action. But you will end up with a patchwork that will not be sufficient to actually achieve the bottom line goal of having a registry that would be national, that people move around. They look at jobs in other jurisdictions. And so it isn't enough to have this patchwork. It's time for Congress to act and to create a national kind of rubric for this.
Absolutely. And Mr. Floyd, I'd like to end with you to thank you for your strength for being here today. We can't imagine the exhaustion, the fatigue, the grief. But we are here with you, and the world supports you. I hope that offers you some consolation. And your brother will be remembered worldwide for a very, very, very long time to come. As your niece and his daughter said, my daddy changed the world, and he has, and I'm confident he will. But I'd like to give you an opportunity to tell us not about his death, but about his life. What did you know and love about your big brother? What should we know about his life?
He was a role model for me and a lot of guys coming out the neighborhood, because He was the first one to get a scholarship. We all wanted scholarships, and he was the first one because it was just hard. You had to get either academic scholarship or you would get one playing sports. But he had got him a scholarship, and it made everybody else feel like they can get one too.
He was a talented athlete.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
I think he was a coach to people, wasn't he?
Yes, ma'am. He was the coach. It's just so much about him. Talking with Cyril, I don't know if y'all know him, but anyway. He talked to a lot of kids. He went to a lot of different places, met a lot of people. He went to China, played with Yao Ming, against Yao Ming. He did a lot of different things, and he come back and he shared information with us. And it was excited to see him every time because he showed us so much, just a big gentle giant. And he took us to a lot of places. We went to Orlando, went down there and watched the basketball games. He had a lot of friends as athletes, and we just vibed, and he showed us that there's other places in life besides being in the neighborhood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Floyd. I see my time has expired.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I want to start my 5 minutes with a video that I came across, and it really struck a chord. This happened in Miami. The women in the video were worried. They had been threatened by a neighbor who had a shotgun and was making racist slurs. They called 911 for safety and for protection. Instead, they were met with force.
I have to be corrected when my life was just threatened and my daughter's sick. I just want to go to the store and charge my phone.
No, please stop. She didn't even do nothing.
Touch me. Do not touch me. Do not touch me.
What
do
the
not
heck?
record this.
I
Do not touch
am.
me.
What the? Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that?
Do not touch
Why are you
me.
doing
Do
that?
not touch me.
She's
I
not
just
doing
said
nothing.
I wanted to call my kids. I just said I wanted to call my kids. My phone is dead. What do you not understand? I got a gun pointed in front of me, and my kids is sick. I'm stressed out. I need to go call my children.
D. Ramos?
Conduct like this is never acceptable. The woman was unarmed. She called 911 because she felt threatened. She called 911 hoping that police officers would come to protect her. And instead, you saw those images. The officer in this video later lied about what happened on the police report and is now facing charges of misconduct and battery. Let me tell you, this happened only 2 months ago. There was no reason to subject someone to excessive force because of the color of their skin. And the reality is that people of color live and face these prejudices throughout their entire lives. They face discrimination. It's ingrained in our culture since the very founding of our country. And we have to confront this crisis head on. Currently, right now, there is absolutely no national standard to require police officers to de-escalate and avoid the use of excessive force. We have to eliminate the injustices that Black men and women and communities of color face everywhere, in our government, in our society, in our healthcare system, and specifically in the police systems that we have seen for decades. I can also tell you that from my own personal experience, this is not representative of every police officer. I have very close relationships with law enforcement in Miami. Officer Tooks, McCombie, Officer Demps, they are part of the community. They have earned the trust of the community. But we have to start by accepting that there is racial bias in our police system. We have to accept that. I continue to hear from members of this administration that there's no racism, that there's no racial bias. And that is not true. Racism is systemic, and we have to hold our police departments accountable and demand transparency. To do that, we have to engage with the community through civilian oversight. Civilian oversight boards build bridges between police and communities by giving the people a voice in the policies that affect them. They ensure officer accountability through fair and open investigation, and over time, they build trust. Civilian oversight has to be done correctly, however. They have to be independent, they have to have subpoena power, they must have the authority to conduct investigations into police misconduct, and most importantly, civilian oversight boards have to represent the diversity in the community. Its seats need to be filled not by political appointees, but with local citizens and the leaders of local organizations focused on community policing and accountability. So I'm proud that the Justice and Policing Act promotes civilian oversight and allows federal funding to go toward building civilian review boards. So my first question is to Mr. Ron Davis. I wanted to ask you, you mentioned in your testimony the need for police to collaborate with the community to redefine and reimagine policing, and that includes a new system that fosters civilian oversight. Can you please explain why civilian oversight is an important factor in preventing police brutality and is effective in holding police accountable?
Yes, Congresswoman, and thank you for the call. I'll refer back to, I think as one of your colleagues mentioned, Sir Robert Peel, the 10 principles, or some called the 9 principles of law enforcement. And one of them says that police only police or use their authority with the consent of people. And the best way to have the consent is you need the checks and balances to make sure that those, for our police officers, myself included when I was serving, to have such enormous and awesome power, the power to take freedom, the power to take life, are held accountable with a check and balance system so that there is trust, that there's legitimacy, and that there's accountability. So civilian oversight provides that extra layer, the same way we want independent prosecutors, independent investigations of lawful shootings. To have an independent civilian oversight body is a checks and balance so that the awesome power that the police are given by the community is accountable. We're accountable for that, and that we then police with the consent of the people, and that's the only way we can be effective. So there are varying models with it, but I think in general, the core principle of civilian oversight does go towards community policing. It makes the police and the community producers of public safety, both responsible, both being accountable, and it's the best form of oversight that you can have.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. And Mr. Floyd, thank you so much for joining us today. Losing someone in a violent manner and having footage of that has to be the most devastating way of losing someone. So I share with all my colleagues here today my deepest condolences to you and the family, and we're here for anything that you need. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Mr. Cicilline.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all of the witnesses who have appeared today. I, too, extend my condolences to Ms. Underwood Jacobs on the loss of her brother, and to you, Mr. Floyd, on the loss of your brother, and will continue to keep you and your family in my thoughts and prayers. I hope you recognize, Mr. Floyd, that the brutal murder of your brother has awakened the conscience of this country. And it has resulted in people all across America raising their voices and demanding an end to racial injustice, an end to police brutality, particularly against Black Americans and other communities of color, and for the creation of a safe, effective policing model for every single person in this country that will improve public safety and also the safety and effectiveness of police work. The tragedy is these are not new problems that we're experiencing. Your brother's death is only the most recent example of ugly racism and police brutality that have been a stain on the soul of this nation since our founding. I think everyone in this hearing brings their own experiences. And so before I was in politics, I was a civil rights lawyer, and most of my cases were police brutality cases. And so many of the hurdles that I faced in bringing those cases and seeking justice are addressed in the Justice and Policing Act. I then became mayor of the city of Providence and inherited a police department that was under a patterns of practice investigation by the Department of Justice. A police department that was really at war with the community. Crime was on the increase, and the public had lost confidence in that community. And one of the things that was so effective in turning around that was the participation of the community and working in partnership with the police. We produced the lowest crime rate in 40 years. We became a fully accredited police department. and the police officers became integrated into the communities they served. And so one of the things that I'm really concerned about is during the Trump administration has changed the policies about these patterns and practice investigations. It was one of the things that we were able to use to force change that the chief and the department and I as the mayor wanted. Under the Obama administration, the Justice Department opened 25 investigations into police departments, signed and enforced over a dozen consent decrees in places as diverse as Ferguson, Seattle, New Orleans, and had several open investigations. And the Trump administration then came in and really changed positions on that. And I know, Ms. Gupta, you're familiar with that. What has been the impact of the decision of the Trump administration not to pursue patterns and practice investigations? And this legislation not only strengthens the ability of DOJ to do that, but also gives that responsibility to state attorneys general. Can you speak a little bit about why that's necessary and why this is such a powerful mechanism for changing police departments and reforming police departments?
Yeah, the Trump DOJ has essentially abandoned and abdicated a mandate that was given by Congress in 1994 to investigate patterns and practices of systemic unconstitutional policing in police departments around the country. Since the administration began, there has been the opening only of one on a very tiny issue at a police department out of Springfield, Massachusetts, compared to 25 in the Obama administration and many others in Republican and Democratic administrations prior to that. And so what that has meant is that the tool of these investigations, the tool of the consent decrees, has just been lying dormant. Typically, when I oversaw the Civil Rights Division, we had mayors and police chiefs that really, in numerous instances, were actually asking the Justice Department to come in because they needed federal help in very bad situations. And so jurisdictions have not been able to rely anymore on the Justice Department to support these kinds of efforts. And I think this bill, Justice and Policing, does a lot to strengthen the Civil Rights Division's authority, giving it subpoena power, giving it resources. It also gives state attorneys general the ability to do these pattern and practices where they have already state laws that allow them to do it as well. And that's, of course, in this moment, with a Justice Department that is very disengaged from these issues, an important thing.
Thank you. And Professor Butler, very quickly, because I only have a little time left. I'm also very interested in the accreditation model because I think that's a way to help transform the police departments all across the country quickly. And I'm wondering whether or not you have a view as to whether or not the provisions that provide for training to end racial bias and to end racial profiling, whether there are really high-quality components of an accreditation system that can really effect systematic change.
I think they're essential. We've gotten away from being tough on crime. We're now about being smart on crime. It's evidence-based practices. The evidence suggests that police can do better with appropriate training.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request. I ask unanimous consent that an article entitled, "It's Official, the Trump Administration Will Pull Back from Investigating Police Abuses" be made part of the record.
Without objection.
Another article entitled, "The Trump Administration Gave Up on Federal Oversight of Police Agencies Just as It Was Starting to Work."
Without objection.
And a final article entitled, "Trump and Session Released Cops from Federal Oversight. Now we see the results."
Without objection.
And with that, Mr. Chairman, I just want to end where I began, with deep gratitude to Mr. Floyd for the courage and the grace that you have shown and for being such an inspiration to us. And I only pray and hope that my colleagues in the Congress of the United States will have the same courage and will be inspired to do the right thing and to respond in this historic way to really change the way communities and police relate, and that will all be done to honor the life and legacy of your brother. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Without objection, the following materials concerning the Justice and Policing Act and related issues, which have been submitted to the committee's electronic repository, will be included in the record. A number of leading civil rights organizations, statements by the Fraternal Order of Police, the Constitutional Accountability Center, the Players Coalition, the YWCA, Adobe, Third Way, the National Partnership for Women and Families, the Blue Dog Coalition, and articles in Reuters and Boston Globe will be admitted into the record without objection. I want to thank our witnesses for participating in today's hearing, in particular Mr. Floyd. with whom we have the greatest sympathy and thanks. That concludes today's hearing. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witnesses or additional materials for the record. Without objection, the hearing is adjourned.